We got time on our hands, gonna have fun, we got no plans. We could party on the beach like we just don't care. We can follow the sun till the night has begun. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. Na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na na na. Na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na na na. There's a rock and roll band playing acoustic in the sand. We are flying, we are free, what a precious moment. We will always be young, we'll be dancing in the sunshine. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. We'll look back one day and see smiling pictures and faces of you and me. That's what friends are for. 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 Yeah. That's what friends are for.
When you're feeling down, wanna come my way, gonna lift you up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on descending upon me. Then I close my eyes to seek escape. Something in the darkness calling to me. But then I realize it's okay. La 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 la. I'm going all in, it's too late to fold now. Don't you wish you could start brand new? Still running in place on this hamster wheel. But when I close my eyes, here's the view. La 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 Don't you worry now, the river is coming. I can see the tells in your face. There's no turning back, make your move count. Maybe you'll get lucky today. La 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 la
Ever since returning, nothing stopped my heart from yearning for the pretty little bird I found on holiday. Every moment now I'm dreaming, every thought of mine is leaning back to see her, my pretty little bird. Take me back to Pájaro Bonito. Bring me to her, to my papagayo. Setting sun and shining waters couldn't match the lovely colors that you bring to bloom. Pretty little bird, pretty little bird, la 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 la. Home among familiar faces, but my thoughts are other places, far across the sea with my little bird. Take me back to mi pájaro bonito. Bring me to her, to my papagayo. Empty days and endless hours, bending down like wilting flowers, till I kiss you again, my pretty little bird. Fly to me, love, to my arms, love. Fly to me, love. Who knew that I'd come home safe but leave my heart in another place on holiday with my little bird.
When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. Listen. One afternoon on a walk, he met this woman, their eyes locked. His world was rocked, he gave her his number. That evening she called him and they talked. They had so much to chat about. There was no doubt that they were perfectly matched and that he had to ask her out. She said alright, he could tell she liked him, but knew she could hurt him even more. He bought some flowers. In an hour he arrived at her door. She let him in, she seemed uneasy. They got ready to leave. He began to wonder if he and she were meant to be. He thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. She laid eyes on this guy and was overwhelmed with attraction. She saw he had the exact same reaction. It felt right from the start, but if he played her and broke her heart, she knew she'd never recover. She promised to wait for a man who truly loved her. She said yes to a date. At 8 he came to her place. The club they danced and embraced. It was so fast-paced, her pulse raced. Then he pulled back like he needed some space. Her heart sank, she quickly thanked him and went home. Turned off her phone and spent the night in her comfort zone. She might have known he wasn't the one. She did the right thing by deciding to run. Or was she a jerk and it could have worked? A cruel fate, she found her soulmate. She wanted to believe she'd been naive, not deceived. She thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever.
Late 80s, early 90s, it came into its prime. Microphone prodigies with complex rhymes, sublime denser beats, deep sampling feats. Pure genius rose steep from the New York streets. Meet at Mars, the building for Milky Way. Payday, the tunnel, the red zone, new music cafe. Beat Street, fat beats, downstairs rockin' soul. In the music factory, stacked 12-inch gold. The innovation was cunning and stunning, nothing was contrived from 86 to 95. New York kept it live. BDP, King PE, Ultra EPMD, Rakim, Stet, Slick Rick, MC Light, Biz Marquee. The Jungle Brothers, De La, A Tribe Called Quest, Brand Nubian, Gangstar, G-Rap, Bello, and SP, Rockin' CL, Black Moon, Beatnuts, TITC, The Woo, Nas, AZ, Redman, Big L, and Biggie.
Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever. You see, the elements converged into spoken word and hit a divine note that human ears had never heard. It emerged to what the mainstream considered absurd. They laughed at it, now it's generational, they're all addicts. 40 years later, now we reminisce, cause through all the shape shifts, it hurts us deeply that it hasn't been the same since. Large pro walking through that front door to cherish or neglect the black sheep, the choice is yours. Case Solo spelled it out for you. The Fugees kept the score, nice and smooth, made it funky for the junkies abroad. The Outcast elevated it. While Dre let me ride, he kicked me out. I had to start running with the far side. Lost my breath. All I need from Mary and Meth is ice water. Please give my full regards to the chef. Watch son get wrecked, cause all they rickety really want is effects. Gucci link shine, stretching Bobito 89 Tech 9, y'all. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. That ever lasts forever.
I just want to tell you it's alright, while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. Cause when I'm broken I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me I'll be pacing through my mind, and I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. So afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Where we are, I can't quite figure out. I wanna take all of the blame from you now. No matter what, I've gotta fix it somehow. You only know how to play it like the victim. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Friction.
We're free, I don't look back. With me, we'll stay on track. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much for you to do. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much that we can do. Take Things we harder said nothing. Heard from a friend that I hadn't spoken to in a couple of years or so. It would be alright as long as the sun keeps poking its way on through my curtain light. But something tells me that if we keep singing our songs, before you know it, they'll be singing along. If we keep humming a tune, it won't be long before they sing it too. It won't be long before they sing it too. Look out my window and all I see
keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. You're giving me, but it's not enough. I want you to open up your heart some more. You're giving me, but it's not enough. I want you to open up your heart some more. I'm a big-hearted woman with a big appetite. A double dose of love is what will get me right. I'm a big-hearted woman with a big appetite. A double dose of love is what will get me through the night. Look at me in my eyes. I wanna see my own reflection, knowing I'm all you see. When I'm speaking to you, I want your body and your soul and mind to pay attention. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep
take my hand and know that I understand everything that you've been through. And I'm meant to tell you everything. It's gonna be alright. It's gonna be alright, girl. It's gonna be alright. Yeah.
I can take you wherever you want. See the world like no one else. I can promise you'll be undone. Only adventures wait ahead. Nothing can stop us, no one will. And underneath the stars above, I'm sure we can find some peace of mind. Tell me where to go. I can take you anywhere. We could fly through the This ride could blow up your mind. It's the most crazy that you ever find. Do it tonight, there is no try. Close your eyes and let it shine. Nothing can stop us, no one will. And underneath the bright blue sky, I see your future next to mine. Tell me where to go. I can take you anywhere. We could fly through the air. I can take you anywhere. We could fly through the I can take you anywhere. We could fly through the
We got time on our hands, gonna have fun, we got no plans. We could party on the beach like we just don't care. We can follow the sun till the night has begun. We'll share it all. That's what friends are for. Na 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 na. There's a rock and roll band playing acoustic in the sand. We are flying, we are free. What a precious moment. We will always be young. We'll be dancing in the sunshine. We'll share it all. That's what friends are for. We'll look back one day and see smiling pictures and faces of you and me. That's what friends are for. 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 Yeah, yeah. That's what friends are for.
When you're feeling down, wanna come my way, gonna lift you up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. 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 Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. When you hit the ground, don't you lose your way. Gotta get back up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, yeah, yeah. We're gonna take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. We're gonna take you higher. Take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. When I feel the darkness descending upon me, then I close my eyes to seek escape. Something in the darkness calling to me, but then I realize it's okay. La 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 la.
Always a great way to start, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome you back to the LPL as we're now deeper into week number 5. In fact, 2 days deeper, Dagda. I even thought it was week 6 when we did our rehearsal before, man. Like, we are just streamlining through it. Hey, and welcome back, by the way, after you have been you haven't been overseas, but you've been on different broadcasts as well. You've been chilling out, I guess, overseas, technically.
Yeah, I've been around, been checking out the other scenery, but you know, it's nice always to be back in the LPL, get some bangers, get some 7 days a week into you. You know, the broadcast keeps on trucking here.
I mean, you can't help coming back, can you? And I realized, Dagda, it's not. Yeah, it said it's Tuesday. I thought it was Wednesday for a second. Bit delirious here. But before we go into what's going to happen on today, let's just recap yesterday, because you and I, sir, weren't casting. You and I standing on the sidelines while I have to say, Orcs lost his mind. He lost his mind. I don't know when he's coming back. It won't be for a while. But you can see why, Dagda, because yesterday was a 6-game bonanza.
And going the complete opposite way, I think a lot of people would have expected. I mean, TT managing to take down BLG, OMG getting the victory over EDG as well. Like, I don't know what happened yesterday. Apparently it was opposite day, topsy-turvy day, or something along those lines, because shenanigans happened, and yeah, weird results.
Yeah, OMG beat the world champions, like, weird enough, and BLG continue to be a bit of a disappointment, but hey, TT getting right on up there and putting them on the outskirts of playoffs for the time being. Our middle of the pack is changing up in a massive way, and Dagda, I think even today's games are going to give us a bit of that spice too, right? Like, our top 10 is never concrete, is never secure, and as we get towards a halfway point, it feels like we're having a very different split indeed.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of talked about this before we came on the show. It feels like our bottom is rising up, our mid of the pack is declining, and then our top is still, I mean, V5 top esports, right? Like, RNG looking to make their way back there as well, 4-1 at the moment. But yeah, there hasn't been too much fluctuation. It just feels like there's just been a weird aura around kind of our middle of the pack teams, or teams that just barely made it into playoffs last month.
You're saying it's like opposite day, right, yesterday. It feels like we've had a lot of opposite days so far. As we can start talking about what's going to happen today, what is on the meal ticket, because IG LNG start us off, yeah, sure. But Anyone's Legend versus Weibo Gaming, remember that Anyone's Legend, Dagda, looking so much better. The Split and Weibo are still looking like that flare that we saw in spring.
Yeah, I think a lot of people kind of hoping that Weibo can still prove to people that they belong back in that top of the playoff spot that they managed to hit back in spring. Anyone's Legend, I mean, already it feels like proving they deserve a spot in playoffs. I think a lot of people starting to get on this Anyone's Legend hype train. Maybe not for top 4, but certainly, you know, to have a couple of upsets here and there.
Well, I mean, for, I was going to say Jack Black's Kung Fu Panda. That's what the logo reminds me of every time. They're getting close towards their first playoffs, and I couldn't be more excited. The AL story will continue on later, because we're going to start with IG versus LNG. And if we're talking about sassy teams, right, which happens to be the keyword of today, I think IG stand out to me, Dagda, because this team looks so great within their series. And they might not get over the line, but almost every time, 4 out of 6 times, in fact, this team has taken it to 3 games and have looked at least amazing in one of them.
Yeah, that's why I always look confused when I look at IG and they're 1-5, right? Because every time I think, oh, this is a squad that has done pretty well, they've always threatened or nearly been able to take the series, but they just haven't quite been able to get it across the finish line. And it feels like a lot of that kind of comes down to individual mistakes that can happen in team fights, where one person ends up missing an ultimate or something along these lines that just causes the fight to go askew, and suddenly the game is outside of their control. But oftentimes you see them kind of doing well in the early stages, a huge amount of that presence kind of coming from that mid jungle, and it feels like the bottom lane have started to sort out their issues as well, especially when you look at like how Shinlu and Wink were doing at the start of the split. It was very, very messy, but it always just seems to be a series of unfortunate events for this squad. Like, even when you look at like Wink and On, who were playing for them against BLG, the double AD carry bot lane because the support wasn't there, and they were still just nearly able to take down BLG, but again, just a little bit of over aggression, one thing not quite going their way, and that seems to be the story of IG this split.
Yeah, and it's a shame, right? Because when it does go their way, IG look like such a competent team. We're looking at the highlights coming through, and I'm so glad you pointed out the double AD bottom lane. Wink and Arn were a lot of fun to watch. The role swap, the Amumu Kalista support especially, was just a joy. And I think that's what we can take away, Dagda. We're hoping that they can get over the line today. We're hoping that this team can fix up that final game and that final hurdle. But at the very least, we know that no matter what, we're going to get an entertaining game from IG, who have been also one of our most bloodthirsty teams this split as well.
Yeah, and that's what I'm hoping to see, is that IG are going to be able to kind of bring this back, especially against the weakened LNG. LNG. I think this could be the moment where IG are able to get another win on the board for themselves. But the problem for IG is that they're slowly but steadily running out of time. You're 1-5 at the moment. You've only got 10 series left, including this series against LNG. And when you're looking at kind of 8 to 9 traditionally being the number that helps get you into the playoffs, you don't have a huge amount of series to try and make that up, and you still have some really tough opponents in there like RNG and V5 yet to play.
Oh, JDG right after the V5 series as well. Dagda OMG looking a bit better too. So there's a lot there that for Invictus Gaming, you're right. Running out of time is a very real thing, especially since I said the same story with FPX when they went down 0-5 at the start of the split. Feels like for IG, that narrative holds strong, and against LNG, it might be a different beast, but having said that, I don't think LNG are the strongest team. In fact, if people haven't been watching the LPL, they'll look at this lineup, Dagda, and they'll be asking the same question that your dad said. Now, to quote him, I remember him saying, "What's the deal with LNG?" And Dagda, maybe you have an insight into your father's words and as to why he was confused about LNG, like we all are.
I was so tempted to just like call him in to like speak onto the microphone for this, but yeah, I mean, it's been very, very messy. Like LNG individually, each of these players can perform, but together there's just absolutely no synergy. The neutral objectives never go their way in the early stages, which means oftentimes when we get to a mid game where LNG start to kind of be able to rely on that individual performer, it's just the name brand of each of these players. They actually don't have any sort of win objective set up that they can fall back to, like these dragon stackings, and then they kind of go, oh well, now we have to go and stack all the dragons, now we got to try and make this work. But you've already given enough time to the opposition where they've got 2 or 3 dragons. They can go, we don't want to try and fight you there, we're actually going to play for the map state. Suddenly they start to get a tempo advantage, or they can even just look for a steal that oftentimes ends up coming their way and they can take it back. And even then, the team fighting looking very, very messy from LNG as well. Quite uncoordinated, and that's where I think a lot of the issues are rising from for this team.
How do you look so messy when you have such a star-studded roster, Dagda? Like, Doomby was meant to fix the Force, not betray it. You know, I'm sorry, I didn't want to quote Star Wars, but I had to. And the whole of LNG, like, we're talking about people like Light and Iwandi, who should be a great 2v2. Tarzan was leading the charge in junglers in 2021 as well, even 2020. And Arla was a top-tier top laner. So, Dagda, it just feels like a fall from grace, considering that Spring was much the same of what we're seeing now. And that's why, despite LNG being a winning team up in the top 6, it doesn't feel like this team is going to hold strong for very long. Coming up against middling teams like potentially IG, JDG next, RNG later on, they will get punished if their team play is not good enough.
But that's the thing. Like, Doomby's gone to the dark side. Doomby's playing Corki in his ear. He's not playing like early Romy champions anymore. He's not helping Tarzan. Tarzan has to go and solo Rift Herald every objective that comes on the board. Like, it's not even like the players are playing like themselves anymore, hysterics. I don't know what's happening.
Oh, man, they've betrayed the Force for sure. And as we look closer towards a matchup, you know, we take that out of our mind for now. I don't know if this is like Obi-Wan versus Anakin. I don't know if this is like Luke versus Anakin. At the very least, Shun versus Tarzan is where we kick things off, because in this matchup, in the jungle matchup, it seems so important. Dagda, I've identified a couple of differences here, and I think you can take it away with Shun, who obviously has a lot of stats to talk about.
Yeah, it feels like these two junglers are night and day different from each other. Shun and Yuikai have been working really, really well together, and as a result, Shun is actually stepping up to be a major carry on IG, and honestly the main focus for this Invictus Gaming roster. The damage percent is crazy high, especially when you look at that in comparison to Tarzan. Shun is a force to be reckoned with on the squad, getting bans a lot coming his direction, things like the Nidalee, the Kindred that have been banned away consistently against them, picking up things like the Diana that have been crucial to the success of IG, both in those engages and that damage output. And an awful lot of the game plan revolves around him and Yuikai linking up and working together. But when you look across at Tarzan, he's not actually getting any sort of help on this squad. Oftentimes he has to try and shadow lanes to make sure that they're going to be okay, with very little thanks, very little help given back towards them. And whenever you see a lot of these early objectives being picked up by LNG, it's just solo by Tarzan, where it's kind of identified, oh, I happen to have bot and mid pushing at the same time. It's not a coordinated effort on LNG's side, or maybe things like the Rift Herald he'll try and play it a little bit more towards, but he's very much a kind of I don't even want to say a one-man army. He's a one-man attempt at an army, to be honest, in a lot of these early game situations, because he's got a band, he's got the trumpet going, but it's a lot of fanfare and not an awful lot of, to do about it.
Yeah, he's a spectator, right? He's right on the money. He's a spectator, it feels like, for his own team. And, you know, the old Tarzan was in control a lot more, and sure, it was always that laner that would help, that jungler that would help out his laners, but it's not like a Tarzan that's in form in my mind, Dagda, and it's sad to see. I will say, though, on the other side, Shun feels like he's in form. Shun feels like the core of this team that, if exposed, if taken down early in the game, can't get the ball rolling. But I also feel like Shun is part of the reason why IG's doing so well at the moment in those individual games, despite them not winning more than a series.
Yeah, and I think this is the thing, is that, the IG lineup has been so incredibly close to succeeding, right? I feel like they have a very strong identity at the moment. Probably the most impressive, especially when you look at where they were in spring, because Uikai and Shun have been working incredibly well together. You have Zika, who started to add champions into his pool, can play both kind of a more bruiser frontline style, but also still able to opt into these more split push oriented picks if you want. Feels like the bottom lane is stepping up as well, and that coordination and that identity about playing around these early dragons on the bottom side has helped them out quite substantially. But when you look across at LNG, it still feels like a team that's struggling to find their identity, how they want to try and play the game, and why they end up relying on a lot of these like late game scaling picks is because they just don't know what they're supposed to be doing. So it's like, oh, well, we'll go for, you know, the Fiora that's banned away a lot from Ala, Corki in the mid lane for Doomby, and even going for these later scaling picks in the bottom lane for Light and Iwandi. So then when they get there, it's like, okay, well, now we win through scaling, because it means we don't actually have to sort out any sort of issues in the early stages.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, like, that coordination to punch him back in the face is going to be huge. I want to take a bit of a step back, Dagda, because you're talking about, you know, IG through the bottom lane, through the strength there. Shinryo's back. We have Wink once again. It's not Arn, it's not Wink, it's not the two ADs going side by side. We do have the initial bottom lane for IG that started the split off, so we are getting to what we think is the strongest part of Invictus Gaming's roster. And I kind of just want to highlight that is there ever a chance IG to turn it around? It feels like against LNG, it's very, very possible, with the daunting issues we've pointed out, maybe getting a better chance than a 16th place team in the league deserves against a 6th place in LNG.
Yeah, and I'm delighted that we do have Wink and Shinlu back on the bot side of the map, because when I look towards this bottom lane, it feels like there is a huge amount of aggression on both sides. Light and Iwandi like to be quite aggressive in the lane. You look at Wink and Shinlu, incredibly aggressive, and there's more than likely going to be some sort of duo kill going across over the course of this series. So I'm expecting the fact that you have that pre-existing duo linked up on IG side, they'll have a better time on the bot lane. And maybe if you can get some help coming through from Shun and that bottom side of the map, I feel like you've actually got a recipe for success there.
Yeah, blowout Light and Iwandi. Ladies and gentlemen, we're shortly going to be getting into game. Dagda, we talked a little bit about the picks earlier on, and considering this is our last day of 12-11, before we start seeing Belveth and some changes here and there, what kind of piques your interest? Because LNG and IG have some interesting draft picks. I feel like these unique picks are adamant that we're going to see at least one of them in the series.
Yeah, I think we're going to see things like the Corki probably banned away. I think a lot of teams have kind of stepped up to just go, hey, look, we don't want Doomby to have his hands on this. Yeah. Even things like the Swain as well had been banned a lot, but now that we moved on to 12-11, teams are kind of just disinterested in the Swain despite the nerf to Grievous Wounds. And I think when you look across at guys like IG, Shun is always going to be the focus. Even in their last series against BLG, it was the Nidalee, the Kindred, and that Diana that were banned away. But with LNG on the red side, they got to get rid of the Wukong and the Zeri. So going to be a lot of these power picks left open for IG.
So what else do you see there as one of the power picks? You mentioned the Corki before against Doomby. On the blue side, IG don't want to ban it away. Instead, now the bottom laner here with Lucian, Kalista alongside. Dagda, it just feels like LNG are going to get their mid lane pick that they've prioritized in the past.
Yeah, I imagine it'll be a Senna pick here going towards Wink on that bot side. Senna just incredibly strong. And I think you give a ton of pressure or relieve a ton of pressure, I should say, from this bottom side, unless they want to go towards something like the the Viego or something along these lines for Shun. But as we said, Nidalee available. You've got Kindred available. These are the big picks. And first picking the Nidalee. Okay. They really wanted to get their hands on this for Shun.
He's had it banned against him so many times. Dagda, I've actually just looked up the stat. Against Invictus Gaming, Nidalee has been banned 100% of games so far. Not just blue side or red side, 100% of games. That is nuts. That Shun now finally gets it. And you can see the priority on this jungle once again, who we said is the blood of IG.
Yeah, I mean, this has been such a strong pick for Shun, and it's kind of been his pocket pick since he joined the LPL. A lot of teams have been respecting it the entire time he's had his career here, and you get to see how IG want to try and play around this, because this is definitely a champion that wants to try and invade, wants to try and get rolling in the early stages, but also gives the option for IG to go for some sort of poke composition if you want, especially when you're looking at a short range comp already locked in by LNG, with the Aphelios taken away, possibility for the Viego here for Tarzan. I wouldn't be surprised if IG try to take something like an Ezreal here in the spot side and just look to play long range against LNG.
Okay, a good point. I'll also throw in there, Dagda, that UEKai's picked up the Renekton before. Back in LPL days, previous patches, we saw a lot of combination between the two. Maybe even things like the Sejuani to keep an eye out for. But for now, explosion in the bottom lane. This is what you wanted to see, Dagda. You wanted to see set up for success in the 2v2 and Shun to influence. Well, with the Nidalee and Misfortune, I think that's a great start.
I agree. I think it's going to be really important to see how the ability to try and keep this Aphelios under check in these late game team fights is going to come to fruition. I think the Misfortune is a great pick against the Aphelios because you get good push in lane thanks to Make It Rain. The ultimate makes it very difficult for Aphelios to actually approach these fights. And in theory, if you're set up correctly, it shouldn't be that easy for Allah to try and get on towards the backline either with this Gnar.
True.
But I haven't been the biggest fan of Allah consistently blind picking this Gnar, because it feels like there's a ton of options. We've even got to see the Silas now come out as a counter pick. We got to see that a little bit yesterday. I think you've got options in the likes of the Camille and these kind of things as well, which Zika loves to play. So I feel like LNG now have to start banning away some of these top lane champions.
Okay, you already named out the Camille. He's played things like the Riven as well, Jax, Gwen. Surprisingly, we don't see Gwen in the first rotation. As that Renekton we mentioned before, Dagda, that's going to be banned away, getting rid of some of the combinations. And it's good that you highlighted the solo lanes here for IG because they have been pretty pivotal, especially that mid lane that has been part of the setup of Shun's success. So we'll have to see if LNG targets something away from him because, yeah, we are getting some solo lane bans coming through.
What timeline are we in, Hysterics? That Azir has to be banned against Doomby. Like, what?
True.
What have LNG done to my boy? What happened? Like, what is this world that we now live in? But yeah, Renekton going to be banned away. Galio banned away from UEKai, and I think this is a good shout. UEKai, as we said, a guy who definitely likes to try and play these more facilitator champions. He's played a lot of like Galios. We've seen Set, Ornn, Sion, Renekton, like Lysandras. He's totally happy to just go, right, I'm just going to help set you up. And I think when you're looking at IG, I've talked about it before, I'm not the biggest fan of just having a Nautilus as your engage tool, especially alongside something like when you've got the Braum on the opposite side. Braum can do a really good job of blocking that initial engage. So I want to see more setup here on IG's side. And that's what I'm curious to see if we end up with something like the Camille here for Zika that can help like lock people up and then set up for the bullet time as well.
Because normally some of the setup comes from mid too, but you've taken that out with Galio as Poppy gets locked in. Now, Jungle Poppy looking like it here, Dagda, because unless Duambi has decided to show us the last of Predator before it got nerfed.
Wait, what? Wait, all you have to do is just go Jace here. Like, screw it, just go full range here. Why would you not take engage? Like, you have zero engage on LNG side. If you just go for Jace, you got a good matchup against the Gnar. You can just push for days. You've, like, essentially winning lanes across the board then. And, I mean, even UEKai could go for something like Zoe if you want to. And then you just don't have to care about it. I mean, the Gwen, not going to do exactly what I was looking for there. But still, I mean, you have no engage against uber range on IG side.
That's a good point, actually. And I don't think Brom's going to be able to protect all of it. For IG, Dagda, maybe they're not listening to you, though. I think the Jace is a valuable key to this puzzle. But for IG, okay, they're going to set up some engage instead, give themselves a front line. And I'm going to need your thoughts about where you end up on this.
Yeah, I mean, it's the Sion mid for UEKai again. Like, this guy has just been totally happy to play tanks and just, again, play that facilitator role for the Nidalee. But it does mean that you don't really have the opportunity to push in mid very well, because you're going to end up in the scenario where you're range versus melee. You don't have good push in topside either, because now, at least in the early stages, can push in that lane. So this Nidalee is going to struggle to actually find invades as this game starts to go on. She can try and play around bot side a little bit, but you always have to be careful, especially with Doomby now taking the Talia, that you're not going to end up with just more company from LNG side, especially post 6.
Well, moving around the map, the star member of LNG this split still gets a little piece of what he wants. And, you know, for IG, the direction here, Dagda, he talked about playing at range, but now that we have a Sion mid and a Gwen on the top side, we didn't get your Jace. We didn't add to the range, so round me up about how this comp wants to play out, especially in the start of the game. You talked about invades already and Shun, what he can do right off the bat, but I kind of want to know how skirmishes work, how the first couple of Drakes work in its entirety.
Yeah, I feel like LNG's composition is lacking a little bit of an identity, because you look at like Nidalee and Misfortune, they spike heaviest around the mid game. Then you look at Gwen, who kind of has that like late game insurance, and you got the Sion who wants to be that late game insurance, but you don't really have a late game AD carry or a late game jungle carry that can kind of facilitate that. So it definitely feels like a little bit of an oddball. I would have preferred to see them all in a little bit more on that mid game identity, with things as we start talking about like the Jace and play for poke, things like the Zoe. That felt like you could have done reasonably well. But because when you look across at LNG side, this Aphelios is now going to have a great time in team fights. You've got a Sion who wants to jump in on top of him, the Gwen as well. Gwen, I suppose, will be a little bit of an issue for Light in theory because of the Hollowed Mist, but definitely means that you've now got a composition that wants to play into the strengths of LNG, where Doomby can set up multiple different Unraveled Earths for the Nidalee, so she can't really get involved in the fight. Light's just better enabled. Nar as well is in a better opportunity to actually become responsible in these fights with big Nar ultimates. Like, it just all goes a bit skewed now for IG.
Well, skewed is not good though if we ever reference it to Doomby's side, as he takes a massive spear. All the money here for Shun, who Dagdus was saying in pick ban, 100% ban rate against IG so far of the split. Shun has been playing this champion. It needs 2 for 2. I think that's more than Yankos has gotten in some of his pro games. You know, no flame, but it's true.
I mean, look, Shun is a beast on this pick, and I'm super excited to see it, because especially LNG, as we said, have been struggling to get going in the early point of the game. If IG are successfully ever to play around Shun, it feels like he should have a brilliant time to be able to get to a point where he's landing a ton of poke, he becomes a menace on invades, and Tarzan can do pretty well against it, because you can't all in as Shun if you go for invades, because you've got the steadfast presence, but it still means that Shun can get a ton of auto attacks down and look to try and play around that style, although he's running the Electrocute rather than the Conqueror. Conqueror works a lot better if you want to try and play around your auto attacks and like speed up the damage through that, but Electrocute very much of a more of an all-in potential where you want to try and look to play around the lanes a bit more.
Well, Tarzan taking Predator on the other side, so we got red junglers here. Speaking of which, both on the top side of the map for now, and it seems like Shun is preparing himself for a strong level 3. And I want to say as well, Dagda, that on the other side, seeing Tarzan on something like the Poppy now, you talked about the limited engage here. You did talk about in draft how there are specific windows for LNG, but still, it's going to rely on, I guess, what? Being at the right place at the right time, is that fair to say?
Yeah, that's the problem that I'm seeing with Tarzan, is that I just don't know how he's relevant in this game. Like, realistically, it's like, okay, well, no, but the fight should already be over when the majority of the people you're going to stop with the steadfast presence are jumping in. The Shun isn't going to do it until he's got some good poke down, and probably Wink's already tossed at the ultimate. Uwakai, you're not really going to be able to hit with the steadfast presence. Zika should be totally fine as well. I just don't see what the Poppy's trying to do here. And even if you're like looking at team fights, you're like, oh, okay, well, let's knock back the big engage tools. Let's get Yokai out of the fight. Let's get Zika out of the fight. Where's your follow-up engage to actually use that window? Like, you just don't have any other engage to help you abuse that. So I'm just not sure what the Poppy's supposed to be trying to do here, other than, oh, well, I can't get all in if Shun lands a spear because I can steadfast presence, which just doesn't make a huge amount of sense in big out team fights.
Yeah, I was gonna say, well, that's a good thing though. That's a win then. Maybe he's just using it to wall someone into Doombee's ultimate. So at the very least, we'll keep a track on this jungler because on the other side, Shun clearing like a menace so far. That ward spots out Doombee on the roam down, and IG, their priority comes as a given as Seismic Shove doesn't land, and Shun is setting up for the first Scuttle Crab with the opportunity to get double over Tarzan in this early game, Dagda. CS lead building, and it's already +8.
I think Shun is going to struggle to try and play around this top side and even the early scuttles because of the way mid and top are set up. Allah should be able to use his range to continuously push in this wave. Same you look at mid lane. So trying to play for top scuttle can become very scary if the rest of LNG start to play around Tarzan. So that's why we're seeing Shun not actually just run through mid to move across, but looks like there might be a bit of a push set up here in mid with Uakai. So maybe he wants to try and look for this topside scuttle, but I'd assume he's aware that it might be gone. But no, gonna just have a quick look.
But meanwhile, we haven't engaged the bottom lane. Good dredge line onto Light here with the Ignite getting dropped down. Wandy and Light both burning a Summer Reach with Shinliu's Ignite the only thing to drop now. Shun makes an appearance mid. We do have, I was going to say a Yankos moment, but I think I've already bullied him enough. He's not even in the game. You know, we wanted watching LPL, not hating on a caster. So as Shun appears mid, at the very least, Agda, the shove enables topside to be a bit of movement here from IG.
And surprisingly, Uakai has an advantage in the lane because Doombee ran out of mana, which meant he couldn't really clear the wave, so you can see he's falling behind. And that gives Uakai the potential for a dive here. Allah's going to probably die.
Yeah, he's going to have to hop out in one specific direction, but the spear lands. Shun on point so far. The hop gives him first blood. And this Nidalee with 100% ban rate, you can see why as Shun opens the game.
I mean, that was just really well played by Shun. Hitting the spear without any sort of CC needed to be landed. Just a thought that I've had as well there is because people aren't playing on LAN, because we are actually back home, there is going to be a bit of lag, which actually does tend to help Nidalee. One of the things that people talk about a lot when you pick a Nidalee on live or on LAN is that because the ping is so low, it becomes very easy to dodge your spears. But, I mean, with the higher ping, you can kind of see there, kind of helping out Shun a little bit, but I don't want to distract from Shun. That was just a really nice spear and good predict. But definitely going to be something I'll be thinking about as this game goes on.
So what you're saying is I should duo with you on EUS, play Nidalee, and that way I can, you know, I can get a buff to my jungle gameplay
that's the way it
because
works,
of the ping.
Well, see, the thing is, it's not that Nidalee has lag, it's that the opposition has lag that makes it harder to dodge. So I feel like we need to ask politely for the entirety of EU West to join the OCE server.
Yeah.
And then you can do it. Yeah. I'm sure if we ask really nicely, they will.
To be fair, people have said there's similarities between the servers, but I think I enjoyed EUS more, so I'd relish at the idea of bringing them over to OCE. As we've been bantering away and then that first blood's come through, Shun goes back to pick up an Amplifying Tome, but I'm not even sure if he made the full back because he's still clearing his heart out as Arla in the top side. He's got an ulti at the ready and Tarzan on the way. Without his level 6 might not matter. Arla burning his though, and that's great. Zika with the needlework. Number 2 flies out, but the charge from Tarzan secures a kill, and now both junglers suddenly open their hearts to blood in this game 1.
Yeah, I'm surprised Zika didn't just pop the ultimate a little bit sooner there to try and dissuade Allah's all in, especially as he knew that Tarzan was more than likely going to be on this top side, because there is a control ward at the back of the Wolves pit there on LNG's side, so they should have been able to spot which side of the map that the Poppy was on, but does get caught out. Tarzan will now steal away the blue. Might end up in a pretty alright spot now that he's got at least a kill back in the favor of LNG. But IG, as you can already see, a gold lead. That dragon is starting off nicely for Invictus Gaming.
And Dagda as well. Doombee's about to hit 6, but not important as we talk about the 6 in the top lane that Arla played nicely.
Yeah, I feel like if you already start the ultimate here, you should be able to get like a decent amount of healing off, get the Conqueror stacked a little bit earlier, and potentially get the kill onto Arla. It looked like Zika was trying to be a little bit greedy and waiting for the mini-nar to come through from Allah before he wanted to look for the all-in, but when you know that you're more than likely going to have Tarzan on that top side, you just should pop the ult, even just from a healing perspective as well from the get-go.
True. In fact, it was so slow means he dies and Tarzan gets Predator boots with the Lucidity here upgraded. So this Poppy on the board with level 6, but Shun's used this window once again as he appears towards the top side to invade the jungle. Still ahead in the CS game, and Dagda, I could say that about all lanes right now as they move up to the Herald, start this one off. And LNG are going to be slow to the play considering that Tarzan and Doombee are quite far away.
Oh, I Wandy.
Wow. shield goes up, though. Dredgeline flashed away from. Winter's Bite doesn't connect. Here's the Weaver's Wall. Doombees, he flies across it, and Light joining in as well. They turn heads onto the other side. It's Ala who's about to go on the Meganar just in time, but it may not matter. Short on the back of the play, trying to poke them out as the needlework now starts hidden away. Ueko's already down, but the zombie form Scion returns as Shun's now in the middle of this, but I don't know what he's going to do with the flash away, the seismic shove. Wink joins in, the bullet time on to Doombe, the flash over. Wink wants the movement speed, but it's in Doombe's nature. There's a spear. Yep, no, not going to connect. And LNG get turned on once again, but the trade seems to be in their favor.
I mean, messy fight from IG. Try to take the skirmish when you actually don't have Wink in the area. So 5 members of LNG show up and put IG in the dirt. Advantage now when it comes towards the kills for LNG. But with IG being that little bit healthier, they will be able to secure this Rift Herald. So at least in future times, we might see IG being able to equal up for the kill difference, but we'll have to see as we watch in the replay. A couple of different things here. I actually got a bit worried when I wanted exhaust Xin Lu here to try and get the slow to help Light get into position, but you don't really get much out of this. So when Xin Lu then flashes, they can actually get the kill onto Ala before he gets the Mega Gnar off, which makes this fight a little bit more easier. But again, you can see like Zika is in the middle here, but there's just you've already got Light in the fight, Wink on his way to the fight, so IG are just fighting at too big of a numbers disadvantage, and eventually Wink shows up, but it is just that bit too late.
Yeah, it flashes over the wall, the commitment's sad, but still, as you mentioned, the Herald there is flashing the bottom lane, seismic shove. Sorry, it's a charge against the wall, but it doesn't matter. He's butted, he's hit, and Light picks up the kill, and Dagda for LNG, their early game really ramping up here now that Doombe's 6, and now that Tarzan is unleashed.
I mean, a lot of this is coming from Tarzan. The fact that he's actually able to find so many of these engages. He got to play topside, now moving around to bot lane as well. Like, Tarzan is putting in work in this early game. So I'm kind of, oh, actually, we're just getting a replay on the bottom side. Looks like, yeah, Shindu getting caught out in mid lane as well. So yeah, while we're in the other replay, so messy stuff across the board from IG, and LNG doing a great job to punish.
He went through a bounce now. Shinliu got sent left, sent to the right, and sent away to the graveyard once again. 0-2 start here on the Nautilus, but note that across the board, IG not looking too healthy here. They're down 1,000 gold after Shun got a successful topside gank, and now it is only Shun Dagda who leads the charge here with kills. They might have a CS advantage, as we talked about before, but still LNG in a healthy place, and I was going to ask you how it progresses from here when you're the team that's netted yourself a pretty comfortable early game.
I'm going to hold on to this because I don't know if we're going to get a fight over this filter.
Might. Yep, thank you. Ala's ulti, and he just takes it away. So, Dagda, my question's still there, and now you have to answer it.
Yeah. So, I think from LNG side, you're pretty much on a good path here. You've got Light with 2 kills. He's starting to scale. You can use the fact you got push now for Doombe and mid to start to play around the spot side. Make sure that you're able to take these last 2 turret plates as well. And that's why you see IG trying to respond to this, because they know that even with the Rift Herald, they can't really put that down anywhere else on the map, because it means that LNG just commit to players on the bottom side and trade turret plates. So I think from LNG side, kind of just keep on keeping on at the moment, trying to play around the spot lane. When it looks across at IG, I think that's where the real question marks start to come in. Because ideally, you'd like to try and play around these dragons, but because you've got Wink behind and not really in a position to try and carry fights, you need to rely on Zika, who honestly isn't in a great spot yet either. So from IG, this is what I was kind of talking about with their mixed identity. Because they don't have Wink in a good spot, they can't really play around Wink, but your scaling from Uekai and Zika isn't there yet.
As Uekai is going to be spotted out here. Tarzan waiting in the brush, just hoping someone comes into him. Now IG using a bit of that bot side push to get back onto Dragon. A Dagda on the other side. We're speaking about IG's mixed identity, but I want to note that for LNG, we talked a lot about Dragons and setting up their timings. For now, they're just going to push mid themselves, but lose yet another Dragon in this early game.
Yeah, so 2 dragons go the way of IG. I want to see what LNG are going to do with this. They're stealing away the blue buff at the moment, and are accidentally going to let it reset, so they may not even get the blue buff. Doombe got to start that up again, but they're not trading like turret plates and topside. They're not really doing anything, so it's not only the fact that they're trying to just get blue. I mean, late resets mean they may actually lose the tower on bot side here as well.
And even the ult here as Tarzan sends the Herald away, back into the river. Now becomes a neutral that wants to help IG. The charge will still come through. He's bought a bit of time here, Dagda, but IG stick around. The charge goes through, and with a slither of HP left on the turret, the gold is shared. So buying a bit of time, but the response isn't going to be too much in LNG's favor as Wink still gets first turret blood, 6-10 to the Misfortune, who is now going to be shaping that first item with the next back.
Yeah, it felt like LNG just weren't willing to fight for the Dragon without the Gale Force complete on towards Light. And maybe we start to see a different idea from them now that you've got that completed. But the problem is that you're looking across and saying, okay, well, with the goal that Wink just picked up, he's now actually getting back into this, despite the fact that he's 2 kills behind. He already has the Eclipse halfway up towards the Manamune as well. And if you try to fight towards the Rift Herald on top side, that's when you're kind of leaning in towards Zika's territory, where I think Zika with the Rift Herald can actually be a bit of a nuisance for Light and prevent him from actually getting a ton of that damage off in the fight with that Hollowed Mist. So you've actually got to be pretty careful with LNG, how you try and play around this Rift Herald when it's up in just over a minute and a half's time.
And when the vision's getting choked out a bit as well, right? Like, Shun has been on a tear. Has the second highest vision score tied with Wink, but it's just been good control wards, good setup of vision around the neutrals. And as they go deeper into the enemy jungle, with that Night Harvester picked up against the Chem Tank Poppy, Shun once again wants to play a direction as Arla puts the ward in, but it might be a little bit too late. The Hop trying to time it here, but as Shun gets the auto and takes yet a turret shot, the depth charge means they're going to commit, and Shinliu taking 1-2 turret shots. Yeah, he goes golden, but Shun now flashes. Zika now heading back as well. TP burnt, and Invictus Gaming, that dive was messier than a 4-year-old child getting spaghetti on their pants.
Yeah, I mean, they've started flinging it out of the pram here, and LNG, they're just catching it.
Where's the mum? Well, as Tarzan's running forward, that could be the dad here because Yuekai is going to be charging away. Maybe a little bit too real, Dagda, as he gets out. Ult burn, but that was just a pile of mess at the daycare.
And now you just end up giving the Rift Herald across LNG. You just said, hey, there's an opportunity for IG to try and play around Wink with the bullet time and do these cool things, but no, it's completely out of the question now. And Shun, I find a bit more.
Oh, missed the spear at melee range, though. Shun still pouncing forward. Shinlu coming in with the dredge line, but Doomby is just trying to buy his own time as the spear, again, not going to connect. Light, Gale forcing forward. The ultimate comes through, and so's too from Wink as the spear once again. Shun, stop cosplaying here. We all know as who, as Wink dodges away. Good sidestep there from Iwandi. And Ulta just flying across the rift of this 9-kill game that spotted no kills for the last 2 hilarious plays.
Someday, someone will hit something. But that day is not today. As
Oh,
IG... Shun, what are you doing?
Pounce. He missed the pounce. He missed the pounce.
Oh.
He missed the pounce over the wall, Dagda. That is a solo bolo that just sucks to watch. IG lost Wink as well. And this is not what you'd say Mojo. This is not a Mojo game from IG. It is just all going downhill very fast.
From Mojo to So-So to a very low. This has just been just a general decline from IG. This is... I don't know what's happening, man. Like, Shouldn't getting caught out. You get another member of IG caught out in River. Like, LNG aren't doing anything. Like, they're not doing anything spectacular. They're kind of just meeting IG in weird places that IG shouldn't be. Like, yeah, I don't know, man. And then Wink, I don't know what this positioning is either. Like, just walking straight through River where you know Shun has just died. Like, this is just... You're never in a good spot here.
Remember when you're like, where's the engage on LNG? And you said, you know, there's so many situations where for IG, like, they can keep creating space. But if you walk into a Poppy... See, that's the problem, Dagda. Walking into a Poppy and giving a wall, that makes it a bit easy for LNG. And I think right now, despite not having 2 dragons, easy is the nature of this game as LNG moving towards River. Spears finally connecting here from Shun once again, but for LNG looking to make their way through with Arlo about to go Mega Nut too.
Ooh, Arlo been caught.
Yeah, but he's going to go Mega, and the problem is with a full-on engage here, as he ult against the wall, he's still out, he's still there, the needlework flying through, but Yuekai can't get the target. LNG sent another ultimate in Light's version of Gravitum. The Moonlight Vigil enables the 2-man lockdown as Poke still flies through, and at least Shun has healing. But messy engage coming through to say the least as Dragon up 3 is going to start, and teleport's coming in. The hammer away. Thank you, says Tarzan. No jungler in the pit. LNG bursted away. Yuekai flashes as well. Spear does not connect, and Tarzan is just yoinking this game from under IG's foot.
I mean, this This is just going real messy from IG. So I was about to say, IG can actually try and use the range here if they want to just keep poking. You got Shun there, you can do some damage. You don't have to try and rush the play because you want to try and set up correctly for Wink's ultimate, but they basically did neither. They saw Allah coming in on the flank and they try to turn onto him. So Wink's ultimate does nothing. You've got no real setup in the front line either here. Everyone has to flash over the wall. And Shun, so by the way, Shun nearly steals this. Like, I wonder if he hadn't thrown up that Unbreakable, that spear would have stole the dragon because Tarzan didn't have smite.
That's true. It's still great play, right? I need to be positive about LNG because you're right, Dagda. They haven't done anything that screams like, oh my god, LNG are just like playing this so cleanly. But they're good enough where the names on this team, the individual skill, are punishing Invictus Gaming in this first game of the series. And with a 2.5k gold lead, with how you said LNG wanted to coast this one along, they're doing just fine with 2 items now on Doomby, 2 items about to come up on Light, another turret going down. And for Invictus Gaming right now, Dagda, when you have a Nidalee that falls behind a Misfortune that does the same, please tell me what this comp hopes to do as we stroll into the 4th, 5th Dragons into the mid game.
I mean, realistically, you still have a ton of damage that can come out from Wink on this Misfortune ultimate. We're still at a point where he's relevant, but we are starting to teeter past that now because Zika is probably going to be the main person that I'm starting to look at on IG to see if he can carry fights. If he can get onto Light, you're lacking a ton of damage on LNG side, so it's going to be on Zika to see if he can actually get access to the LNG AD carry. Otherwise, I think LNG are in a really good spot. Like, once they have control of the game like this, and they're able... Oh, hang on.
Well, Tarzan, you speak of control, but actually, yeah, look, into the wall! Back to the combo I talked about. Shinlu has to flash away, so the depth charge comes through as well, but Iwandi's door is up. Engage on the backside as they find Doomby. Hang on, LNG. We know this story as Light's still poking them down. A Gale Force away from Uekai. And IG still have a numbers advantage, but for LNG, pressing forward, hoping that Ala gets into Meganar. With the flash available, he can make some work as against the wall. Uekai's not tanky enough, turning into zombie for Ala. They're all backwards, right into the yeet of LNG. It's perfectly done as a flash onto Zika. Ala returning to form bit here in game number 1. As it looks so perfect to round out that fight.
I mean, that could be Baron now for LNG as well as they start to move over. Should be, because it's on an ocean map, a couple of those honey blossom or honey fruits around the place, but may not even go for it. Just going to instead tank it up. And I mean, with nobody around on IG for quite a bit, maybe they can take this. Although actually TP available for Uekai, 15 seconds on Zika, and not really the best guns for Light in this situation. He even has the tank, which means he's doing reduced damage to Baron.
True. But the good thing is that ward expires, so this one a little bit more predictable. Doomby's there with the seismic shove to zone him out. They pull off a Baron. They pull off a Baron, Dagda. Uekai's solo TP is, I guess, a saving grace as LNG just didn't feel confident enough to keep going.
Yeah, I mean, Light didn't have the best guns, and when you tank Baron, you don't deal as much damage to it, but you'll see here, I think Doomby, unfortunately, just misses with the wall. Could have tried to catch a few more people, but as you say, Tarzan getting a good engage against the wall. The ult missing here from Tarzan, though, means that Doomby does end up falling, but once the combo from Wink is out and Zika is taken low, you've no more damage in this. Like, Wink's auto-attack damage is pretty much negligible at this stage, and Ala does a really good job of catching people with these boomerangs to set up again for Tarzan's engage. Good steadfast presence to prevent IG from following up, and a great Gnar from Ala to allow Light to finish off these low health members.
Well, LNG getting a pain in IG's side at this point. The kills go down as we come back. Just a quick reminder, the Baron might not have fallen, but we got Dragon up in another 40 seconds, Dagda, and it's a 4k gold lead. LNG picked up the last one. They still have those items brewing a lot quicker than IG staff. And I know you talked about the damage that comes through from Light, onto Light, I should say. But as we saw in the last fight, it's so hard to catch him unawares, as there's so many frontliners for LNG. Ala, Tarzan, Iwandi, all in the way between Invictus Gaming and the Civilians.
I will say, though, LNG do have to try and start either a fight at this dragon in 8 seconds fast, or burn that dragon down very quickly, which is why you can see they're trying to get deep wards here against IG, because if IG are able to post up and start, getting Wink from a good position over the wall, ulting into the pit, Shun getting some spear damage, they would actually be in a pretty bad spot. But IG, know that they just don't have control over this bot side, so they back away. They let that second dragon go over, and suddenly these ocean dragons are becoming an issue now for IG, because a lot of their damage is from long range, trying to play out through Wink and Shun. But when you've got the ocean dragons that can let you heal back up, it makes things a hell of a lot easier.
I'm not going to lie, when you started talking about, you know, the setup there and what we kind of want to see, the mini-map expanded, and I thought, hang on, did you bring the LEC tech with you, you know, back to the LPL? Like, are we going to see some circles, nice little arrows drawn on the mini-map? But unfortunate. I feel like we're there soon, and at some point, our English broadcast is going to have to deal with lines being drawn on by the Chinese side, and you know, we're going to have a tech upgrade there, so I'm looking forward to the day. But irrelevant to what you were saying, because the core of what you're saying here is that still for LNG, despite being able to get caught out, the damage to come through from IG, the Ocean Soul matters so much. And in 4 minutes' time, we get to see if they move to Soul Point. But for now, LNG trying to bait up the Baron start. And IG are here. They're clued in. But as Doomby gets tagged by a spear, IG know they have to keep the space. Tarzan, Predators back in. Don't find the pullers. Doomby's wall, not the greatest. Wink and Zika can still get out, and so can Shinryu. Now that Yukai's in the back line as well, they want to pincer maneuver onto LNG. Dredge line to connect onto Tarzan, who's not tanky enough for Shun. Jumps back on in. Tarzan, I wanted the front liners, but now is Doomy in an awkward position, but Ueka's ult, even awkwarder. Wink, the awkwardest ult, as Gravitum is given free. Light's ulti misses as well. Dagda, everything's missing, except maybe now Doomy as the seismic shove redeems, but everybody missing. However, LNG have more steam in the tank.
I mean, now IG are missing 2 members as well, which means LNG are going to move over towards this Baron. And yeah, I mean, I was waiting a long time for Wings Ultimate to try and go, but I mean, I don't think that could have been a worse timing. And now LNG, again, like LNG are playing these fights well. It's just that it looks so much smoother because IG just haven't been able to find the success. Ala just going to dive, Uekai.
The flash! Okay, Uekai, I respect the effort, but Ala with a solo kill and Baron now picked up. Dagda, you're going to get a replay to walk me through even further, because this game is something else, man. Let's look at the misses to start.
Again, like Shinryu, I don't mind or engaging here onto Steadfast Press. You just want somebody to take the fight. But here is like, all right, Wink, I want these ultimates to go down. Ults, you can start the ult anytime ult. But like, he ends up leaving it so late that everyone on LNG has already moved out of position. And it means that when Shinryu goes to re-engage, the damage is already done here. Like, it's... And the problem is, again, because they haven't fully opted in towards like range or scaling or anything along those lines, LNG are able to close that gap because IG have already committed to going in towards melee range. And once Ala is able to land a couple of these slows, it's just so easy then for LNG to chase down IG.
I mean, the Randuins helps out with that, right? Like, Q, Randuins, Ala also chasing as we see one of our own with Tarzan in the mid lane. That Predator off the cooldown continuously being repeated as they open up the inner turret, and LNG continue to pursue their track down the mid lane. Weaver's Wall from Doomby to zone off as that will quickly disappear, and LNG will be stopped here for now, as at least the poke deals with the minion wave, and at least Zika is trying to make a trade of his own, but what are they going to lose in response?
I mean, they'll... Oh, Ala!
Okay, well, back into the back line, and Shun now has to flash away, but he's about to die. The Winter's Bite secures that. Concussive blows OP as Wink now versus 3. He flashes away, buying his own time. The bullet time comes out, however, late to get a trade, but LNG still healthy enough with 4 members in. Zika now standing here strong, but LNG, they're going to get what they came for. More blood, the inhibitors, and Dagda at tattered bases. I don't think they're stopping here.
Now, I mean, Tarzan going to step up. Zika already has to pop the Hallowed Mist, which means Light can go ham if he ever gets a chance here.
And LNG just going to poke them out. IG, this is your base falling. Nexus now exposed. And I guess we want to preserve the KDAs as Tarzan ults for the sake of it. And the kills on Zika to finish off the game. GG for LNG in game number 1, but that was a doozy, to say the least.
I wasn't a big fan of the draft from IG, and their execution left a lot to be desired, but looking across at LNG, I mean, this was pretty good, right? Tarzan had a really good early game, making sure that he's able to play through the top side, getting advantages in the spot lane as well. And when you look at how they were able to move around the map for that early Rift Shard as well, they end up with the numbers advantage there. So honestly, like LNG, kind of playing towards their strengths a lot better than we've kind of seen from them in the past. So definitely a bit of I'll say a half step up for LNG in this game.
Yeah, and a lot of people get a wrong idea, right? Not criticizing LNG, but still, this is a team that we kind of had those expectations of come spring, come their debut together as a team. Doomby having a phenomenal performance, and we didn't get to talk about it much in that game, Dagda, but number 1 in MVPs right now, 6 MVPs. LNG, outside of Doomby, their next highest MVP achiever is Light at 2. So there's a reason that Doomby keeps pulling up MVP after MVP in a field of mess that is LNG in some of these series. At the very least, Doomby still stands tall. But on the other side, this is not the IG we knew to be quite clinical with some of their fights stacked up. Bloodthirsty, yet also, I think, tempered with their aggression. This game number 1 was very messy, and it didn't look like the IG we've been trying to hype up.
Yeah, and it's kind of sad to see. I mean, it felt like the wheels came off for IG there. I mean, the Braum was a good answer into the misfortune, where Wink wasn't quite able to get himself set up in the manner that he wanted to a lot of the times. But I don't really feel like IG played towards their strengths, which was like trying to find the poke and using the range advantage that they had. And again, kind of the biggest gripe that I had from them in the direction that they decided to take in their drafts. But to give LNG their due, like the third dragon that we saw LNG actually fighting for, they had a good flank position coming in from Ala, where they were trying to make sure there wasn't ways for IG to use that range, but unfortunately for IG, they kind of gave the engage that LNG were missing in a lot of situations, because like Doomby's walls weren't phenomenal. You know, we had a couple of those combos that you pointed out, Hysterics, with the like wall into the charge coming through from Tarzan, but they weren't exactly the game changers. It was more kind of IG engaging into the meat grinder that was Light.
Yeah, when you said like, where's the phenomenal engage from LNG? And it didn't matter because IG are the ones, as you just said, that gave it to them. So it feels like IG in this first game, a bit off kilter. It's sad to see, considering that Shun had 100% ban rate against him with the Nidalee. It finally gets through, and we could see its potential, but with the rest of Invictus Gaming, it's hard, Dagda, when you don't have that set up, when you get the first couple of kills, but these skirmishes were just a couple of oopsie daisies that put it in the other direction.
Yeah, I mean, it was never really able to lean into their strengths, right? We talk about like Shun maybe having the opportunity to invade with the Nidalee. All right, well, now we've got a lane in top and a lane in mid that can't really get priority. You look at, okay, well, maybe we can try and play for dragons. Well, we're not really getting the fights we want to dragons. The first Rift Tower that comes up, well, we don't actually have Wink, who's our main damage dealer at this point of the game there. Yeah. So it kind of felt like IG didn't really know what they wanted to achieve with this composition, whereas LNG were willing to wait it out, play for their late game with Light, and win out.
Yeah, so at this point, we've got to ask, what's in store for the rest of the series, because LNG taking away a clean 27-minute win, or clean enough that it felt like they were always in charge or in somewhat control. We'll go to a break. When we return, hopefully IG give us a little more. Otherwise, LNG are going to make it a quick series to open up our night. See you soon.
白色迷雾中找光线，
谁甘愿在沉默中妥协？困住翅膀，
也要飞得更远。
尝过现实中的锤炼，嘲笑声也不过是雨点。勇者的入场券，拒绝最廉价的言言。剩多少次吹了过，让独行总有一天会被看见。想升高全世界，拥有生而无畏的信念，粉碎极限，阳光之间穿透这片黑夜，才耀眼。悲叹血液，换来胆怯，心中永远燃着炽烈的火，不熄灭。
全世界，拥有生而无畏的信念，粉碎极限，向光之间穿透这片黑夜，太耀眼，沸腾血液，何来胆怯？心中永远燃着炽烈的火，不熄灭。有多苦有多痛也不怨，流的泪受过的伤都会终结。被否定被拒绝多少遍，挡不住勇气疯狂蔓延。一颗心一双脚都疲惫，这条路不走到尾绝不停歇。每个你每个我很渺小，却有生而无畏的信念，战胜一切，向光之间穿透这片黑夜，才耀眼，展翅闪电，点亮世界，心中永远燃着炽烈的火，不熄灭。We're free, I don't look back. With me, we stay on track. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much for you to do. Are you ready to
当前版本的话，就上单尽量让打野队友玩的舒服一些吧，然后多靠队友。对线 LNG 上单的话就稍微稳一点嘛，因为他们是前面比较喜欢做事情的。
I just have so much respect, Dagda, for the hairstyle, for the approach. Honestly, like I can relate because sometimes I just get out of bed and I go outside and I go, yeah, forget it. We'll let nature take care of the rest. And on shampoo days, nature's resting in there. Honestly, great stuff. Great stuff. I think MVP actually should probably go to Zika. What do you reckon? MVP.
I mean, Zika, just for the hair alone, definitely. But unfortunately, things got a bit hairy for IG. So we actually have to look at our other MVP, which is his counterpart in Allah. Allah,
True.
looking great on the Gnar. An absolute beast. Managing to smack a few folks around, scoop them, send them straight into the waiting arms of his teammates. It was really good from Allah. I mean, this guy just looked great.
I mean, it's his first MVP. And Dagda, he looked great. It's something we haven't really said much of this split. Even last split, I think he had a monstrously, subpar experience. So I feel like this time around, giving him a compliment is something that we haven't done since, Worlds 2021 or 2021 summer?
Yeah, it's been a while since Allah's looked really, really good. And honestly, the whole of LNG. But I like the way there's been, great moments for Allah, and all we're really getting is a Shun low light rather than some of the great engages Allah had.
Yeah, because I feel like Shun getting caught out, starting to plays. This is one of them, Dagda. Yeah, we get to backtrack on this a little bit, which is nice because this was definitely the hypest moment. And we can just quickly talk about IG coming out of some of these replays because it started really nicely. This early game for the Nidalee, it was like, okay, they're on track. But then a couple of mistakes. IG kind of shot themselves in the foot. As you were saying in game, it wasn't like LNG were making outrageously good plays until, past 20 minutes. IG shooting themselves in the foot in the first couple of objectives.
And that's where the problem came from. A lot of it stemmed from that initial Rift Herald play, where you end up seeing IG trying to contest. Wink is late on the rotation, which honestly should never be the case. But unfortunately, just the fact that Wink wasn't there meant you didn't get that big ultimate. You didn't get to play around that early spike coming through from the Misfortune. And from that, you end up with several kills for LNG's bot lane, which is then able to take over.
Well, as we swap sides, all I can say is this. Let's see if the draft this time pleases you a bit more, because I know you were upset with how it rounded out from IG, as LNG do ban away the Nidalee at the end of the day, but things like Lucian's still available, Dagda, Kalista was also a stage 1 ban, so IG actually going to leave them both open in favor of taking away Doomby's Corki.
Interesting to see the respect that's been given to the Silas here for
first.
Uikai. We haven't actually seen Uikai pick this up, this split, but obviously must be something that's coming through from solo queue or something along these lines. And we'll have to see as this starts to roll on. The Renata, though, I think works great, especially with Kalista kind of being the big carry that's left open. Unless Wink wants to try and take that for himself on the bot side, because we have seen the combo of that Kalista Amumu. We've seen Kalista Renata. These are both super potent combinations that you could look for here on either side.
So, steal is your biggest question, and on the other side, if they're giving Kalista Renata, what's IG going to have a response with? Because a lot of the time, Dagger, I think you and I were discussing it last time, Lucian Nami is seen as something that, one, LPL bottom laners don't really favor as much, and two, something that has been smashed by the Kalista Renata lane too.
Yeah, the only thing I can consider is maybe they want to go for something like the Draven. If that's the case, I mean, Wink is a Draven player, right? But yeah, it looks like they're going to steal away the Kalista, which means chances are we're going to see the Amumu as well, which honestly I think is a really just strong combination at the moment. The only thing is that Renata, when you are going for these kind of dive combinations, can work exceptionally well in that case in trying to slow down the pace of that. Aphelios, also a good answer into the Kalista as well, so I wouldn't mind to see the Amumu just to try and get some early pressure on this map and try and find these team fights before this combo between the Renata and the Aphelios comes online late game.
Well, Shinlia's ready to have a tantrum. Just note that last time around we saw this on IG, it was Wink who piloted it, with Arn coming in playing the Kalista. Now, I don't know if there's a secret handshake here for the bottom lane of IG, Dagda, so I'm going to leave that open to thought. But assuming this time that it is actually just Wink that picks up the Callista again. We can talk about that as we round out drafts, because I have more important questions for you for now. And that's what we're going to see in the solo lane, considering that this time around, Ueko might have something like the Galio, something like his all-in mid laner, as he starts banning away Doombees again.
Yeah, I think we'll probably see one ban towards the top side. It was the Renekton last time for LNG. Whereas on IG side, I think you'd get rid of the Talia. You also get rid of the Azir. I think Azir would just cause a ton of issues for you. And with the short range composition that you've gone for here in the Victus Gaming side. And it would also lean into that late game scaling that LNG tend to favor. So we'll have to see if that is going to be the game plan. But as you said, I thought we'd actually see LNG go for like top lane ban, then the Galio ban, but they are leaving it open, which is a pretty terrifying combination, I must say, when you've already got that Amumu locked in. A Galio in on top of that is going to cause a lot of issues, but it does mean that your early game damage profile is pretty much all in on Wink and maybe a little bit from Shun. So we'll have to see if they want to index that heavily into having so little damage.
And they're not even going to take it off with the final ban as well. So further to your point, a nice way to round it out, considering that Uekai is such an initiator for IG. The Azir would be left field here. Maybe more of a takeaway from Doombe, as they banned it in the first game. They're worried about him picking it up. And IG just say that we need to make sure he doesn't get it.
Yeah, I mean, it does mean that you've got a weird, again, profile from IG side, where you've got, you know, very early damage coming through on the bottom side. You've got a mid laner that doesn't really lend itself towards early skirmishes, or at least you can try and get some priority in the mid lane to lean in towards dragons, but it's not exactly the best way for you to play. So I'm kind of surprised again by the way that IG are trying to optimize their bridges to the late game, but we'll have to see it goes. On the other side, LNG, Tarzan going to opt back in towards the Poppy, which honestly I think is a great shout when you've got so many things that like to dash, and even just trying to avoid as many of these engages coming through from the Mumu as well. Looks like we're going to get some decent disengage potentially here for the Gragas, which would be for Doombe in the mid lane, which is kind of popping. I'm 100% down for this. So yeah, I like what LNG have gone for. Again, it's like team fight, very simplistic, decent engage, good disengage, everything you should kind of want here. So I think they're going to be in a pretty good spot against IG once more.
I know there's a lot of people out there, though, just to backtrack, that were looking at the hover of Zoe like I was, Dagda. And I was thinking, I'm about to throw out the most important stat in this series, but as it doesn't get locked in, I can't tell everyone that Doombe in his 812 games has never played Zoe. 812 competitive games from all the world championships, from all his time on, you know, LPL since 2015 QG Reapers. We don't get to talk about it today. We don't get to see Doombe debut the Zoe on stage, but we do get to see a crazy old draft from LNG. And Dagda, I want you to run me through now with the Fiora up in the top lane, what this achieves for IG, because we have a mix of scaling and, as you said, mix of identities coming through for game 2.
Yeah, I mean, Zika can have a reasonably good time against the Gnar if he's able to proc these vitals and get that chase down, but it definitely becomes more of a, hey, after first item, where Fiora can get a little bit of that control in that lane, especially kind of looking like level 9, level 10, and where she's got full cooldown reduction on her her lunges as well, makes things a hell of a lot easier. But it doesn't, again, fill me with a lot of confidence for IG just playing towards what has been their strengths, which is team fights. You've got an Azir that wants to scale into the late game. You got a Fiora that can do reasonably well in team fights now with the durability buffs, because you can see that oftentimes she has a little bit more health to actually get the ultimate proc off, which then gets a ton of healing in. Grievous Wounds being nerfed makes that even more so of a problem. So I think that that's where you're probably going to see IG try and look to, but again, it just feels a bit all over the place from IG with, I mean, you don't have a front line to set up for Uekai, to set up for Wink. I don't know. It just, nothing on IG seems cohesive here. Whereas when I look across at LNG, we've already said, like, super simple, front to back team fight, good engage, great disengage. Like, it's everything you kind of want here from your squad.
And we've got a Gragas mid. So you add on to that layer the 10th unique champion for Doombe. And once again, the MVP target of what has been the strongest MVP leader in our league. Mind you, 6 here, first in the league. I feel like he could have gotten it for the first game, but of course, Ala picked that one up. But Doombe, he's gone for the phase rush here, Dagda. And up against Uekai, I'm just curious to see this laning phase, because this AP and Gragas hits you very surprisingly in the early stages of the lane.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to get a decent amount of push. Although, like, you can, get a decent amount of push usually with the Gragas, but because you are up against the Azir, has a ton of range, should be able to just try and play around that in the early stages and get this initial shove. But honestly, I think we'll probably see a very similar story from LNG that we saw in the last game, where they take it easy in the early stages. They're not really going to be massively proactive. Maybe Tarzan looks for a couple of ganks here and there, but realistically, they're waiting for the mid game where you have Gragas with the Everfrost, Ala will have his Divine Sunder or Triforce, and Light as well even should have at least a Gale Force to his name.
So let's reiterate again. So for IG, you want to see the ball rolling to keep the game off, Dagda, because you said that because it's not cohesive, because it's a bit all over the place. At the very least, we know Viego, Fiora, you like Kalista. These are lanes that want to get the party started early on and take over their respective lanes.
Yeah, I feel like for IG, Shun needs to play heavily around this bottom side of the map. You do have the Amumu, who's great with the ability to have this double bandage toss to find engages, but you really are not tanky on this Amumu. So if you end up in a situation where you're even and you're trying to go for these engages, oftentimes you just end up dying off of the initial play that you go for. So I want to see if Shun can actually make his way down here and try and set up for that. Although it looks like with the pathing Tarzan has gone for, was kind of expecting some sort of level 3 play to the bottom side because he's gone Red Raptors into Krugs. So maybe looking for play on the bot side here.
Maybe trying to be here at the right time as Shinryu gets the bandage toss with a handshake in, ignite down. Even without Tarzan, they might not need him. Shinryu's just like, okay, I'm dead. I want to save Wink, and first blood given over to Light Dagda. Such a rough start for IG.
Oh, looking for a handshake here as well, but not able to get it. So again, Shinryu just going for that double engage and kind of showing what I was talking about, where because you go for this glacial augment, you just don't have the stats that keep you tanky enough when you go for these initial engages. Now, Ala might feel Shun's damage.
He's only level 2, but Zeke already took a turret shot. The root against the wall, the hop to buy time. Ala's flash, beautiful as well. Onto Shun, who burns his own, but Tarzan here in the nick of time. Right where he needs to be if it comes to trade. And Tarzan, again on this Poppy, seems to be outclassing.
He's in the right place at the right time, but unfortunately it does mean that Ala will end up going down. So TP's back to lane, bit of a CS disadvantage. Tarzan now trying to look to get onto Zika, but Zika got the kill. So at least IG now with that should have given a little bit of wiggle room to Zika to try and play through this lane a bit easier. But now LNG are looking mid.
Can they find anything? I mean, Light has obviously been spotted out of lane. Uekai is playing it safe, and it is an Azir. As Tarzan goes for the invade, Dagda, he's going to take away one of Shun's camps as he's going to spot him right about now with the control ward going down, but Tarzan's already got the camp in mind, and he'll have himself a bit of a CS lead as well, Dagda, as we look at the bottom side play where Shinryu started this one off.
Yeah, so, I mean, Shinryu tries to go aggressive, but Wink not really on the same page. Not able to get any sort of damage followed up, especially with a wave that big. You don't really want to be trying to play into that. So Shinryu just completely caught out, and then here, Ala tries his damnedest to make this happen. I was surprised that they had the ability to try and take down Ala, because I thought this terror damage was going to ramp up way more than it did, but with Tarzan coming in, they're able to get shut off the backline.
And so the trade goes over, as you said, denying a bit of CS in the top lane. So a good start for Zika, who picks up the first blood, but, well, not the first blood, the response in the top lane for IG. But as you were saying, we also saw the bottom lane play. We saw that Light is now in a massive position. 10 CS up here as we just keep watching mid. Doomby and Uekai battling it out for the time being, and nothing much more to say than that. But there's Berserker Greaves already in that bottom lane. Wink is behind, and we know that LNG had a pretty decent Aphelios in the last game, and once again just pacing themselves towards a nice start to this second game.
And this is what we're talking about for LNG. It's more so about trying to play through these lanes rather than looking for any sort of, well, I was going to say big objectives, but LNG, with the push they have on bot side and also having the push in mid, Doomby is going to be able to roam over. So they're actually going to look, but Doomby relatively low on mana, and with Shinryu being level 3, I don't know if IG can actually take this fight.
Maybe it doesn't matter because Uekai now has no health bar, so Doomby uses what's left and still has another rotation. Shinryu goes in for the bandage toss, but damage reduction from Doomby, that's so easily done to his death. IG not on the same page, especially after Uekai got bursted down, Dagda. Like, what is going on with this team in this series? Yeah,
Shinryu does not look comfortable in this Amumu. Like, you are incredibly squishy on this pick. Like, a lot of people think, oh, well, you know, when Mumu's great, he Banditos is in, he's able to soak a ton of damage. That's when he builds tank. That's when he's taking things like Aftershock. When you take the Glacial Augment, you don't have that tanky stats built in. So even managing to connect onto Doomby with the Bandage Toss means it's like the worst possible target to try and set up onto.
As Wink now has to cleanse, but it's early. It's early with the bailout. Light gets so much damage across. Thank you to his miniature turret. And now, all of a sudden, Wink is down a summoner, and it can't get worse at this point, Dagda. It can't get worse for IG, surely.
I mean, this doesn't even feel like an IG game right now. I mean, you got Uakai on a late game damage dealer rather than some sort of facilitator. Shun as well being on something that he can't be massively proactive on in the Viego. And the only thing that actually makes it feel like an IG game is more like what we saw at the start of the split, where the bot lane is struggling in the 2v2. Not sure if I've lost hysterics or just can't hear him.
Hey, I might be back. You know what they say about OC internet, and none of it is broadcast appropriate. So I am back. My feed has frozen, Dagda. So while I get that sorted, you're gonna have to take it. It's solo cast Dagda time. Hit the stage.
I'm ready. So here we go. So Yukai just moving back over towards the mid lane. Shinlu though is gonna spot out LNG, who are trying to stop him getting this freeze off. Will be able to do so, so the wave is going to eventually crash into the tower. But I think the big thing that we're looking at now is in 30 seconds time, that Rift Herald is going to spawn. And it looks like, at least from the moment, Light is going to move back down towards the spot side of the map. Iwandi, I imagine, is going to roam towards mid, look to help Doomby get control over this mid lane, and then try and move over in towards the Rift Herald. But we'll have to see, because I feel like without Light here, LNG can't really go for the fight, and Wink has actually set up a slow push on the bot side, so IG can look to try and move members up to this top end.
Well, Dagger, I can tell you I'm back, so thank you for the solo cast. Honestly, if you wanted to take it the whole time, if you weren't, you know, feeling ill, a bit
if my
under
voice
weather,
could handle it. Yeah.
That's true, dude. That's true. But to be fair, one of us will break before the end of the night, even if it's only a 4-game night. You and I struggling a little bit, as I said on Twitter. We got a fever. But it wasn't about more cowbell, it was about more Dagda casts. As we fill in the gaps, IG are going to move down to the bottom side, and as you said, the movement from LNG going to be questioned a bit here, but they're going to converge in, and for Shinliu, he still doesn't have his ultimate, Dagda.
Oh, the flash going to miss, though.
But now Shinliu is spotted out. Doomby's here, his explosive cast, and once again,
God.
I mean, it's horrible. LNG win top side as well. What more do you say? IG, where is the spark gone? Where's the magic? It's like going to Disneyland and all the rides are shut.
Yeah, this is not...
Oh my god.
Oh,
Okay,
God.
well. Uekai adding insult to injury. Emperor's Divide. He's got flash available, but that ulti now burned. He has to give up on the top lane, and Arla's going to keep beating this away. Well, look at the bottom lane, Dagda. Both side lanes are a travesty, and this is not the IG I've been hyping up all split long. This is not the IG where I'm like, man, they've got Mojo, they've got Sass. IG right now, bleh, that's what I'm thinking. Uekai is about to die. Arla with a turret shot, he will still die himself, but I mean, you're adding a little bit of insult to forever injury.
Yeah, I'm just glad that IG's mental broke before my voice did on this cast. That's the one positive I'm taking from this. But again, I mean, it's LNG actually doing relatively well, right?
Yeah.
We're seeing them coordinated around dragons. They got the Mountain Dragon. We're seeing them coordinated around the Rift Herald. Like, they are actively trying to set up for these plays. And look, you can still see Ala going for some of these fun plays as well. But Tarzan on this Poppy has been absolutely spectacular. And when we highlighted the jungle matchup at the start of the day, saying, hey, look, Shun has been the one that's more proactive. Shun has been the one that's been getting help from his team. Tarzan has been the one in the firm driver's seat in this matchup all series long.
Yeah, the Poppy 2 games in a row. First game, close to 100% kill participation. And the second one, once again, it seems like he's doing so much work as Light now with the ulti onto Wink. Look at the damage. Gravitum's already been burnt out, and Light's not going to commit anything else. Dagda, he doesn't have the Gale Force yet, but as he makes that back, he will, and maybe it goes a little bit differently. Forcing out Wink in the bottom lane is only the start of good news here for LNG fans. There's 2k gold lead in the first 10 minutes, a dragon under their wing, and Dagda, we don't have to talk about that narrative of LNG foregoing dragons, being all over the place. In this series, and especially in this game, they're right on top of the objective on spawn.
Yeah, this is so much more confident from LNG, and this is what has kind of been missing from their gameplay a lot is just the confidence to work as a team, play for these early objectives, and then when they get to the mid game, where a lot of the time they are just better hands than their opponents, where they can actually like have an advantage and find these moments to look for fights rather than trying to fight at a massive disadvantage. Now though, LNG looking for a dive as well here.
It's just Shinliu. He has the ultimate now, and his flash is back up and available, so that is a good news story. But by themselves, even without the Herald getting plopped down, LNG should be able to take this turret, and Wink and Shinliu are going to be walking up, but at the very least, the next wave will help do that as Arla and Zika, another 1v1 coming through. The Grand Challenge already burned and actually just procced onto Arla, but Shun now with a flank, and the Grand Challenge being down with Meganar available. I'm not sure how the dive's going to go, Dagda.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to see Arla try and step up to deal some damage, but...
Yeah, he's going Meganar. That's a heartbreaker in the nick of time. Zika manages to get out, so a close call, but worthwhile here for IG. Finally getting themselves something on this map.
Yeah, it was the best call from Arla. He wanted to try and step forward, get some damage either on the minions or onto Zika to prevent the dive because he'd hit Meganar, but maybe IG sticking around too long, but I think they should be able to get out here.
A little person with a hammer running at Zika. The Predator used, Shun spotted out, hit into the air. Doomby with the barrel, and that's easily done. The Heartbreaker's on cooldown, as we saw from the last play. As Tarzan picks up the kill, and LNG always with something to say in response. Even the Herald just speaking words.
And that's going to be so much gold over to Light. Bot tower, 3 kills, more plates on top side. Light is monstrous in this game.
Oh, yeah.
And again, who deals with him on IG? Like, Wink is already out of the equation because of how abysmal bot lane went. Uekai is waiting on several items before he really becomes relevant. And you've got no front line. So anyone who actually steps up to try and get on towards Light is just going to go into that meat grinder and cause just find themselves, I mean, completely processed by what LNG's composition wants to do.
As you said, no tank, no front line. Shinliu eventually, but if we get to 40 minutes, at this point, 50, it feels like, for IG. They're 4K goal behind all of a sudden, and that was 3 minutes in the making, Dagda. Do you remember, 3 minutes ago, I said it was only 2. As they're approaching Dragon, as they're approaching their second objective, IG were within fighting distance, but now we're just at a point where I struggle to see how they come back into this game. You talked a little bit about Uekai and Zika and what they add to the scaling of this team, but I think you're going to give me a little bit more as to how you can play this game out if you're IG and so far behind the play.
Honestly, I just don't see it. Shun might get caught out here, but if you had a core identity, I'd be like, oh yeah, cool. Maybe you can play through side with Zika, collapse on mid, but realistically, I mean, Zika's kind of far behind. Ala is in a great spot, and your engage isn't really there. Like, it doesn't feel like you have any sort of easy way back into the game other than win lane, win game.
Just watching Light because he has Flash, he has Gale Force available. Wink decided to play that one as a 50-50 as Doomby. Just seeing Uekai. I'm not sure what happened there, Dagda. I think we saw a shifting sands. Doomby did predict it here as the back was caught out onto Uekai, but now these mid laners facing off as a blast once again in the perfect place. Doomby is Tarzan. Oh my god. Well, everybody gets one.
Well, Ala needs a lot more.
Yeah, he's going to die, though. At least Grand Challenge coming through. And you're right, Dagda. Playing through this top laner seems to be the way that IG are actually clawing something back in this game. So you're on the money here, giving everything over to Zika. Shun benefiting as well. And IG might even find themselves a second turret in a game where they probably shouldn't have any.
Yeah, I mean, if you can get Zika to split push away to victory, fantastic. But I think the problem is that you're going to start to run into is that there's too many big objectives going to start coming up for LNG to just have Zika play side lane. Like, third Dragon now up in 45 seconds. You have Ala back on the map. LNG should win out in the team fight there because of how big Light is. And then when you if you want to try and play for like top tower instead, well, now you're just looking at a potential Hex Soul for LNG, which is a really poor spot to be in for IG. And you don't really get to fight this as IG either. Shinliu is level 7 compared to, which is very far behind at 15 minutes into the game. Literally only sitting on boots. Has no full item completed yet either. So this guy is not tanky in any way, shape or form. And if he's your engage tool for IG, I don't even know if he gets the ultimate off before he gets popped.
because he has to face off against Shirelias, right? Even if they're in a bad position,
Yeah.
LNG can relocate themselves. And for IG, everything needs to be perfect and lined up. I can hear what you're saying. Not tanky enough as Wink shows as well. He's not at that point. Explosive cast hits all 5 members from Doomby. Spreads them thin, and for IG, Shinryu gets the engage. It's only a 2-man Curse of the Sad Mummy. He gets Fates called safe by Wink, but here we go with the hostile takeover. Everybody starts whomping on each other, but LNG can do that so much better. Just watch Light as 2 more kills hit the dirt, and IG gets scattered. This series could be done in about 40 minutes, Dagda.
Yep. I mean, a kind of panic engage from Shin Lu there, trying to see if he could make something happen, but God, LNG are just set up perfectly. Cleanse comes through from Light. Iwandi just throws at the ult. Like, everything is just falling apart from IG, and I just don't get what these drafts have been. They haven't done themselves any favors at all.
Yeah, not towards their playstyle. Galio's open, right? Kai, it's one of his favorites. The set hovered in the first game, Dagda, which honestly would have looked so much better than something like the Zion. There are so many things we can pick apart from IG, but we don't really have to pick apart much from LNG as they are putting on a clinic here with the fat man in the mid lane, making sure everyone is under the influence of alcohol.
Yeah, forcing the flash from Wink here means that when this botched engage comes through from IG, Iwandi just flashes forward. Wink has nowhere to go and ends up kind of caught up by the hostile takeover. And even though he has the cleanse to get rid of it, it's just about slowing up for that moment so that the rest of LNG can follow through. Now 3 dragons to their name at 18 minutes into the game. I mean, how do you try and fight this IG? Because again, we said that potential win con from Zika. How, like, yes, he could potentially threaten the inhibitor turn on bot side, but he's massively overextended here. LNG could just collapse on bot if they want to, which it looks like they might try and do here. So Zika has to back off. And then in 3 minutes time, you've got to go fight again against LNG.
Yeah. And pull Rabbit out of the hat at this point. Gold back up to 3k, but that dragon you already mentioned. Baron's coming up in a minute 40. Kai is farming along, but again, there are so many ifs and buts and maybes here for IG in the second game in the series. And I feel bad because I feel like I misled our audience. You know, coming into the series, Dagda, you heard that I'm really sold on IG. Being a 1-5 team, it doesn't feel like they necessarily deserve to be down here right on top of WE in 16th place, but by this series, I think now we're starting to be like, well,
yeah,
how many excuses can we make for this team? You know?
I mean, they looked good. This is not a series where they've looked good.
Yeah.
And now Ala, or Shinlu even flashing over the wall, seeing what he can make happen.
Explosive cast, just like that, Doomby's ultimate, which with blue buff as well, is going to go down devastatingly fast. Look at the mid lane. Light sends out his pet turret, and now with the Collector, this is a team that is going to be so susceptible to it. Sitting around the mid lane for the time being, Zika wants a flank, but it's well warded. Light with no flash available, but he walks into certain death with Gravitum out the grand challenge as well. Slowed down, Light's going to die. So giving IG angles still in this game, that's still something to criticize.
I mean, a nice pick for IG. LNG now going to have to TP Ala in, who does have the Rift out that's about to charge into the inhibitor turret, so it looks like IG going to have to go back and defend against that. At least it is something back in their favor, but they do lose an inhibitor turret for it, so, I mean, from a map perspective, LNG winning out.
Again, yeah, I just want to talk some good about IG, Dagda, but game won't let me will it, and LNG, as they look for this one at the mid lane, an ambitious play from Light.
I mean, I don't mind this. I think if the second Q had connected, that would have been Yukai forced back and then you're okay, but this one's just weird. Like, Zika spots Light spots Zika on the ward, but then kind of realizes too late, oh, there's the entirety of IG pummeling down from the top side as well, so nowhere for him to go and to hide. I think kind of showing that, at least on LNG side, the lack of vision control on that top side, and also the deep vision that they could have set up off a couple of these pushes, now coming back to haunt them.
We're just looking a bit closer at some of that vision as well around the Baron pit. That ward not spotted out because everyone who plays League of Legends, which is the majority of the chat, I think I've been in chat sometimes, Dagda, and people actually like, oh, I don't play, I just watch, which is completely fair. Let's be real, solo queue sometimes can be a nightmare as Doomby comes out with the Hex Gates. We know that control wards do not span around that direction. We know the direction here is not relevant. Shinryu knocked back again. What more can you expect from this man? And it's not even important about the ward on the Baron because LNG got to pick right before their soul comes up.
Yeah, 30 seconds until that. Shinlu dead for 20. Your main engage tool on IG side, so now you're kind of looking going, well, Kai, it now falls to you. The Zanya-less, stopwatchless Azir, who's got an item and a half, has to potentially try and engage this, but Zika overextended here as well. Doomby considering going for the play, but it looks like they don't want to fully commit too many resources here with Dragonair.
Well, with Grand Challenge down and the flush from Arla, oh, that's so nice. Doomby gets a kill credit, but Arla has been playing so much better this series, Dagda. Despite being 2 and 4, it's a really good sign of life for LNG.
Yeah, and I like that Doomby waited a while to come into that play, because you could see that LNG were worried that if Doomby showed, IG start up Baron and then try and just burst it down, but with Zika now dead, LNG get an uncontested soul, and this one's a 2-0. I mean, what do you say from here? I mean, It's only 5k or 4k, whatever it is, but this game is so done, it's not even funny.
And it makes me more confused about LNG's position. I don't think I learned anything in this series, Dagda. Cleanliness of play, yes. LNG really punished in game 1. This second game has been a bit of a clinic, and as we look at this again, I do feel like LNG deserve a bit of praise for some of these clutch moments.
Yeah, and I think this is more the style that I expected to see from LNG, right? Where it's, hey, we're going to play heavily around bot side. Light does really well with resources. We got Doomby on his dark technologies, making sure that he's able to have some advantage in the matchup, providing what maybe is lacking from LNG's composition, which is just a bit of engage/disengage. And you're able to play through these early advantages, look for dragons, look for the push on bot side so Light gets ahead, and then that's how LNG played. This is exactly what I think a lot of people were looking for from LNG on paper, but this is one of the rare times that we actually get to see it.
Where Doomby's already been playing well, but Dagda further to that point, Tarzan in control I think is a big deal. Tarzan being able to call the shots a bit seems where LNG found their bread and butter. You remember Spring, you remember that LNG kind of relied on this man, and I could say that about any year because he's been the pivotal member even in the Icon roster.
Yeah, I mean, back when they went to Worlds in 2021, it was the Tarzan show, and Yuakai's gone.
What's new? Yeah.
I mean, this is Baron. LNG can just run straight over towards this.
Well, we're just praising LNG over and over. And as we start the Baron
It feels
off...
weird. It feels dirty.
In which part, Dagda? The game?
They're
the
praising LNG. Both, to be perfectly
Yeah.
honest.
Doomby, we missed this one. What a flank here. This teleport comes onto the Baron. Last try, looking for the steal. Sean flashes, wants it, but denied. LNG pull off his unit, and that cohesive play is what we've been wanting to see. As Doomby's ultimate almost up and available, but he has to flash the bailout. The movement speed now concocting towards Wink. The body slam not connecting, but Clean's already burnt. Double flash handshake is great. Shinlu with a 5-man ulti, but everyone's already dead. He just wanted to show the audience that he could do something this game, Dagda, but I am still not convinced.
Yeah, Shinlu's Amumu is not the play. LNG now starting to move. Yeah, the Shin move, as we say.
Yeah, well.
It was the Shin Boy. Is that the game as well?
Oh,
but look, this is a weird road to be on. LNG got to crack open the base. They have the Baron. I mean, this is just like closing out this game as any way you want.
This is hurts again to watch. It has been like this for the last couple of plays. Let's watch this one again. Shun, a nice try, Dagda. I think we got to give him that.
I mean, he really did try, but 2000 HP on the Baron. No excess damage coming in from over the wall because, again, this composition is so short-ranged. And it's just messy. Doomby even getting the speed up here from the bailout means that he's able to chase down onto Wink. And then Shinlu flashing in. What a hero to get the play. But
Hey, a 5-man, you know, that's impressive. He's 0 and 5. That is not impressive. Okay, Fate's call onto Doomby. He has 3 items though with the Zonyas and explosive cars. Doomby showing us that sometimes he can be in control while you drink and drive. Wink didn't get the memo, and Doomby now turning it back on its head. The question mark's up from Blitzcrank. 1 versus 2. And the fat man sings out loud as IG even lose jungler in their base, Dagda. This one coming to a halt.
5 levels up. He's 5 levels above the AD carry. And they're like, let's go. Full send it. We got this.
He's teleporting in, and with IG left with 2 carries standing, this game has been sad to watch, but also perfect from LNG as they walk forward, try to recount their name. Doomby once again drinking and driving in the face of IG. Don't take his lessons to heart, kids. This man has been on a tear for the whole split, and on this Gragas mid, on his 10th unique champion, comes up trumps once again. LNG with the fire back in their bellies, a great sign moving into the halfway point of the LPL split. Pad the stats, boys. You deserve it.
A very quick 2-0 from LNG, and I'm not gonna lie, I think that's the first time I've seen Doomby clap as they come off of a stage. A little bit hint of a smile on his lips as well. I mean, much more coherent, much more cohesive from LNG, and a great series. I mean, across the board, they're just able to dominate.
Oh man, well, it's a disappointment for me because IG, a team I hyped up massively. LNG have a lot of problems, right? And we still know they're working through those problems, but while they are working on it, for IG, we've gone the complete opposite way. And I don't know what it was, Dag, during that series. I don't know where we start. Maybe with the drafts, right? Because you were not, a fan of the drafts at all through game 1 and game 2, and I can see why.
Yeah, not even a little. The fact that in game number 1, you have a very clear look at LNG going for these not really great engage tools, very short range composition. You've already locked into long range damage dealers and you're like, oh yeah, well, we're going to play engage. You're like, no, you don't need that. You could have just gone for the Jace. You could have gone for this poke composition and really put the hurt on towards LNG. And then even when you look at this game as well, just pick an identity. Like if you want to go for Wink on the Callista, I'm cool with that. Callista's ear should never really be in the same composition. They do completely opposite things from each other. And as well, then going for the Fiora on the top side. So you never really have engaged to play around a Callista or, a front line to set up for the Azir. It was all just super messy. And I think LNG, again, just taking a very easy to execute composition. I mean, the Poppy was able to run rings around everyone in the early stages as well. Tarzan getting some great ganks off. And yeah, it's heartbreaking to see because, again, I don't see a way that IG get into playoffs now. Like, I just don't think there's a world where you still got JDG, RNG, V5 yet to play, and you're now sitting 1-6, or was it 1-6 on the board. Like, this is just not going to be it. As I think we're supposed to hide the screenshot at the bottom, lads. Not gonna lie.
Oh, well, PvP is up and working, that's for sure, as we saw in that game. So I like that LNG obviously opening the program now on a Mac. Dagda, I've been there. I've done that. And I will say that's a clean Mac desktop. The game doesn't really matter too much to me anymore because I've never seen a desktop or like a bar on a Mac that clean. Yeah. There's not enough Adobe. There's not enough, editing software. Like, that's a different beast.
It just seems very strange to me to create this graphic and then screenshot it rather than just using the save file. Like, that's the part that I just don't understand. Like, I don't know. All right. Anyway, we move on with our lives. Yeah, they're just like, oh, well, we screwed it. But LNG did not screw it. 15-0 KDA. Again, 4 Tarzan highest KDA in the game of this Poppy. Looking pretty damn swell, and it has to be said. And Light once more being set up for success. This is what I want to see from LNG. I just hope we keep getting it as their series go on.
Me too. A 2-0 is a good start for that. IG looking like a 16th place team. Apparently all of a sudden, really sad to see. Dagda, I need to come back because I haven't talked about this before, but I actually started League of Legends on a Mac. Season 3, I think it was when, maybe it was Season 3 or maybe it was Season 4 or 5, where League of Legends became compatible on Macs. I had a Mac for some reason because I wanted to be artsy, I wanted Photoshop, and all I had was a trackpad, and I was like, what games can I play? League of Legends was available on the Mac, yes, and I played League of Legends with a trackpad. Fun to play NASA's gameplay when you're using all fingers like you're hacking the interwebs. So it's definitely possible. Just putting it out there.
Yeah, we had a guy from Ireland who played our trackpad for like 4 years, was
yeah.
hard stuck silver, swapped to a mouse, and instantly hit diamond. It was just like,
Wow.
oh, I can actually
That
I can
didn't
actually
happen for
play
me at
this
all.
game now.
I went down, Dagda. I actually got worse at League of Legends, and that was 8 years ago. So I really hate the fact that the back ruined me. Maybe I need to go back and, finally get out of gold. So maybe I'm going to be buying a trackpad after this. But all jokes aside, this series, maybe not all jokes aside, was a bit of a joke for IG. I think being real in the LPL, Dagda, is something that we kind of pride ourselves on. This series was not fun to watch from IG's perspective. As you said, it looks like now at 1-6, this team is probably out of playoffs unless they go flawless for the rest, which against V5, JDG, RNG, even Ultra Prime, RA, OMG, that's too much to ask for. While on the other side, I mean, LNG are 5-2, their schedules might be quite as difficult, but they've got options now, and LNG still look like they're safely secure in the path to playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, you do have a little bit of a tough schedule for LNG, as you say, like RNG, V5 still in there, and you've Weibo at the end of it. But it's a very different route to the playoffs for them because they've already picked up 5 wins. They only need a handful more. And honestly, against teams like Ultra Prime, they could probably pick up a game. They're definitely going to beat WE. They'll beat Rare Atom. They should be in a relatively good spot. There are still a few question marks in there because I think JDG looking good, FPX, Ultra Prime still will give them a contest, EDG, Weibo at the end of the split as well. Like, there is a good amount of teams in there that could cause issues for them, but when you only need to pick up realistically 3-4 wins, I could see them easily getting that.
Yeah, I think so too. And look, we're a little bit down on IG, a little bit up on LNG. I think for this one, Dagda, MVP, probably going to go to, probably either going to get a jungle or mid. Like Doomby on the Gragas, once again, kind of showing up. And I think he deserved it for the first game as well. Some of those fights with the Talia were quite impressive. And he is the MVP leader for a reason. It's kind of been the glue keeping LNG together through this trial and error that Spring has become.
It just feels very strange to look at how LNG have developed, though. When you look at Doomby was this mastermind from the mid lane who was playing a whole bunch of weird picks, was trying to look for roams into side lanes when you look at him traditionally in FPX. Comes into LNG, they kind of have that going for them, right? When you look at them in Spring, it was very much Doomby and Tarzan, brothers in arms, trying to see if they could carry LNG as a whole. But now it feels like even that has gone away. And it's nice that we got to see a little bit of it coming in here to this series where they were working together. They were leaning in towards neutral objectives in the early stages, kind of fixing a lot of well, not fixing, I don't want to say, but certainly alleviating some of the concerns that a lot of people have had about this team with their refusal to play towards neutrals and team fighting and all that. But honestly, I think this was a solid series from them. And if this is what we get from LNG, maybe we can start to be a bit more hopeful about this team.
Maybe, I don't want to put all my cards down, but for LNG going up against JDG on Friday, maybe this is a sign of things to come. But for LNG shaping up in the game too, and Doomby getting MVP here, makes number 7. 7 MVPs, Dagda. That is a very impressive record here. He is leading the charge by 2. He is over Knight, over Viper, over Shun, who, remember on IG, I don't call him the lifeblood for any particular reason. Apart from the fact that he carries games, he was nowhere to be seen here in this series, but Doomby was.
Great time to bring out the Gragas as well. Traditionally, you wouldn't think, Gragas into Azir. Azir should get pushed to get a ton of control, but because you were able to play around the bottom side of the map, they found good windows of opportunity to try and use their lane states as well. He was very instrumental in having some decent disengages, but the majority of the time, as you can see, like these casts were on point to find great engages, and that's what was the difference maker here against IG, where you had so many of these plays. And as well here, the 2v1, I don't know what Light was thinking, sorry, not Light, Wink was thinking. You are 5 levels down on Doomby. You have a 0-5 Amumu who still doesn't have a completed item, and you're like, oh yeah, we can take this. Like, I don't know what world Wink lives in.
Well, he was probably sick of standing by, because I would be too at that point. And LNG putting on a clinic, and Doomby, congratulations on the MVP. 7 MVPs is a great sign for the world champion, for the man who's been a little bit quiet over the last year too. Remembering that, they went to Worlds, but like, Dagda, Doomby is someone who we expect great things out of. We expected that FPX in the follow-up in 2021 Worlds would be on a tear, right? Disappointed us all, fell out in the group stage. Then, even come spring, this team dropped further. This LNG team dropped against top esports and didn't make it past top 6. So, a good sign of life that he is back, back to old, but you're right. There's still a lot we need to see from LNG.
Yeah, I mean, regular season MVP in summer 2020, right before he joined LNG, like, you expected big things from him, and you expected a lot from this roster, because on paper, it all made sense. Like, everything about this team should have been a top team, but they're just not able to click, and now we got to see exactly what the game plan is for them going forward.
Good warm-up, at least until Friday, where LNG will face off against JDG. A 2-0 to kick us off, but remember that we have another series, Weibo Gaming versus Anyone's Legend. Hey, we're expecting this one to be a little bit more high class after this.
Speaking of people that are making a kind of headway and superstars coming into the lineup, I wanted to take a quick glance over at BLG, because we've had Icon, who's come into the BLG roster, and I'm not going to lie, the conversations that we had Ox last week on the podcast was, hey, you know, one guy isn't going to make a big difference. BLG, they need way more communication. There's so much else that's gone on, but I'm not going to lie, Icon's made a pretty good start on things.
Yeah, I actually think it's been. I thought, I was like, okay, maybe they need some like Rookie or Xiaohu, right? Maybe that's what they need, like in the mid lane to make this roster work. No, they just needed someone who's willing to take the L. And Icon has come in and he's like, look, I don't care about these CSD numbers and goal difference. I'm like, I'm gonna leave lane, I'm gonna roam, I'm gonna win. That's how it's gonna work. And I feel like the problem with BLG is we had all these players who on the previous rosters were absolute stars who were like, I'm the carry, give me your waves, give me these jungle camps. And they just don't interact well together. You know, they're slow to move on the map because they're like, oh, I'm going to stay for 2 more waves so I can get my item. And Icon's just like, no, I will play for the team. He was finding some fantastic roam timings. The one I remember was he was playing Silas into Ryze, and yet he was out roaming the Ryze consistently. So a big positive. And kind of a polar opposite from Fofo. Fofo was very much like, I am in my lane. That is my kingdom. I'm not leaving.
Yeah,
that was something I noticed a lot with Fofo. You kind of hit the nail on the head with the, you know, waiting around to get his item power spike, because there's so many times where I'd be like screaming at my screen, being like, why is Fofo in the side lane? You're about to fight for Dragon, you've got like 50 seconds until it resets, and then you look and Fofo's just there in his ear like poking, and I'm just like, just reset, just get back. It doesn't matter about the item. Like, it doesn't matter how many items you have if you're not going to be there for the fight. And it felt like that was such a compounding problem that they had. And as you said, I think the fact that we're getting to see them roam more often, that Icon is actually as willing to give up waves. Now, I will say, I don't know if he's willing to give up waves. I will say some of the fights that they've had have kind of forced him, I will say, to give up waves, because you can't really collect waves if you're dead. But in the grand scheme of things, I think he's like actually a very positive change for BLG with just, as you say, finding someone that can actually start off skirmishes and make sure that they're going to be able to find at least some sort of early game control, because it's just been so lacking for BLG.
Yeah, and I also think, like, kind of just to add to both of your guys' points too, traditionally when we see teams put together rosters with like 3 sort of like star laners, or what you'd basically just call like the guys that want all the resources, it's really hard to, you know, facilitate that for most teams, and there typically almost always has to be that one guy who just says, okay, fine, I won't get any waves, and I will just, you know, kind of in a way maybe put myself behind, but as long as I'm propping the others up, you know, we'll get to see the other side laners in this instance, obviously, with Icon come in and carry. You know, we've seen it, I feel like, with the Vitality roster most recently, and even like if you look back, I think, what was it, like the TSM Super roster years and years ago, where it was like double lift Bjergsen and another like hyper carry in the top side. I can't recall who it was.
2014.
Like, yeah, Alliance 2014. Yeah, like you could just name list after list. I think Super rosters, it's just really hard. Even from a coaching perspective, I feel like it's super hard to try and get all 3 lanes to have super high resource. So yeah, I think Icon doing the right thing, and it's definitely showing a little bit for BLG on the Rift.
When you're feeling down, wanna come my way, gonna lift you up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on the when you hit the ground. Don't you lose your way. Gotta get back up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh. Yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh. We're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh. We're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh. We're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh. We're gonna lift you up. We're gonna take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh. We're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh.
因为我们的战术是有的，然后我们按照那个战术打的话，普瑞克斯很适合这个战术吧。就是没有这个英雄的话是这样的，然后没有比其他英雄比较领先一点，是这样的一个英雄吧。
Well, thank you to SOFM as we welcome you back to LPL. In light of a very quick opening series, we now move to Weber Gaming and Anyone's Legend and Dagda. I feel like this one has the potential to go fast as well. We know what these two teams are like. We know that they have some pretty explosive players. And we know that there's, like the last series, a lot of characters within these two teams too.
Yeah, a lot of players that have made a brand for themselves off of their just name states, SOFM, but coming to mind. But I think for AL, it's about definitely kind of creating these new names for these players.
True, because Anyone's Legend, the names are mixed in, right? Anyone's Legend have had themselves a close last split with people who have started, as you were saying, make a name for themselves in the LPL. I remember that they were Rogue Warriors before the start of this year, but 13th in spring alongside the same roster that they have now, bar Maple, who of course is over in TSM, but Betty, Chocho, Dagda, like people know Betty especially previously in the LMS/PCS, like Forge as someone who's covered for Rookie, and you know ZDZ who came up from RA, who came up from the LDL. These players have developed a lot of time to get to this position where they're very competitive.
And they're starting to even just level up on that again. I mean, Betty and Chocho have been absolutely spectacular coming in from this bottom side. I think Chocho has had a brilliant split for him so far, been absolutely incredible. As you can see, like setting up these engages. And as you say, I think like Anyone's Legend has kind of found this good identity for themselves where they can rely on bot lane to be that carry. Xiaohao as well has really stepped up in that jungle role. He's now being a force to be reckoned with. And Forge consistently getting his hands on the Swain pick means that he's able to play that kind of frontline bruiser and allow the rest of the team to play more damage oriented picks, which has worked out brilliantly for Anyone's Legend so far.
Yeah, all the pieces come together. I want to highlight a little bit more of Forge as well, because Forge is someone who on IG showed a lot of promise, but then over the past year has been one of the worst laners, right, on Rogue Warriors. Forge was a sight to behold, kind of like how I felt about Jay from WBG Gaming. But yeah, he's improved a lot, Dagda, and as you were saying in rehearsal, some of these little picks that he had, these pockets, these, I guess, stylistic picks, have set him up for success when, you know, we didn't have many expectations of him coming into the split.
Yeah, and that's why I think like Anyone's Legend as a whole works. You've got Forge who's willing to take these kind of mid-game oriented picks. Same when you look at the bot side, same when you look at Xiaohao, but ZDZ wants to go more towards these kind of late game carries. So you've got your strong 4-man unit that can play for skirmishes around dragons, while ZDZ is scaling and being that late game insurance. So overall, it's just a nice understanding of how they want to try and play out this meta.
And they're looking pretty good here going up against Weibo Gaming. Remember, there'd be a different world where Anyone's Legend would seem to be the underdogs, but their past couple of series have been very competitive. And against Weibo Gaming, who you could say the same thing, it does feel like Weibo Gaming are picking up speed a bit, Dagda. Like they are getting back on track with their gameplay when we consider that this team had a lot of issues at the start of the split that we criticized for. I think even in spring we said similar things.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is just being no one really functioning as a unit on this squad. You look at SOFM, who's like randomly starting up objectives when he doesn't have priority in lanes. The Shy just kind of wants to be left by himself on that top side where he's picking things like the Kale, who just wants to scale towards infinity. Like, it doesn't really feel like there's any sort of cohesion on this roster, but we are starting to see it pick up a little bit where you're actually getting Angel starting to roam on things like the Lysandra to actually play up towards the Shy, give him resources on the Kale in the early stages. SOFM as well, starting to find more synchronicity with his laners, so then he can actually play through some of these objectives. It feels like we're starting to move in a direction where Weibo are solving these issues.
Yeah, a direction. Again, is it like the LNG, I wonder, because LNG in that last series moved in a similar direction of improving. But for Weibo Gaming, still, we've seen a couple of the issues, Dagda, and I don't know if you want to go into this, but, I think it does a lot of the time base around SOFM and his direction added to the team.
I agree. I think SOFM has honestly been kind of the big pain point on Weibo for a lot of this split. I actually think their bot lane, Wanfeng and On, have been spectacular. On in particular has really impressed me this split. I think he's massively improved. But the problem is that they're not actually able to link up with SOFM to look for dragons. And when they try to rotate up for Rift Heralds, oftentimes SOFM has already started up the Rift Herald, which means that then by the time Wanfeng and On get there, the fight's already started. They're coming in late to the party. Maybe SOFM's already dead. On needs to sacrifice himself so the rest of the team can escape. It's just very, very sloppy. So that's why I want to see Weibo now, as we start to come back into it, where Weibo are linking up with their mid jungle better. They're roaming up towards the Shy on the top side. They're playing more as a cohesive unit, understanding, not just randomly to start objectives, but actually wait for the rest of the team before they try and brute force these things.
Yeah, linking up when you have such a strong team, when you know that Weibo Gaming are all about the team fight in spring, right? Late game team fight was their forte, their strongest element of their gameplay. But I want to talk a little bit about the early game and where it links up with these teams facing off. Anyone's Legend versus Weibo Gaming is about to go into draft, but before it does, Dagda, we need to focus on that top side because the theme of this top side is, as I said earlier, another sassy matchup because the Shy versus ZDZ, it's all or nothing, man. And I'll let you take this one away because there are some fun stats to highlight how aggressive they can be.
And that's the thing, both these top laners love to play these carry champions, and not an awful lot of situations of late game scaling champions when you look at things like the Kales that both these guys tend to go towards. So I expect a huge amount of presence up in this top side to try and swing that matchup one way or the other. In particular for ZDZ, I think that he is someone that if you can get the ball rolling at least early for him, he is that late game insurance for anyone's Legend in a lot of situations. So smoothing out that curve is going to be pretty key for anyone's Legend in surviving up against Weibo. And then you can start to lean back in towards what has been your more traditional style for anyone's Legend of like using your strong mid and bot lane core to seek these early neutral objectives, find these early skirmishes, and play through big engages coming through from Chocho. Whereas when you look across at Weibo Gaming, the Shy, it's about, just making sure he can be okay in that top side. We've seen multiple different styles from him, and sometimes it works out great with the second highest solo kills. Sometimes you see the last stat on that screen, which is the highest solo deaths in the league.
It's like first, wow, the Shy's first in, solo deaths. And ZDZ not far behind, goes more for the point, right, that while ZDZ, as you said, is like a team fight focus, is someone who adds so much damage to the later game aspect, we know that within the lane, it's very volatile. And the Shy being volatile in lane is not a new narrative for anyone, but dying 8 times in the 1v1, that's without junglers, folks, is something to behold. So I know that our eyes will tend to path up towards the top side and look a little bit closer, especially when you talked about SOFM influence. Angel as well, who's starting to pivot more up there as well. For anyone's Legend, Dagda, we talked a little bit about Forge. We can also talk a little bit about Xiaohao because it feels like as well for anyone's Legend, a little bit more flexible than they were in the last split. And their individual players are just leveling up as time goes on.
Yeah, I've been massively impressed with how kind of the jungle support has really started to work well together. I think Chocho's been absolutely spectacular with these engages, even on things like the enchanters as well. Considering Chocho a while ago was just kind of, he's a support, an AD carry who swapped to support. We don't really consider him that high, was on top esports in the past, was like, no, they needed to try and fix this. So to actually kind of see this guy grow in that role and really become a core part of the identity of anyone's legend has been absolutely spectacular. And I think the bottom lane is really shown as a result of Chocho continuously improving. And same when you look at Xiaohao. Like Xiaohao, I'm not gonna lie, we all kind of giggle at Xiaohao last split or even 2 splits ago for this crazy over aggression that we'd see from him, where he'd be like, I don't care, I'm going in, full sending, hopefully this goes well. But it feels a lot more calculated now for Xiaohao. I think he's linking up with his lanes a lot better. And again, it's the early skirmishes and the cohesiveness of those early engages that really set up anyone's legends for success. And that's where you have to be so careful here as Weibo Gaming, because as we said, like, they haven't been very good at setting themselves up as a 4-man, 5-man strong unit around these early objectives to actually take fights. And when that's the strength of anyone's legend, that's why I think a lot of people are kind of looking today going, I mean, is this anyone's legend securing that legend that you were talking about at the start, Hysterics?
Oh, it feels like it, right? That's why it's a bit more even than people would expect. Anyone's legend right now sitting 8th. LNG picked up the win earlier on, so they can't hit 6th today. But at the very least, anyone's legend get a win. They move up alongside or under RNG. They move themselves up into a position where they only have 4 wins to go realistically, where they're at that tipping point in playoffs. So I think for anyone's legend, this would be a split to remember, because even going past that, Dagda, like anyone's legend history, when we consider them as Rogue Warriors haven't really been a great organization, bar 2018. It was the Do-and-Be roster. And outside of that, like, yeah, okay, they made playoffs in spring. They got top 3 in summer, top 4. But apart from that, they never made playoffs again. And that still seems to be the truth with anyone's legend. So it would be their first opportunity at a playoffs in the LPL in 4 years. And going up against Weibo Gaming, an important win as we put up the stakes for the match, Dagda.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this game. Like, I think, well, for one, it's the first time I've actually got to cast anyone's legend, and I've just been excited to cast anyone's legend, but also just to see just how well they can do, because it feels like there's kind of been a lot of question marks about, okay, well, they're pushing V5 to their limits. They're really going toe-to-toe against some of the best we have. But then I believe they dropped 2-0 to BLG as well, that I just want to double check. Like, a team that was definitely struggling at the time. Yeah, they won 2-0 against BLG. They lost 2-0 to LNG. Sorry, that's the right. Other team that's really struggling at the moment. And that's where I was kind of looking, going, okay, well, maybe I need to hold back my expectations, but they have been super impressive. So I'm just looking forward to seeing against a team like Weibo, a team we assume are going to be in playoffs, but usually towards the higher end of playoffs as well. How do anyone's legend do against them in this best of 3?
Yeah, that's right. And in the best of 3, like, they've been one of the few teams that haven't really gone to many game 3s. Against V5, against IG, that was it. But the rest have been 2-0 sweeps by them or against them. So anyone's legend have a tendency to make things a little bit quicker than expected. As Dagda, we're going to go into band pick, the last series on 12-11 before we switch over tomorrow and put Belveth into the mix and all those continuous crazy changes. But I want to talk a little bit about what we're coming to expect here, because already a Moo band against Chocho, from the clips we're looking at, it seems like Weibo Gaming have done a bit of research.
Yeah, I mean, I think Chocho's Amumu has been pretty slick at the moment, so I'm not fully surprised. But also things like his Bard have been very impressive as well. So we'll have to see exactly what way anyone's legend want to go about this. But again, we kind of talked about anyone's legend liking to go for things like the Callista on this bottom side, like much more aggressive picks on this on the lower end of things. So I'm curious to see exactly what the plan is here if we end up with Callista open, because Wanfeng, also Callista, his most played champion, hasn't managed to get his hands on the Senna this split, which could be picked up here, because it has been banned a lot against Wanfeng. But sorry, I forgot, SOFM only plays Viego. How could I be so silly?
Right. I mean, he's lost it a couple of times, but when it's open, he snags it up immediately. I'll get those stats for you in a second, because on the other side, you were just mentioning Senna, something that LPL teams, Dagda, have moved away from a little bit. And it's interesting because we're not in 12-12 yet, where a couple of nerfs come across, adjustments, you could say, for the Senna players. Instead, Betty and Chocho are going to just come back in and finally give us another look at what was one of the strongest picks down in the bottom lane in the past 2 patches.
And I think it works really well here as well for anyone's legend, because Chocho can then go towards something like the Seraphine. Now Forge, if he ends up picking up the Swain that is still up and available as well, you end up with a very, very strong front to back team fight, especially with the Zinzao getting all that healing as well. And it actually becomes very difficult for Weibo Gaming to try and break that. So I imagine we'll probably see like something like the Callista here coming through regardless. For Huanfeng, I think it'd still do relatively well against the Senna, but looks like Angel might just go for the blind pick Silas, kind of aware that that is something Forge likes to play and something that a Seraphine Senna lane enables so well.
And we know that Forge has been someone who has hovered around like some of these global mids too. Swain being his most played, but things like the Rise, the Corki, the Talia has also come through, so maybe a response here. As you already mentioned it, the Tom Kench comes in. Dagda, before we get to the second bet, oh, what would you like to say? You the floor's you.
Oh, it's gone. I was going to say, this could actually be a Caston get play. Caston does really well into the Silas, and I was like, Asena, the healing from that, plus you've got like the ability to try and like play towards that late game with the set already in the mix. Could have been the option, but not going to be the case. It is going to be the Tam Kench, which honestly, I'm kind of disappointed in. I would have liked to see Forge kind of take a champion here regardless, because I think there's so many better options that you could have gone for paired with the Senna. And even traditionally, we're seeing teams go, okay, well, we're actually going to leave our support pick alongside the Senna to later in the draft to see if we can maybe get away with an Enchanter support, depending on what the opposition has picked.
That's a good point, actually. And now I need to return to what I was going to say. Dagda, SOFM before, he said the Viego stats are real. That's all he plays. Now, out of the 19 games that SOFM has played in the LPL, 12 of them have been Viego. Now we're at number 20, and 13 is the magic number. I just had to drop this in there. It's been nagging me for so long because SOFM is just hilarious, man, in many different ways. But I'll digress.
He had 10 games of Viego, right? Like, just, that was it. Like, he had no other champion played for ages. Then eventually the streak was broken, which I just think is absolutely hilarious. But we'll come back into this. Callista, Ezreal banned away. Again, Callista just incredibly strong at the moment, so I am curious to see what Huanfeng wants to go for in response to the Senna here, because you're looking at Callista, Ezreal, Zeri, Lucian, all taken off the board. I mean, Kais has kind of been the other champion that we've seen a little bit of there, but I don't know if that fully works out. Maybe you honestly end up with something like a Twitch Yumi, which could work out here for Weibo.
Sure.
Maybe that is the game plan, actually. Maybe it is a Twitch Yumi.
Do you want Draven, Dagda? What do you think? Against Tom, not the most favorable, but it is something that Huanfeng has brought over from his IG days.
See, so what I'm thinking here is, like, you have Senna Tam Kench, pretty atrocious at actually trying to play aggressive into you. So I think things like Cog Lulu, Twitch Yumi, these kind of combinations that we see a lot become a lot more potent. Even things like a Jinx, if you want to fall back towards that you just play for the late game scaling. But I will say, just from Weibo's composition as a whole, they are more mid-game focused with the Silas and with the Nara, so maybe they don't want to go towards that, but I still think a Twitch could work really well. Yeah. I mean, maybe you do just go Draven, honestly. Maybe you're right.
Okay.
Maybe you just want to hack and slash your way through this.
Or maybe you want to set yourself up with the Zyra Khan lane. I mean, right now, Huanfeng, the world's his oyster. I feel like if there's any 80 carry that can pull out something that we're not expecting, it's him, right? You pulled out so many good ADs yourself, Dagda, and Huanfeng still has that magic spark. If we count the time down, it is going to be the Jhin, which, to be fair, in this day and age, is a very rare pick. So there you go.
As I'm about to say, it's like the only pick I actually don't want to see like, out of everything that he hovered, because I feel like you still need a good damage or consistent damage source in team fights. Like, Silas is good at that single target and very quickly picking one member off. Even has access to some good ultimates with the likes of the Rise here to start moving around the map, but you don't have that big consistent damage dealer here for Weibo. And that's where I think they're going to start to fall off. That's why I was looking at something like a Twitch, the Jinx, a Felios even I didn't mind. Just something that would have given you that consistent damage in fights. Jhin just doesn't really offer that. He will enable Weibo's team fight a lot more for like the Silas, Viego, the Nara to close the gap. But he's not really going to bring a lot to the table in terms of actually carrying these fights.
But on the other side, for anyone's legend, if you're saying that Weibo Gaming, there's the element of falling off, there's the element of this mid-game, anyone's legend, I see Rise, I see Senna, Dagda, a Jax as well in the side lane. It feels like this team, if they get going or if they get their controlled game, we're going to get to an anyone's legend favored late game.
I agree. I think you've got the Senna who's going to work out wonders there. Jax in a side lane is going to be able to do great. Especially once you get to the Divine Sunder and Jax, he starts to take over in that Gnar matchup, just having a ton of upfront burst damage that can come through with the leap strike. So I imagine in these early stages, we're going to see a lot of pressure from Xiaohao towards that top side, kind of like we were expecting with our featured matchup between the Shy and ZDZ. And I think from that perspective then, especially if you've got a Rise in the mix too, you actually get a little bit nervous here as Weibo. Because honestly, I don't really see a lot of wiggle room or a lot of plays that the Rise can make here for Angel. Like playing down towards bot side doesn't really work out. You have the Rakan kind of to help set you up to a certain extent, I suppose. But trying to play up towards the top side, I don't feel like it's going to work out too well either. So I'm trying to figure out how Angel can kind of have these impacts in the early stages. I'm just not quite seeing those routes right now.
Well, you've got doubts, Dagda, and that's fair. As we saw in the last series, your doubts became a reality, but hopefully we get a little bit more out of this one. Weibo Gaming versus Anyone's Legend. They're closely knit within the LPL standings right now. And this one we're hoping going to be a little bit more exciting than what we got out of the first series, because Dagda, if it's not, we're going to bed in about an hour, or at least I am.
Yeah, I can go for a nap, you know.
Oh,
It's been a bit of an early morning for me.
Yeah. Europe times are more productive to be an LPL caster, I'll tell you that.
That's why you got to come over this way. Come live with us. Join us.
I came to Ireland and it took 20 hours. No, wait, 24 hours. Flying to your country is losing a day. Well, actually, you get it back because of time difference, but you don't really. Because jet lag was just so much fun.
Well, look, you need to talk to the Australian government, tell them to stick a couple of propellers on the East Coast, get them to just zoom Australia that bit closer to everyone. Because I'm not gonna lie, I can't really fix your geography right now, man. You're on a bit of your own way out there.
You know, when it was Pangea or whatever it was called, I just wish Australia did a bit more, a bit more roaming. If we put in League of Legends terminology, I feel like they had a stagnant laning phase, and Australia just decided that it was going to keep farming. And now here we are. We've been farming for like 30 million years or however long. And we're so isolated from everything. All we got is New Zealand. And that's like, how USA has Canada. It's, I don't know. People are going to take offense from that. But honestly, it's
at least they have hobbits,
True.
Got some...
New Zealand is better,
yeah, I will say, I like the way we just kind of went, hey, anything that could be really, really dangerous and kill us all, we're going to stick on this tiny little island. We're just going to push it over that way. Like, let's leave them all over that way. And then you guys were like, hey, we don't really want to be here. We're sent over here as prisoners, but this is ours now. This is where we are. This is it. This is our home.
Dangerous things include the convicts, by the way, which is us.
Yeah.
But I'll take stock of the game for you, because as we've been 2.5 minutes here just watching the trades up on the top side, both junglers are pathing up here as well. And Dagda, when we were setting up our stories for today, even though like bot was a part of our interest, I think we landed on top with the most solo deaths in the league. The Shy is number 1, and ZDZ is closely behind at number 4. We know that there is going to be a lot of blood with or without junglers.
Ooh, Xiaohao actually looking for an evade here off the push and top side. SFM
Smite comes down.
Yeah, we'll smite it away, but I mean, Xiaohao still wins on the 1v1 against the Viego early, so if you can actually get the help from ZDZ, it could be good, but on roaming.
Yeah, okay, well, this is early. You already talked about the Rakan here, but Angel's really low. As he walks back into Forge, forces the flash, and Xiaohao already committed over with the Audacious Charge on the Scuttles, so Engage is down, Response is down, and Anyone's Legend start off with a bit of a negative here, Dagda, with Forge losing his Summoner.
Just a really nice way for Weibo to play this early game. They push in on bot side, quickly reset, so Huanfeng is actually able to get into lane. It's just a third wave crash. Second wave crash, which usually does mean you're going to fall a little bit behind in CS, but because you're up against the Sen and Tam Kench, you can actually get away with this. So ends up backing, gets the cull, opens up on to go for the roam. So just really nice play from Weibo, kind of playing around timings on this bottom side. And now that the flash has gone from Forge, well, you can actually look for proper repeat ganks in that mid lane between Angel and SOFM.
It's going to be a pain before we get to level 6 for the Rise. I know you talked a little bit about what Angel's response could be, but let's also talk a little bit about what Forge's could be, because Angel getting the Realm Warp, the ability to match in this game, Dagda, I think is an important topic.
Yeah, I feel like Forge is going to be playing a lot towards this top side with the Realm Warp. And my worry for Weibo is that they don't win out on the 3v3 in top. You have just more CC, more knock-up, the ability to burst like one person down very easily. And I think from that perspective, Weibo are going to struggle if they try and match that play in top side. So I feel like maybe we actually get Angel trying to play down towards the bottom end of the map. And with the lockup from On, the potential Deadly Flourish from Huanfeng as well, and even the CC Angel brings, maybe you've just got enough CC lockup that you can actually kill Cho even if he is tanky on the tank cage.
There's actually a lot of CC on it on Weibo Gaming side. All 5 members pack a bit of a punch in that aspect. And I'm glad we kind of talked about it from the AD's perspective as well, because this is what we remember from the time Suning went to Worlds, Dagda. Remember, 2020, Suning relied on this pick from Huanfeng. It was one of his best with the Chinese sniper coming through, and once again, he's layered down everything. Betty is igniting down to his death as Huanfeng's run out of ammo, but meanwhile, SOFM's been caught with his pants down. The smite comes through, and the belt tied back up. But how quickly can he put his shoes on here? Because SOFM with the blast cone is still getting chased around, and luckily he will get away without having to burn the flash.
The fact that SOFM got away with that is kind of hilarious to me.
Yeah.
He like moves in, steals the Scuttle Crab right out from underneath their nose. And because Cho was busy dealing with Weibo Gaming aggression on the bot side, he isn't able to cut off the escape. So just about SOFM able to steal this one away.
We're watching the replay in the bottom right. And yeah, just the W, and he ran for his life. So well played, all things considered, as our early game has met with a couple of little trades here and there, Dagda, but no kill, no first blood. But at 6 minutes into the game, note that Angel and Forge now have their ultimates available. And so we're going to see a bit more map movement as Xiaohao trying to chase his 6 as well. SOFM trying to do the same thing. We're 2 minutes away from the Herald, and the next couple of minutes feel like they're going to define a lot.
Oh, SOFM going to literally run into Forge.
Define a lot. That's what I said. He's rooted down, absconded, ducked, and Forge with the ulti out. Stolen Realm Warp as he dies. Angel now has the ult and the pride after first blood goes to SOFM.
That's just a great read from SOFM. Knew that Forge was going to be playing up towards that top side. We already talked about it. Probably going to see Xiaohao on this top end. So SOFM goes, right, I'm going to interrupt this movement as they start to go up. And they pick off perfectly there. Angel as well, as you said, stealing away the ultimate does actually give you another proc of your passive. So that extra little bit of damage finishes Forge before he can actually escape.
I think Realm Warp was already used there as well. So Angel going to be on a bit of a cooldown, but still getting the assist in the mid lane. Darksteel stack number 1-2. Look at the replay again, because Mr. Dagderson, as you said, SOFM, a really smart gank.
Yeah, fantastic read. And I think this is why, like, SOFM can be very frustrating to watch, because he has some great plays like this. He has great reads, and sometimes you're just like, what the hell are you doing? But really, really good understanding from SOFM there, showing why often people do look at him as one of the best junglers that we have in the LPL. And Shy now, going up against CDZ.
Salty back. CDZ still has Sleep Strike, so he's out of there, but good trades for the 10 CS up on this top lane. But you're right, you know, SOFM has brilliant moments, as you were saying. He's now level 6 as well, Dagda, and remember that Forge, his flash was burnt earlier, but as On now treasures around, or that's not English, let's try again, treads around mid. Forge has his flash up once again, so this guy continues to be bullied and isn't really having a great start to the game on this rise when he hasn't got to play much of the laning phase.
And this is a much more confident play coming through from Weibo. All 5 members up here now for the Rift Herald. You've got SOFM who's moving over to get Scuttle to give themselves full control of the speed buff in the river. So Weibo setting up nicely here. Only thing you got to be worried about is how strong Xiaohao is in these moments, if he can get a good engage.
But Angel's stolen away the ultimate here from Xiaohao. The problem is it's going to be a tit for tat here, but Weibo Gaming, they've forced them off, and as Herald goes down now for a bit of a response to the mid lane, just giving Huanfeng a bit of priority, a bit of space, as we continue to look to the top side. Nothing's going to happen for now, but at the very least, Dagda, Herald goes down. That's a win for Weibo Gaming, and their early game looking mighty controlled, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, the Shy having full priority in this top side made it a lot easier for Weibo to just start thumbing up. And I mean, this is good stuff from Weibo. Angel now looking for the all-in.
As quickness comes through, the engage from On, but it's under turret. Angel can't do much more here. As he re-engages on top of Forge, the ulti finally comes through, but Forge will survive this one. At the very least, so they got his flash Dagda, and I have to say, once again, Forge will not have that summoner for much this game, it seems.
Huanfeng, though, going to lose out on at least a turret. Oh, I was going to say potentially turret blade here, but looks like they're just going to go over towards the dragon instead. On will meet the anyone's legend bot lane, but they just wave at each other and move on.
A blind date Dagda, and sometimes they don't go too well. So after they kind of say goodbye, we're going to see if a second date comes through. Dragon's going to go down.
So what you're saying is that On got catfished.
Yeah, On did. Oh, okay, all right. I'll walk into that one.
I see myself out. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. We will not meet again for a good reason. You know, people have lived with Freaks puns over in the LCS for many different years. I expected better from you, sir. I expected so much better. And
You know me. I'm not better than this. It's just
actually,
who
that's
I
true.
am.
And to be fair, I am a hypocrite. I'm pretty bad myself, so it's just these moments where I stand tall and I go, you naughty man, and I'll do it
You
next
point to
podcast.
give shame, but you give a cheeky wink because you know that realistically you'd be right there.
It's me, and my children will be the same as well. I'm just projecting. Oh, man, it's a 1K gold lead. 10 minutes into the game, and it's been a bit of a slow one, folks. Won't lie to you, but hey, the thing is that I want to come back to a point you said earlier, and a point that's really been standing out for me. As On is mid again, as Forge pushes out, this support has been bullying around mid, and you've been talking about On being so switched on. No pun intended, I swear. He's been roaming mid the whole time, and he just continues to make these really well-timed movements.
And I think it says a lot that he's found his spot over Sword Art. We saw Weibo kind of toying with the idea of starting Sword Art, but On has just been so spectacular. I'm not surprised that he is the one that's playing more consistently on this roster. Like, good roam in towards mid lane, as Huanfeng's able to catch the wave without any sort of pressure. The second that you want to start moving in onto this bot lane to get these turret plates that Huanfeng is attacking at the moment, On is there. It's just really, really smart play. And yes, you've got Benny roaming with Xiaohao here, but realistically, what's he actually achieving? Whoa, Weibo are getting these advantages on the bot side.
Chocho just sitting there. All he can do is right now absorb damage while 2 turret plates have already been taken by Weibo Gaming. We're looking what happened here because Betty got caught out, but he didn't have to burn the flash. SOFM got knocked up, and yeah, it looks like a close call here from the 80 carry of anyone's legend.
Yeah, I mean, SFM's ults being gone is not really going to mean too much. You're still going to have that up before the next objective in 2.5 minutes. You're not looking toward, or well, they're going to look for the Rift Herald play on top side to try and match the presence that are on the bot lane. But Xiaohu is here. You've got Forge on the way.
Audacious charge, he wants to start it off. That Crescent Guard is up and available, but a good toss here from the Shy, who has ulti. Anyone's Legend knocked back for now as, excuse me, the Shy without, but under turret. This will be a turn from Anyone's Legend's Forge. Comes in, but Angel with the stolen ulti. The Crescent Guard was amazing. So much better than Xiao Houses. They're still forced against the turret, losing 4 plates in total in a single play.
Yeah, I don't think Angel really wanted to end up underneath that tower, though. Shooting himself onto Xiaohao may have caused some issues there for Weibo. Still, though, turret plates do go over towards Weibo, which is kind of the big win for them in that play. And it does mean that the Shy, if he can start to push forward, can actually take this turret for himself. Again, this first item for ZDZ is where this matchup actually changes with the Divine Sunder. But with the Shy already in a good spot, being able to play at range, it's going to be a while before ZDZ can really get control over this lane.
Yeah, his lane doing so well. 20 CS lead, and further to your point, you said before, the Shy was taking priority in names here. ZDZ, once again, trying to get some of the trade backs, but the Shy still continues his comfortability. And Dagda, we talked about this top lane being rearing, ready to go. Like, hey, they had the most solo deaths. And we know that's not just the laning phase, but usually that's where we see a lot of 50-50s, especially from the Shy. And I'm surprised it's been so quiet when these guys love to kill and they love to die.
Well, here we go. You may get your wish here.
Oh, in the bottom lane, though. But, you know, the Shy's not part of this one, Dagda. I want the top laners to do it.
I mean, look, they're trying their damnedest, but the Shy is getting a decent advantage for himself just from the help that he's been getting from Weibo. But Anyone's Legend still posturing on the spot side. SFM is here, and Betty's, you know, relatively squishy, so you do have to be a little bit careful there.
But look top, that's Demolish. It's going to reset here, but the Shy, as he autos it away, wants the kill onto ZDZ. Asking you shall receive. ZDZ going to hold onto the flash, but the Shy about to go Meganar, the wave under his control. First turret blood will belong to Weibo Gaming, and Dagda, this is not something that we always see with WBG, but I'm glad we are. This is a bit of lane dominance coming through from a couple of good skirmish setup plays.
Yeah, it turns out if the Shy doesn't play Kale, he can actually win lane. Who would have thought it? Who would have put these two together?
Wow.
But I gotta say, I love the way that Weibo are actually supporting him. Even you could see there Angel leaning towards this top side, just making sure that he was able to spot anyone's legend if they tried to make any sort of play there, even getting some vision control down just to spot if Forge is going to try and realm up there. So, I mean, anyone's legend are Weibo are supporting the Shy well, and a lot of that is actually coming from Angel, who in the past we have criticized for not actually helping out on the map as much as he could.
Was Herald starts. I want to point out that first items are coming across nicely here. Leandri's picked up for Angel. A little bit of an adaptation dagger. Remember in 12-10 we saw a lot more of Everfrost. I mean, even before that, let's be real. Everfrost is picked up from Forge though, which you love to see. But Mythic advantage, excuse me, definitely in favor of Weibo Gaming. However, a bit of a win to get second Herald here for AL as they've got a Dragon too. So they're trailing. Might not be there in the gold game, but Mr. Dagderson or Dr. Dagda, as your future wife will call you. I feel like we're at a point where, you know, Weibo Gaming can cruise along, and I want to talk to you again about the mid game, because that's where you said this team will come alive, and we're heading fast towards it.
Yeah, I mean, you can even see it here. Angel's starting to move in. They're looking for us.
Don't get time, do you? Well, he's going to get locked down. The piercing darkness comes through, but Chocho trying to escape in time. The Ignite ticks him over. There's Xiaohao with a re-engage, but Angel's still here. He's a level 11 Silas with Reset City thanks to the blue buff. It's still the kill for Weibo Gaming. It's their second one of the game, and in this slow pacer, a couple of good picks are setting them up for even more success.
And that's where I feel like Weibo need to try and play this, is trying to pick people off before anyone's legend can actually set up properly, because you do have relatively good setup between Huanfeng with the Curtain Call, the Deadly Flourish, On, as you can just see there, having some great tools, and now Angel looking for one more pick.
He wants to slow, but Forge, he's got the Everfrost to buy a bit of time. Takes some minions with him as well. That's Jerry, that's Ralph, that's Alfred, and that's Peter. But they are all going to die one after the other. And Dagda, that's the harsh reality. People never talk about minions in League of Legends, but they have personalities too. They have lives. No one seems to care about them. As we look at the replay, and maybe we can forget.
Look, this is what we're talking about with the opportunities to look for picks. And I love again that On is kind of constantly holding on to the battle dance before he actually goes for the engage, or sorry, the grand entrance, because he's just waiting for these flashes before he commits. So even though Chocho does burn the flash, On is still able to come through. Now I'm looking at another play from SOFM, who I thought might have ganked mid, but there are chickens.
No. Yeah, that's right. SOFM cannot resist the LPL sponsor. You know, when they get the ads going, I think SOFM might be on top of the list as we take them all down, and now he moves up to the top side. The Shy still pushing so aggressively against ZDZ. A 50 CS lead, a Trinity Force, and maybe a dead Jax on the way as he hovers in the outskirts of Vision, and ZDZ is about to get a warm surprise as Counter-Strike's used, and that might be the go button. SOFM now in the perfect place, the perfect time, and the perfect heartbreaker with the perfect rhyme here for Weibo Gaming's third kill, and again, a great game from SOFM to start off the series.
Yeah, anyone's legend now try to push in mid, but they just don't really have the numbers advantage they need. Rift Herald is here for Xiaohao, and he will plonk it down, but Weibo's starting to collapse. SOFM is coming from the top side.
Stolen again, the Crescent Guard stolen from Angel. Damage not burning here from Betty. It's a perfect counter as On gets into the backline against 3 people. On actually gets stunned up, so does Angel as the knock up from Chocho. Perfect, On only just surviving. And now for Betty and Forge trying to trail this one up. No bueno here from anyone's legend, but that's what they can do, Dagda, if the space is right.
And that's why for anyone's legend, trying to set up as this 4-man front to back is going to work out spectacularly for them if they can set things up. Because as we said, there's not a huge amount of consistent damage on Weibo's side. There's very few people that can really deal with Xiaohao at this moment in time, especially when he's getting the healing coming through for Betty, even the protection that Chocho can offer. And traditionally, we don't think as Rise as this big damage dealer in team fights, but because there's no person on Weibo who's particularly tanky, although SFM does have the random ones, the damage from Rise is actually going to be quite a bit. So anyone's legend in team fight's going to do well, and it's about Weibo trying to very quickly pick one person off before the fight starts, so they're always on an uneven footing.
And I will say it feels pretty hard at this point for anyone's legend. Unless they get a numbers advantage, Dagda, or unless, you're right, you know, the fights go on a bit. Because these fights are bursting out as Forge has the ulti out again. They're 6k gold up. And you can see the item advantage is starting to be a bit obvious. So I feel like at this point, wishful thinking, because anyone's legend now face down of a dragon. And in 30 seconds time, we'll find out if they really feel confident enough to contest.
I feel like they should. you've got the Umbro Glaive already picked up for Betty, which makes it easy to clear out a bunch of these boards. Everfrost and also nearly the Muramana here for Forge, but here we go.
Okay.
Arcane just stopped
It's
him.
actually coming from anyone's legend. I guess Weibo Gaming aren't the ones who are going to initiate that, and they've gotten priority around the Dragon, but the Shy is hard pushing top.
Yeah, and you do just have to be worried about the TP coming in from the Shy, but he has just exhausted himself, so not going to be too much of a threat if he decides to. Now we just got to see how anyone's legend want to approach this.
They're trying for the poke here. It's relying on Betty here. You mentioned the Umbral Glaive, so the damage significant enough as SOFM frontlining here at level 11 TP into the backside. The Shy joining in. There is no ZDZ down the line with the center ult. He's great, but Betty is being burnt to a crisp. And the Shy deals the damaging blow. As now ZDZ's here, but is it too late? Well, Angel dying might be a no, as On is trying to escape himself. Gets out with the help of Juan Fong as a reset enabled for SOFM. At level 11, Viego, who's feeling a little bit spicy. A good eat up here from Chocho, but anyone's legend now trying to turn it back as SOFM gets the smite. Heals up the stun here. The messy play, the Shy still alive. And at the end, Weibo Gaming are the only ones that matter.
And it was so close to anyone's legend being able to turn that, but Weibo Gaming staying as a pack and taking off members of anyone's legend separated. And now, second dragon for Weibo. 8 kills to 1. A 9,000 gold lead for Weibo. They are in so much control of this game, and we'll catch it here in the replay. Just quick TP coming through from the Shy that we talked about. ZDZ doesn't match. It looks like anyone's legend don't catch out this TP, so ZDZ is late. Betty already taken out of the fight before ZDZ arrives. But they have a chance here to turn around. Remember what we said, no real consistent damage here from Weibo, but they split here. ZDZ goes for On, who's already out of the equation, which means the Shy gets a great two-man Gnar onto Forge, onto Xiaohao, and ZDZ now is just out of the equation for this fight as the Shy and SOFM chase them down. It does get very close in the weeds here, but just about SOFM stays alive with that reset, and from there, they can carry on.
I mean, I was looking at the wrong top lane as ZDZ, where my eyes were, thinking that this Jax starting to make magic happen, but for once in my LPL casting career, I didn't look at the Shy, who did 5.5k damage. Fans get excited. They know the emote to spam. They know exactly what they think of this man when he does well. 006, the agent from the top lane. Dagda, he hasn't died. And, you know, every game I see that for the Shy, I think, wow, he's not a different level today. Okay, someone who's going to die might be Xiaohao, but hang on a minute. Angel with the stolen ulti. It could turn around as Forge joins in. The consistent damage you talk about, Dagda, is going to force Angel to flash away as he absconds and Forge continues to roll forward. The poke from Juan Fong still great, but Weibo Gaming, you're onto something, Dagda. They can't face up against Forge when he's untouched.
Yeah, they still get presence in the mid lane though, still being able to use the long range damage from Juan Fong to dissuade anyone's legends, and that's all that they need here. TP now to keep these minions alive.
Yeah, the wave clear comes through, and now eventually Will is on, takes the damage. Forge once again seems to be the one to watch as Betty also caving in with a bit of damage himself. Anyone's legend keep their inner turret alive with no side wave crashing towards the inhibitor turrets, so the game continues to be a little bit steady, but remember, anyone's legend facing down the barrel of a 10k gold lead, so while it looks defensive here, Dagda, they're still miles ahead from being even with Weibo.
And that's the thing, you're looking at ZDZ, who's a full item behind, is going for more of a teamfight oriented build, not opting in towards things like the Blade of the Ring King or anything like that. He wants to try and play for team fights, but you're still very far behind. You're looking at the Senna, who's only got an item and a bit. She's not really in a position to carry. Like, this is where you're starting to see that as long as Weibo, even though they may not get a kill, if they can brute force anyone's legend away from towers, they can actually just pick up the structure, and that's still a win in their books. And a large portion of that is just coming from that substantial gold lead that Weibo have managed to accumulate.
I just love the brute force comes out from the man in the top lane. To the right of our camera, we just see this Mega Gnar hovering back and forth like he's the warden of a prison. Everyone pays the respect and, you know, tries to... I was going to say Dagda put some money on the side. That is a bad connotation. I'll never say that again. But at the very least, as Weibo Gaming reset themselves, pick up some more items. We're in 3-item territory here, especially for Juan Fong, who now has himself an LDR and a Randuin's. Excuse me, not Randuin's. Rapid fire, but hey, On. Perfect engage. Juan Fong now joining in, an Angel from the wing as well. He's got a Devour in the back of his mind as Forge now joins in. Double TP from Anyone's Legend. Dagda, we're starting to ramp this game up, and I like that AL are still trying to fight it out.
Again, though, On does burn his flash, but you get both TPs out of Anyone's Legend, which makes it great. Betty,
Betty,
where are you
he
going?
doesn't have a Tom Kench near him. He's isolated. And the 80 carry of Anyone's Legend may have just thrown this one into the water. Their defense gets harder from now, and as Weibo continue heading on forward, 5 versus 4 for the next 25 seconds, thanks to Betty's blunder.
But why worry about that when you can just go over towards the Baron? You do have to be careful, though, because there is a minute until this Dragon. So Weibo committing towards this Baron will mean they won't be in a position to contest for this Dragon in just a minute's time. Anyone's Legend now trying to move into position to see if they can force Weibo away.
But I'd be scared because the Shy is over the wall with the Mega Narvar stacking. They see him with the Boomerang throw. This is about to evolve. The slow, the walk in. I mean, I would not approach this if I'm Anyone's Legend, but as Baron continues to be super slow, Weibo Gaming giving them a bit of time as Angel is still moving forward as well. The 2-man ulti is easily done. The Shy on the top side dealing with 2 members. Well, Weibo Gaming have numbers advantage, but Xiao Hao getting flashed over, taken out, and Forge may get the response kill, but AL are still outnumbered here as the collection from One Fong begins. The on 3-man knockup. Weibo Gaming in spring and summer have been known as great team fighters, and that narrative remains held true.
The fact that they have this massive gold lead is making things so much easier for Weibo. Consistently being able to get into these fights, absolutely decimate Anyone's Legend. And the Shy, 1v2 finding the kill, so the rest of Weibo can fight that uneven scrap on the bottom side of that. Just means that there's nothing Anyone's Legend can do. They will get the Dragon, as we talked about, but Baron for Weibo, with only inhibitor turrets remain, means that Weibo should be able to crack the base.
Finally, with an 11k gold lead, finally it should be there. Anyone's Legend getting a bit more stat boost in the meantime, though, as you mentioned with the Dragon, but Dagda, take me through it because we're all watching the Shy up in the top lane. Take it easy, ult into 1v2.
So Betty isn't here yet, while the Shy absolutely destroys the top side of this fight. So the thing is, you're still fighting 3v4 on the bottom end of things, and that's what Weibo actually want, is these uneven fights. And usually we're talking about, hey, you want to try and find a pick, make sure you're able to find that fight in that regard. But because the Shy just 1v2s on the top side, you end up with this uneven fight for such a large portion. And by the time the top half of Anyone's Legend actually regroups with the bottom half, the fight's already done because you've lost 2 members for Anyone's Legend.
And now with Anyone's Legend, as you said before we saw the replay, their base going to be in tatters. It feels like with the Baron here, it is going to be a little bit easier for Weibo Gaming to crash in. But having said that, your condition in Forge seems to be the lifeline that Anyone's Legend are relying on. The Rise wave clear with 3.5 items, actually quite respectable, Dagda.
It looks like Anyone's Legend try to take a fight before we get to the inhibitor, though. We'll have to see if they can actually find it, but SFM playing very respectful, and you've got the Silas in the top lane for Angel, so 3 waves across the board all crashing, and Anyone's Legend are crumbling.
Really nice macro coming through here from Weibo Gaming. ZDZ can't hold a candle right now to this Gnar. As Demolish helps out, puts it to half HP. One Fong stays around mid. Angel continues to be a nuisance in the top lane. Anyone's Legend are drawn so thin as the Shy goes back into a Mega Gnar state. Headbutts the turret, thinks about the ulti here. ZDZ with a counter-strike. This is only going to buy a bit of time as the waves are still crashing in. And they've got another minute 15 of this Dagda.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't going to survive. You got top lane barely left standing. Weibo have already cracked the mid lane. Bot is just a surefire as soon as the Shy comes through. But, I mean, there is a ward, but I don't know if you can take that fight.
Well, Palpatine would want it. Anyone's Legend, you know, what do? You got to throw everything against the wall. They're losing their base rapidly, and as they get both inhibitor turrets down, the third one on the top side too, inhibitors now exposed. One Fong with the Gale Force board. Betty gets crushed under the Jin auto as now here comes a curtain call. But for Anyone's Legend, we knew the show was over about 10 minutes or so ago. Weibo Gaming now heading on in, Dagda. The waves at their fingertips, and with 5 members this strong, Anyone's Legend is just trying to survive.
I don't know if the Kaido Xiao goes in.
Yeah, okay, we do get the Dawning Shadow. Xiao Hao survives for a little bit longer as Weibo Gaming take a heavy chunk, but the Shy is untouched on the side. On darting away as One Fong still pokes him at range, but the Shy is such a nuisance. Not even a Mega Gnar. He's just autoing for the win. Look at him dance around. as Chocho and Betty have to escape. Na heads back to the turret. The Shy's going to go Mega again. A really concentrated game up in that top side. As Mega Na back got in. The Shy giving out those vibes once again as Weibo Gaming send us to a 29-minute victory in game 1.
The Shy destroyed this game. Absolutely taken over. But gotta be said, just really solid game across the board here from Weibo on consistently roaming towards the mid lane to put pressure onto Forge. SOFM reading the plays coming through from Anyone's Legend incredibly well too. This just across the board, great performance from Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, it was a clean game. It was a game where SOFM was quite concrete as well, I feel. The critical member of Weibo Gaming. It feels like when he's ahead, Weibo Gaming look good. When he's behind, Weibo Gaming look questionable. It was also a really good game from the support. On had a great Rakan game, Dagda. I know you had a lot of questions about how he could play this Rakan, like how we could get out of the laning phase, against this Rise for Angel. You had some doubts. But On helped that in a massive way, burning flashes, I think, 2 or 3 times in the first 15 minutes.
That's the thing. The ball never really got rolling for Anyone's Legend because of how well they controlled Forge. I don't think we got to see Forge make a proactive realm warp at all this game. Actually, now that I'm thinking, I was like, oh, maybe in the mid game. But no, I mean, every time we saw him, it was trying to use it defensively to escape away on the bottom side. And a lot of that was because Weibo put so much attention on shutting him down. You don't get the help towards ZDZ in that top side. The Shy is the one that's actually receiving the brunt of that assistance. And from that point forward, Weibo were in a great spot. Like, the team, like, no matter what way compositions are, generally speaking, like in 95% of situations, when you have a 10,000 gold lead, compositions don't really matter anymore. It's just a case of, I hit you so hard that no matter what you do, I win.
The classic slapping them with their wallets. Yeah, it's a brick wall that you run into, and at that point, you just kind of have to give up and try throw the Hail Marys. And it didn't work out. I mean, I also want to point out that the Shy with his most damage in this game, had such a great landing phase, and it felt like his lane, Angel's lane, Huanfeng's lane, all of them were going so well, and Xiaohao couldn't get in and make a change. It really sucked to be Anyone's Legend when the whole world's burning and you're sitting there drinking a coffee as Xiaohao going, this is fine.
Especially with how quickly Weibo were like finding those little sparks and picks. They were so good at getting onto Roman towards mid, like jumping onto Huanfeng instantly to get the pick onto Chocho. Or when you look at how well they played around Vision in the top side, looking for more picks in that direction that we saw in the mid game. It constantly felt like On was the center of all the picks that kind of snowballed this game to such a lead for Weibo Gaming. So I know that the Shy, obviously most damage, looked absolutely spectacular in team fights, was phenomenal, but I want to give a shout out to On because I feel like he's not going to get an MVP in this game, but he really was such a core part of this victory for Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, he was. I mean, Vision score is always going to be high, but I think that kill participation, the graphic doing him a bit dirty when he's tied first with Angel and SOFM. Like, we
tied on KDA, tied on kill participation, like
yeah.
SOFM, Angel, and On, all basically the same across the board.
Oh my god. Doing support's dirty. It's unfortunate. You're just at the bottom lane and you have to deal with it. So yeah, you're right. On as a support for Weibo Gaming, always overshadowed by Sword Art. And the funny thing is, Sword Art is on this roster. He played one game, I think it was against RA, one individual game. Yeah. We have not seen Sword Art since. So On is obviously doing better and showing it on stage. I never thought we'd see the world, Dagda, because game 1 was a big story about his Rakan. But 29-minute win. Congratulations, Weibo Gaming. We're going to go to a game 2 after this break to see if Anyone's Legend have it in them.
But at the end of the day, fantastic for TT. Baytron now trying to escape, using it all very early on. There's Chomp from Yagao. Yagao has to survive as well, though. There's 1 for 0. Kanavi going so deep on the back of the plate. Southwind will fall. Xiaosheng alone. Puff knocked up in the meantime. Hope with a double kill. How do you lose the Infernal Soul and then take a fight so handily? Puff will go down. Hope with a triple kill. And he is a new Hope for JDG with a quadra, because that's the 4th Star Wars film.
Wait, is that the game? JDG,
it might
they've
just
got
be.
the push. They can just run through. UCal needs to reset, and it's UCal versus the world, but I think JDG just ends.
And I think Yagao might have just grabbed himself an MVP with that engage there, making the pick happen onto Beichuan. UCal has to do what he can, but it's not going to be enough here. Trying to clear the way for the cannon. Well, that should go down. Well, maybe it is enough. 369 is going to use his death passive. It's a pentakill! Hope got the pentakill somehow and then died afterwards.
We're going to see if Kara can find the engage.
This is a burger if I've ever seen one, and it's flipped!
Oh, Clint
gets the smite! And JDG are in some trouble! They are completely surrounded! FPX just need to close the pincer! The heroic entrance not gonna go through for Care, but it does not matter! No one cares! JDG is moving down. Hope tries to get the plays, tries to get Summit. They've actually turned it! And 369 is back, but 369 goes down. Hong and Clid, they're trying the resets for Clid. Oh, he can't get the fourth one. It's not going to be the Quadra, but FPX find the fight yet again. Oh my God, he still finds it. No way. He's got the red buff, he's got the damage, and he clean aces JDG. What a fight, and FPX are alive and well.
Now Clint is here. The Cataclysm is available. They want to try and continue this chase. They will get the flash out of Cube as the taunt does not land. Now Stripe goes back in with a two-man Everfrost and forces Care into stasis. They do get the Kale ultimate, but the Galio has gone down. Now iBoy trying to chase this one down as FBX have gotten a little bit too sure of themselves. Never mind. They've got a Cataclysm and they've got a Zeri just zapping everybody and nothing you can do. LWX with the Quadra kill.
Now it's into the Dragon Pit for the fight here as Kare's trying to go around the side, make sure the vision is okay. Might be looking for over the wall. Big taunt for member taunt, and Care makes the game changing, but it's a big AoE combo, and JDG, they're throwing it right back at him. Look at Hope. He just goes for the Gale Force. Yagao gets stunned up, blocked up, and maybe he's just dead here. As now it's another kill for the ADC of JDG. It's turned back as the Chaos Storm.
Knight though with a cleanse, maybe enough here as Odd flashes forward, gets the dredge line, the golden status of Knight. Willie Gale to fight this one back. It's so close.
He does!
Knight! He's doing it! Knight, you're a god!
What was that coming out from Knight?
Don't need palm trees in the breeze, honey, I can guarantee it's something money just can't buy. All it takes is just one touch, just one taste of you. There's nothing I can do, 'cause we got that chemistry. There's just no stopping, it's a chain reaction. Chemistry, there's just no breaking the law of attraction. The got that chemistry. There's just no stopping, it's a chain reaction. Chemistry, there's just no breaking the law of attraction. The mystery of it all, like a riddle that we're never meant to solve. The chemistry of love.
Come fly away with me. Think how we could be free.
我觉得沙皇这个英雄是一个对线非常强势，然后装备成型的也非常快的一个中单法师吧。我觉得他是目前版本非常强的英雄。
Okay, Dagda, I have not been told that, we're coming back to us. But, big surprise, I think. As, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And after game one, we're, I guess, a little bit surprised with how clinical Weibo Gaming were because all I can say was that was a nice 29-minute win that showcased individual strengths as we talked about before the game.
Yeah, and I think we kind of got a step up across the board from Weibo on. Fantastic. SOFM stepping up huge as well, like in those early stages to control anyone's legend. And the most fearful part of anyone's legend is that early game and playing towards that skirmishes. So by interrupting that, it made things a hell of a lot easier for Weibo.
Yeah, it did. MVP, by the way, I did not hear. Did you hear? Did you know who it was? Was it the Shy? Was it the Shy again? We'll pull
I
it up
actually
for you
didn't quite hear. So I was hoping that, you would continue on enough that I wouldn't have to out myself. But it is on!
Continue on enough. Yeah. Okay, well, deserved. As you said, supports don't really get MVPs. And at least, when the Shy's in the game, I will say he normally gets MVP a lot more than people expect. But On deserved it. You were talking him up last game, and he delivered on that Rakan. The mid-roams early were fantastic.
Yeah, I'm wondering who the new people on the LPL Chinese side of the broadcast are, because they've been voting for supports a lot recently, and I'm all for it. Honestly, On was fantastic. We actually, as you said, wanted to give him a shout out because his engages were on point, his early roams were spectacular. He was finding these really nice windows where Huanfeng was alone in the bot side so he could roam mid, and again, working off really well, getting these picks to make sure that Weibo were able to get these early advantages that's just snowballed out of control.
On the pick that he did so well in last year, I mean, even, coming through when he started taking over against Sword Art, On did it on picks like the Rakan. So I'm glad to see him on a bit of comfort here for the first game. But rolling into the second one, Dagda, Anyone's Legend had a lot of issues there. And we talked a lot about Forge on the rise. He was a late game insurance. He was a damage insurance. But what we got out of him wasn't proactive realm womps, as you said before the break.
And I think it was just a nice call by Angel to go towards the Silas, because you know that in an awful lot of situations that these facilitator mid laners do end up giving a lot of opportunity cross to the Silas. You don't really want to pick the Swain into the Silas because he actually gets the healing that you get as well from your ultimate, can use that just as effectively, even having more healing in his kit thanks to Kingslayer. You're looking across at things like the Twisted Fate, Gallios, all kind of getting lost in that. So I think it was just and even if you go towards something like an Ari, say for Forge as well, you're still leaning into, hey, Silas just works out fantastically here. So I'm curious to see what the plan is here now that Anyone's Legend are on blue side, if they end up getting some of these big power picks like the Viego away from SOFM, or if they'll actually opt in towards something like the Silas nice and early.
Yeah, because Viego pick would be number 14, but no, denied. So SOFM has to once again go for a different path. Lee Sin has been one of his favorites too, so we'll see. At the very least, with one jungler banned away, let's see if the Wukong slips all the way through Dagda, because we have had some cheeky games of it, and Weibo Gaming only have one ban left.
Yeah, curious to see. I imagine it will be the Wukong. I think Wukong is just an incredibly strong pick, especially when we're talking about like early skirmishing being the strength of anyone's legend.
Oh.
The Wukong is going to be a problem, but Senna taken away from Betty. I don't know. I feel like the Wukong is going to cause you a ton of issues. I imagine Weibo here will like respond with something like the Callista and along these lines, but even then, I just feel like Wukong is so insanely strong.
You ready for some fun stats, Dagda? Because every time it comes up, I got to let people know the win rate. However, my internet seems to be failing, so I'm not going to be able to. I'm not going to be able to search on the website. But last time I checked, as it finally loads, it was 75%. At the moment, sitting 66% after being picked 39 times. I think it's kind of insane that it's still so high, considering we're now through a couple of patches. 26 and 13. It's a big one that a lot of teams aren't willing to give over to blue side first pick, so maybe Weibo Gaming have a plan.
I mean, I don't know what the plan is, because I'm kind of digging what anyone's legend are going for. I mean, you take the Gangplank here, causes issues for the Aphelios, makes it hard for him to work into these team fights because of the cannon barrage. We talked about how good the Silas could be for Forge. He locks that one in here too. Like, it feels like anyone's legend have a solid game plan coming into this one.
I'd hope so, because game one, it felt like there was less of that, right? Weibo, though, other side, it seems like this time it's a completely different game plan. Dagda with a bit of scaling added in. Angel on the Azir is something we saw quite a lot of in Sooning's 2020 days. And we're going to see it once again as Weibo start putting themselves in a more relaxed state.
They're very heavy on late game scaling at the moment, though. The only thing that isn't is Lee Sin, but Lee Sin isn't a one-man army to get you through these, get you through to the later portion of the game. You need something that's going to facilitate that. And especially when I'm eyeing up something like the Gangplank, I'm worried the Shy is just going to go for a Kale or something along these lines, and it means that then Weibo are completely hands-off into the late game, which could give the opportunity for anyone's legend to come back into game number 2. But we'll have to see exactly what the plan is going to be. Weibo now banning away, again, more of these AD carries, trying to make things as uncomfortable as possible on this bottom lane. But I wouldn't honestly be surprised to see if Betty ends up just going for something like a Jinx on this bot lane, maybe Jinx Lulu, because against the Aphelios, you're not under too much pressure, but Weibo feeling that as well.
But Dagda, LeBlanc ban against Weibo. So are they thinking that the Shy is going to play Azir top? Is that what's happening here? Is the Shy just pulling out one of his... You know, we talk about dark technologies with Doomby. I think buff technologies is a fair way to go with Might Shy, because that's a Rise ban too. So they're thinking, hey, Weibo, they know something about Weibo that maybe we don't.
Yeah, I'm not sure, to be totally honest. I'm actually just looking up the Shy's recent match history just to see what's going on. Oh my god, he actually is playing his ear top.
Oh my god, he is. Okay.
He actually is playing his ear top.
Well, can it be any worse than a Nivea top? You know, and a lot of people are like, oh, it's against Vladimir. But ladies and gentlemen, that was peak the Shy.
Why?
We now get a Zir top.
Why does the Shy just like pick a lane and then take champions from it? Like a couple of splits ago, it was, hey, I'm just an AD carry top now. I'm just going to play Callista top. I'm going to play all these things. Now he's just like, you know what? I'm actually digging what the mid lane champion pool is. I'm going to play Azir top. So I can kind of understand where this is coming from. The Azir has decent poke in lane, especially against the Gangplank, who wants to try and use the parlay to make sure that you're able to get a ton of that poke damage back. But I think Azir outdoes that. Should have decent push. And post level 6, it's actually pretty hard to gank the Azir because he's got the Emperor's Divide and the ability to shuffle away. But I'm still not sold, because I just looking at the composition here, where's your engage for Weibo? Like the Shy then has to kind of become your Emperor's or your engage. Or you're waiting on maybe a charm coming through from Ahri, because you're Braum bot lane. So I just don't really know how this functions as a whole.
You know, Dagda, we got lots of content creators, right? Yeah, we have people like Cadril, Dom, you know, Kelsey Moser as well. And
oh, you're right. Hang on, we need to do the face. You ready? We need to get ready for the thumbnail. You ready? Just
Oh, the thumbnail.
Gonna do
Like,
yeah.
dude. Mine was completely different. But they create their own thumbnail, dude. All they have to say is Azir top, and I respect it. This is the time when I feel like we need to give, you know, people like Dom a call, put him on the phone, get him in for a guest spot, be like, all right, what's going on here? Like, what are your thoughts?
Just point to
Yeah.
the shy and just say explain. Explain. What is this?
Dude, every time, because I think it was even Casual that put out the Anivia top video, and that's what I love. A shout out, of course, because content in the LPL is reaching an all-time high, and I'm not sure if it's because the Shy keeps playing crazy stuff in the top lane, or the LPL continues to deliver, or maybe we just have more people.
I just don't understand why people are still letting them do it. The Victor didn't go well. The Anivia didn't go well. All right, well, you know, Azir, next one. Let's just keep the ball rolling through these late game scaling control mages.
Oh, God. Well, welcome. We've got Airy in the top lane, Dagda. Unsealed Spellbook for ZDZ on the GP. And as we get into game number 2, where do you really want to start? Because obviously the Azir top is one kind of answer, but you said something that resonates with me. The engage for Weibo Gaming is very much lacking.
And especially against someone like Betty, that's going to be great because he gets to kind of post up and open up with the misfortune as he likes. Only downside, of course, is the Braum. Going to be able to try and dissuade a lot of that. But, I mean, for anyone's legend, you just have such a good composition for jumping in, getting on towards some of these key carries. Like, if Xiaohao gets an engage onto Wanfeng, how do you protect him? Like, yes, you've got a Braum, but a Braum isn't going to be enough in this situation. And even ZDZ just wants to try and play through sides. So you imagine the Shy is going to have to match that as this game goes on. And the thing is Azir can do okay inside lanes, but he doesn't want to be inside lanes. So I think a lot of this game is going to rest on SOFM and Angel, playing through this mid jungle, trying to gain control of the map nice and early. So Weibo kind of get to dictate the pace of this game, because otherwise, I just see anyone's legend hitting mid game, super strong, 4v4, ZDZ scaling in the top side without much issues. I just don't really know what the plan is for Weibo.
Well, it's not the first time we've questioned some of their drafts, and I'm sure it won't be the last time, but at the very least, we'll be focusing on SOFM more towards your specification for how the game works with Angel, because Angel and SOFM have been moving up to the top side consistently in their games and have been a little bit more proactive. And if this is the game to see it, I'm kind of curious to see how they enable it, Dagda, because right now, SOFM heading up towards that top side, but he will be tracked nicely by anyone's legend early board.
Yeah, I mean, for SOFM, he kind of has his pick of the litter. Top side should have push, mid, as you can see, gets push. The upside for Sylas in this matchup against the Ahri is Ahri really struggles to push Sylas out of the lane. She just doesn't have enough DPS in her kit before you kind of get to heal up, maybe even look to trade back, as Forge is rightfully showing here. Like, it actually becomes really difficult in these trades to push Forge out of lane. So I think from SOFM side, trying to help out in getting Forge out of this lane is going to be great, or just linking up with Angel to roam up top side is probably going to be your best bet.
But Dagda, while you're talking about, man, I just noticed something, and I need us to discuss it. There is a tier on ZDZ. He's got Unsealed Spellbook, which we really don't see much with how good Grasp is. And I feel like this adaptation to the lane he's going up against is either a huge 5-head or something we'll question throughout the game.
I actually like it. I think the biggest problem for ZDZ, as you can see, is like actually being able to approach the wave properly to survive the laning phase. So opting into the tier, it's not a very expensive item. You're pretty happy to sell it. We actually saw a lot of tank top laners going for this previously before even Fimbulwinter existed, because it's just such a cheap item that gains you so much in the laning phase. So I imagine, as you can see, he's just going to go a very defensive build, just try to survive this early laning phase, and then still try and be a nuisance late game with the cannon barrage and everything else. So I actually understand where ZDZ's thinking. It's just as have as much mana as possible so he can continue to use these parlays to farm.
Which is a great point. I'll be asking you about it as it goes across, because I'm sure the build will be a very different aspect this game. As we see, the Shy is already bullying him out, so the orange is coming in handy with the extra mana. But SOFM is not trying to punish mid. For now, he's looking towards the bottom lane as On gets safeguarded too. Dredge line out with a good Riptide. And there's no more follow-up as SOFM peeks over the wall, spots out the Wukong, and Xiaohao means business if they continue forward, but with the Winter's Bite, Weibo Gaming walked a bit far forward. They get the stun up, but I'd be scared about the damage here from Xiaohao against all that AD. The Wukong's still ready to charge forward as Gravitum helps out, but SOFM making it rain on his body. He survives thanks to a pot. The turnaround coming through, but Huanfeng is the only one with health, and Weibo Gaming played that so close to the chest.
I mean, you nearly get SOFM going down. Nearly managed to get the turnaround on, but the fact that Betty has no mana, no double ups, no follow up means that they can't actually continue that one forward. Betty should just get the crash in on this bottom side, which would do fine, and you will kind of go back to an even state off the resets, but nearly able to get that turnaround on anyone's Legend side.
A nice little trade, but I'm looking at summoners there. Dagda, Chocho with the Ignite on Huanfeng, burning 2 of their own. So it is a beneficial trade here for AL in the bottom side, and as Betty runs out of mana, he's going to be able to push out the wave with his last breath. So Weibo Gaming now just going to sit here under turret. And Dagda, the game so far at a pretty even state. There's nothing we could really go into as, oh, this advantage is huge, apart from the top side, where the Shy is currently 10 CS up.
Level 6s coming across from anyone's Legend is a massive boon, though. Because you look at Dragon that's up and available, Forge having the opportunity to like steal away Angel's ultimate, On's ultimate, Xiaohao having big engage with the Cyclone. This is where you can start to play through the 4v4 for anyone's Legend on the bottom side. And I wouldn't be surprised if you actually see Xiaohao like take away Raptors, move in towards the Scuttle that's just spawned in River, and maybe look for a Dragon. Particularly because you've got just a little bit of time before that Rift Herald spawns. You can use this push on bot side, get Dragon, and then make sure there's no trades that can happen when you fully commit up towards this top end of the map with the Rift Herald spawn.
Force Weibo Gaming to fight, you know, an earlier Dragon than maybe they would have wanted. Dagda, we did talk about how this composition goes, but for anyone's Legend with the spikes coming through, Dragon's a great way to start it off. I'm also glad you started talking about the Herald, because timing's going to be perfect for an extra reset here as SOFM starts moving down, but Chocho needs to play zone control. Instead, SOFM gets the walk right up. Chocho on this Nautilus not doing too much until the dredge line finally comes through. The cannon barrage, SOFM with the flash was horrible. That was just rubbish, Dagda, and Weibo Gaming pay the iron price.
But this is what we talked about with Weibo. Every so often, SOFM just sends it and goes, hey lads, you know, I was hoping you'd be here, but I didn't check my minimap. And what anyone's Legend punish that, they get the kill onto SFM, they get the Dragon, they get a reset now right as Herald's about to come up, and even look at where Betty played it. Betty reset rather than helping Dragon, so now he'll get to clear this wave, hit 6, and be in a perfect spot now to move up towards this Rift Herald with the ultimate, whereas Huanfeng doesn't have his available. But I don't know what SFM was thinking. Like, look at where your AD carry is, look at where your support is. What are you doing?
And then the flash as he actually passed back in. SOFM, one of a kind. His name is Style of Me for a reason. How many games have we had a...
Maybe we just change it to Sanity of Me, because I don't know where that sanity is anymore.
It's like 369. We rated on a scale of 1 to 9. Sanity this game so far at a solid 5. You know, that was maybe a 4 actually after that play. He's got level 6 now, but the flash burn is what gets me. And for Weibo Gaming, giving an edge to anyone's Legend early, when you talked about the comp they build up with the all-in, the level 6, now that they're hit, and now that Xiaohao still has Cyclone, it feels like the map belongs to them for the least little while.
Yeah, Betty getting push on bot side as well means you can start to roam the Misfortune up if you'd like to, but anyone's Legend feeling confident that they don't have to. They spotted on the bottom side of the map, so they know that Weibo are not actually going to try and commit for any sort of play here. So you get the Rift Herald, you get Betty in a good spot, you've already got the Dragon as well, and again now you can start to look to see if you can make some of these more aggressive plays on the bottom end of the map, because Xiaohao gets to keep his Cyclone for those lane ganks.
So you use that with the Herald now picked up. Teleport going to be using the top side. The Shy seems to be the only one doing well in this game. Even though SOFM's keeping up with farm, the kill going over to Xiaohao is going to hurt a lot. But the Shy is the person who is most ahead. He's the person that's doing the most well. That's not English. Let's try again. Doing the wellest?
The best.
Dagda?
The best.
Oh, the best. That's so much better. Dude, the fever's going to my head. I'm seeing visions. I'm seeing SOFM coming to the top side, which is more than Lee Sin can say. He simply feels the presence of ZDZ. As Dagda, we're getting a dive here. It needs to be a kick against the wall. but look who's nearby. With the flash immediately burns, EDZ's buying so much time. The Shy can't get the Emperor's Divide with the flash, and that minion wave is thinning out. Xiaohao wants in for a bit of the action.
Yeah, ward was spotted Xiaohao. Cannon Barrage wasn't quite up and available to clear the wave and also prevent Weibo from escaping from underneath the tower. On is on the roam, though, looking to match this play on top side.
Okay, you can see already, though, the match coming through from Forge a little bit better. As we look at Gold on the left-hand side of your screen, after the play fizzles out a bit, the Shy and Angel in a really good Gold advantage for the time being. The Shy especially over his laner right now. That 20 CS continues to be the markers. Lens doesn't connect. Chocho walks right past the vision, so that deep ward from Weibo Gaming is going to give them a cheeky bit of information.
I mean, Chocho really needs to work on the lens mechanics. You know, really
dude.
letting the squad down there. But anyone's legend still relatively okay. Minute and a half until the next dragon. You get to keep pressure on the spot side as well. I know the wave has just hit Betty's tower, but he can now push that one out, get a reset in just about a minute, or in about 40 seconds time. Move over towards the dragon. Silas as well should be able to reset and get himself a Kindle gem. TP will be up and available, so he can reset a little bit later. And then you're looking at anyone's legend going, okay, we're again flashes across the board, ultimates available, every summoner spell you could want is there too, plus Cannon Barrage. Anyone's legend would just get to play the game as they want again around this next dragon.
Which is a good sign, because in game one, they didn't really have much control. Anyone's legend in game one kind of fizzled out, Dagda, and we questioned quite a lot of Chocho. Was it Chocho? Who was the question mark last game? I'm trying to remember. I guess Xiaohao didn't do too much.
CDC didn't have a great time. Forge wasn't really getting ultimates on the rise going, but I mean, at the moment, he doesn't really get to play that game. He is Silas into the range matchup, but I think a pretty big hit there for... Hang on.
Uh-oh. He's walking into this. Dredge line smartly maneuvered, but the Bromwall helps Wanfong until Wukong smacks him down. The Monkey King, that's how he does it with a second kill of the game, and anyone's legend bot steamrolling ahead now.
And I was just about to say, like, this is actually a great play from anyone's legend. They use the Herald to get the gold for Eclipse for Betty right before next dragon. And then On was like, I don't know if you have enough, Betty. I just need to make sure you're going to have a really good shopping trip. So I decided to gift him 600 gold. So then he can actually get even more across the board. As you can see, he uses that gold nicely to get himself a longsword as well. I mean, nice guy On. Just thinking about what Betty needed in that moment.
As On walks in, I mean, oh my god.
Yeah.
No. But why? But the ward's there. He saw Betty. What?
I'm telling you, he's just a nice guy. He's just thinking about Betty's needs.
It must be his birthday. It must be Betty's birthday, because that was a gift. That was a free gift from On, and all of a sudden we're back to square one, aren't we, Dagda? Game one, brilliant. Game two, just so devastating. What?
Somehow, though, Weibo are actually here to get the dragon first. Looks like because anyone's legend stuck around for turret plates on bot side, they are late. So not able to get the turret fully on bot and losing dragon. At least it gives a little bit of time to be bought for Weibo. But again, I just don't know what the end game plan is for Weibo. The Shy doesn't really want to keep matching ZDZ on side lane. I mean, the only hope is really they get so large that ZDZ can't really deal with him, which honestly may happen with the 30 CS lead plus the turret plates going across. But it still feels like just because Cannon Barrage exists, that ZDZ should be relatively okay to kind of take the beating inside and just use Cannon Barrage at every fight so anyone legend can engage and win down the rest of them.
And then eventually more and more relevant. Dagda, I'm sorry. I just can't get over that. That was just rubbish. Like, honestly. Oh, shoot. If I did that in gold solo queue, I would be pinged out of my mind. And in chat, you saw them there. Why did you do that? Yeah. I got to move on. As a caster, you can't linger on things, guys. That's a tip 101 for today's broadcast, but it is sure as hell hard to forgive that one. So, hey, he had a great game one. Maybe we can forgive him depending on what happens in this game, but WBG Gaming are behind 1k already. Dragon is even, but still one for anyone's legend. He's going to make it so it gets harder for WBG Gaming to force him around it. And Dagda, for now, I'm kind of looking at Mythics because we do have a pretty even state here for anyone's legend, but I'm still worried that Xiaohao is so big, and as you were talking about, there's not really a hard frontline, a hard engage apart from that Brom, so he's going to hurt.
And we're going to be fighting at Rifty, right, Swifty? About to spawn. You need to get Chow Hao up here. You've got Misfortune already on the way. Chow Chow's just reset, so at least from anyone's Legend point of view, they want to make sure that they are actually getting this Rift. As I say that though, Betty going to move back down towards bot side as he spots that Guanfeng hasn't made his way up, so potentially anyone's Legend may actually lose out here just because Weibo can play around their stronger top side of the map just from the sheer gold advantage the Shy has.
And they're also tracking anyone's Legend really well. These wards are getting a lot of information across. As they move across to the Herald, the problem is that Forge has mid-pro. So Dagda, Guanfeng's moving up. Betty's staying down the bottom side for now, but anyone's Legend are looking pretty thirsty to set this one up, and Xiao Hao, once again, is very strong here on this Wukong. It's getting dicey.
Yeah, Betty has the strut to help get here faster, despite the fact he doesn't have the upgraded boots. So maybe anyone's Legend can look here. Very split,
stolen away the Spirit Rush. Yeah, it's split on all accounts, but ZDC now grouping up with the Everfrost used on called out the bullet time there. He goes golden, but Guanfeng doesn't have enough damage at this point, and 3-man ulti means nothing. Once again, the support of Weibo Gaming, massive question marks, but as we get an engage, Forge goes in, goes out, flushes out. Emperor's Divide is good. The Shy burning his own, but anyone's Legend still with the 5-man grouped up in front of the Herald. Weibo Gaming were able to pick up the objective, but anyone's Legend got the gold trade.
That Emperor's Divide was commanded by Leonidas there. The perfect split in River meant that anyone's Legend actually couldn't follow up over the Emperor's Divide wall, so they will manage to escape. But again, as you say, kills going across to anyone's Legend, and they get the push in mid, so probably get a few turret plays there. But I don't get this positioning from Weibo at all. You are so split with the tank line from anyone's Legend right in the middle of you. On has already taken out the equation. Angel has to ult over the wall. And from this point forward, like, how do you try and fight this one back? ZDZ trying to be just a bit of a nuisance on the side. But watch the Emperor's Divide here. Perfectly set up by the Shy. So there is actually no wiggle room to get back past this. Even Chocho trying to hook up, but just lands himself into the wall. And there is zero movement for anyone's Legend to get on towards the other members of Weibo.
I mean, he's been pretty solid this series, so not putting it past him with a good Emperor's Divide. The Shy comes in handy, and, you know, he's 30 CS up in the lane. This Azir is getting to the point of scaling Dagda, so denying any more kills from coming through. They did get the Herald, and now I'm kind of curious where SOFM drops it, because he's got Angel, who's got a bit of prio down on the bottom side as well. The Shy has himself an open lane top, and towards mid, Weibo now have to push too. So as long as he doesn't die here, as he plays around the scuttle, Jojo wants the dredge line, but SOFM is just dangling himself there, trying to play his bait. Sonic Wave doesn't connect, and yeah, Xiao Hao's ulti on walking into River by himself, but this time they've got the numbers advantage. The stretch line connect, on jumps forward. That's a redeeming factor. He'll sacrifice his life, but it means Angel has so much health. The kick comes from SOFM, but ZDZ ticking him down, burning him down as Guanfeng gets the max range ulti. Now starts poking him through as Angel and the Shy are kicking butt, but ZDZ is still the healthier few. Betty with the cleanup, making it rain, and anyone's Legend right in front of the Dragon win yet another fight.
Again, it's just SOFM being greedy around these not really objectives. Like, yes, Scuttle being out there for Dragon is nice, but it's not a game-changing factor. Dropping a bunch of kills to anyone's Legend could definitely change the course of this game. And now you got second Dragon for anyone's Legend, a good team fight, 3 kills now for Betty, 3 kills for Xiao Hao. This bottom side of the map is terrifying for anyone's Legend.
Oh, and even ZDZ is picking up all the assists. He's getting to that point where the GP is going to start really impacting the fights as we go on. And Dagda with 2 Dragons, let's just remind everyone that you did talk a little bit about the scaling and what Weibo Gaming want to do, but without Engage, I mean, it's still a bit of a sketchy game state when these fights keep happening.
I mean, especially here, like, this is actually a 3v4 for a good portion of this before ZDZ roams up. But look how much damage just comes out so damn quickly. SOFM as well here, having to get the flash kick so then he can actually escape from this fight. It's just all over the place from from Weibo Gaming. And anyone's Legend are just sticking to them completely throughout this. Even getting to make it rain again to finish off the Shy, which again was the one kind of strong part of the map, but it's not going to continue like this. 20 CS now, or well, 10 CS essentially for ZDZ. Behind, not that big lead that we're seeing anymore. You can actually see he's bypassed the Shy in terms of gold. And Betty, Xiao Hao, ZDZ, they're topping the charts, only nestled in behind Angel. Again, you're not really going to be able to 1v9 a game as an Ahri. She's much more about setting up for the rest of your team to carry.
Well, I mean, yeah, I think for Angel, even harder considering that what we've seen so far is perfect setup by someone like Chocho, Forge as well. Are you going to be able to skirt around that as Weibo Gaming defending their own jungle? Anyone's Legend are getting a bit frisky here. And Dagda, talking about leads and gold differences, I also want to point out to you that it might only be 1K, but I think a lot of our criticism this game has come off the back of what we saw in game number 1. Weibo Gaming were concrete throughout all their lanes. They had amazing early game play. But this second game around, we're giving them criticism despite only being 1K behind because of the last couple of plays we've seen have just been atrocious.
Well, that's the thing. Like, whatever about the gold lead, SOFM shouldn't be getting caught in the positions that he's in.
Oh, nice Empress divided, and yeah, Forge is better, of course. I was like, oh man, okay, the Shy, but it was actually Forge who does it better. As now SOFM's been caught out in the river. Chocho with a great dredge line, depth charge. He's in the bounce house, and Forge just wants to jump on the jumping castle with him. Betty's ult to finish off the kill, and yep, Baron for the 8-1 team. The gold wasn't much before, but if they get this, it sure as hell will be.
How does SOFM go from this really good predict on Forge moving from the mid lane in game 1 to get that early kill to now inting 3 kills straight off rip? Like, I don't get this man at all.
Neither do I, but Angel's still trying to carry this one. He feels that he can, but Angel takes a barrel chain and suddenly gets harder as Hunfeng's over the wall. Wants to get the Infernum onto it. Angel, everyone throwing it over. The ulti gets it, but no! Betty secures it with the auto as Hunfeng flashes on him with the Gale Force. The 80 carry of Weibo Gaming trying, but he's denied. That was a noble attempt if I've ever seen one, and at least someone on Weibo Gaming wanted to play with their mind.
I mean, Hunfeng realizing that Xiaohao, well, I don't know if he realized, but was hoping Xiaohao didn't have a smite and guessed right. Xiaohao was waiting for it to tick down as this Baron was falling, which is why it took so long, and manages to pick up a kill. But here, Forge, really good job. This is what I was curious to see if Forge would actually be the one who matches the Shy, because Silas has a reasonably good matchup into the Azir, because he can match the Emperor's Divide. He has the absconded Duck to hop over the wall and then also have the follow-up CC. So, and that was great from topside. And then SOFM, what are you hoping for here? Like, you already know anyone's Legends all in the area. You saw them on Vision. But Hunfeng here, watch the smite on the bottom of your screens. Just nerdy up. You're waiting for that to tick down. But Hunfeng does a really good job of getting a bunch of burst off, and nearly Weibo were able to steal it. Like, that could have been the difference. Then trying to make the hero play here. Unfortunately, flashes directly into Chocho's hook. If that hook hadn't landed, I actually think Hunfeng turns that fight.
Yeah, I feel like people are going to be hard on him for that. Still has the exhaust available, which is a shame, but still, you know, Chocho with the hook is great timing. Otherwise, Dagda, you're spot on. Maybe it's a different fight, but if anyone's Legend, they got the Baron. They got out with Betty securing it with an auto attack. A great game from him on the Misfortune this time around, 5-0 and 3. And as they continue their assault, anyone's Legend are moving quick, and the damage on the turret, it's huge with the Baron minions now helping out.
SOFM?
But I don't trust him, Dagda. I don't trust him this game. So as Xiaohao spots him, now in a 1v1 against the Wukong, I would not take that. As anyone's Legend, know that there's some kind of flank. It's Angel spotted out with the Spirit Rush stolen. Forge over the wall with number 1. Abscond is denied by a good Charm Everfrost combination as he continues to dart forward. Abscond once again. Spirit Rush flash. Angel burning everything in the kitchen sink as Everfrost connect from his angle. And that's what you love to see when you see a Silas with an Ariel.
And that could be another dragon now for anyone's Legend. It is up and available. If the Shy throws down the turret in mid lane to try and hold this place as defensive positioning for Weibo, I just don't think they can try and look to contest this dragon. Especially as you look towards Silas pushing the top lane. Looks like anyone's Legend trying to get both the dragon and that top lane turret at the same time.
Dagda, do you want to talk about the Shy's Azir yet? Do you think it's time? We're 23 minutes in, and we know that Azir is a late game scaler. Last time on the Anivia, it didn't do too much. Now the Shy has done a little more than nothing this game as SOFM is just caught again. Barrel chain number 1, barrel chain number 2. Everyone's sad about Johnny Depp not being Jack Sparrow, but here he is on Summoner's Rift for a quick revisit as ZDZ gets out. Hunfeng with the ulti as well. Angel teleported in for this, but Xiaohao's going to keep him safe, so nothing comes through apart from a couple of summoners. And it looks like Jack Sparrow will have to wait here as ZDZ burns his own.
I mean, it's a win for anyone's Legend. You got the TP from Angel, burnt the flash off of SOFM, and ZDZ still manages to make it out. So, I mean, across the board, just nicely done by anyone's Legend. And I agree. Look, I understand the logic between the Azir pick into the Gangplank. You can see the soldiers were able to consistently knock the barrows down, so you're not actually able to get the barrel combos off against the Azir. You've got great push, which makes it hard to try and follow up on anything. But this only works if you're running something like a Scion in the mid lane, or some sort of Sejuani in the jungle. Something that can provide an engage tool and provide a front line for this Azir to work. But the position that they're in, it just means that Huanfeng doesn't really have anyone that can play frontline for him, set him up for engages. Same with the Shy. He's like gone for a build that is very much reliant on, hey, I'm going to continuously use my poke or my Q to get really good poke off. But anyone's Legend don't need to respect the damage because they just go and engage like right now.
Where's the classic SOFM warm-up, Zagda? I feel like in this game maybe it'd be a little bit more warranted, as the Shy can clear waves, but against Betty right now, the damage massive on the turret. SOFM, oh my god, he wants Raptors! ZDZ not going to spot him out. SOFM, your team is dying in the top side. The bullet time forces the flash. SOFM now thinking, okay, I'm going to go towards mid. Classic Lee Sin, as ZDZ is not going to lose out in the 1v1. That's got to be the best pirate I've ever seen, as he takes the solo kill on a man who is just all over the place.
I don't even know what to say. Like, SOFM cosplaying, I suppose, because Blind Monk. Like, not spotting that his team is just dying on top side. Not spotting that ZDZ is 3 levels over him. That he has, like, Hole Breaker. That he's just absolutely going to demolish him. I just don't get this at all, Hysterics. I really don't. How do you go from looking so clean in game 1 to whatever the hell this is?
Well, now we know why Weibo Gaming have got a couple of game 3s under their belt, hey? Now we know why Weibo Gaming are 4-3. This is kind of what we saw at the start of the split. Against IG, that's when I thought they were going to lose first. Against WE, they dropped a game. It was WE's only game. To date, it's one of their 2 games that they picked up individually. As it's replay time, and here we go, SOFM. He just wanted the turret, to be fair. I mean, good job, but was it worth it? Oh my god. What a lad. You can't beat SOFM.
What a
you
lad.
Can't beat him, can you? Yeah. Right's worth it all, chat, Tries to tilt the team. SOFM, one of a kind.
I'm not gonna. That broke me. That's actually broke. I've had some doozies of a series recently. I've had WE versus Hooray. I've had LNG versus LGD.
Yeah.
And that might be the worst play that I've seen all week.
True. I mean, I think this game's full of it. I literally watched On walk into a watered brush this game. Dagger, at 10 minutes in the game, On decided to face check a brush where he knew 2 people at least were in. He saw the jungler on a ward, and SOFM decides to take a Q to get a low HP turret. So it's just a comedy at this point from Weibo Gaming's second game, and I don't know, we're slow again, but what do you say about this one when anyone's Legend don't really seem to be unrelenting in their 6k gold lead? They're vision controlling the map. Their soul coming up in 40 seconds, and they're just trying to hope that the Shy gets to his 3rd item.
Yeah, I just say let's see what happens in game 3. Like, that's kind of where I'm at this stage, because I just don't see a world where you get to win this.
Okay.
I mean, Great Engage is going to be available for anyone's Legend with Chocho and Xiaohao. ZDZ still has Cannon Barrage. Even has the Ignite as well for this fight because he doesn't have the Flash available. And even look at the positioning for Forge. He's going to be in a great flank spot here and should have access to the Shy's ultimate as well, which makes it a little bit more terrifying.
As SOFM's going to be taking a ward now. The whole of anyone's Legend are here. Safeguard out he does with Chocho missing the engage, but Forge has another piece on the side. On his front lining, of course, as he flashes over, but Forge takes an easy follow-up, and that Kingslayer nets his doom. On has just had a rough time this game. Is now onto SOFM, the kick away. He flashes over the wall to survive, but the Shy is once again at the back, not doing too much. Angel really sad that he's had to try and 1v9 this one. I don't know what you say. I mean, Huanfeng, okay, 2v8.
Oh, I figured
maybe
it out.
The Shy. What?
The Shy got them confused. Maple and Angel were the two guys that were swapping between top and mid lane, and he just
That's
assumed
right.
that Angel would be willing to do the same again.
Yeah, he wanted Ari.
That's what it is.
He wanted the
figured it out,
Ari, and
finally.
Angel wouldn't swap Dagda
Yeah.
into steal. No. Not even a smite coming through. He's trying over the wall, but that's a second Baron for anyone's legend. And Dagda, you might be onto something. Maybe he wanted Ari top. You know, maybe he wanted a Felios top. Who
No,
knows?
he just tried to hold the lobby hostage. Was like, look, I'm playing top, or I'm playing mid lane. And then
True.
Angel was like, no, you're not. So the show was like, all right, well, now I'm playing Azir top, I
Dodge.
suppose.
Yeah. Wanted someone to dodge. You know, no
Yeah.
one dodged, and he got stuck with it. So, okay, Dragon time. Deny the soul, can they? With the Baron taken, the poke. That's an objective bounty, but now Angel has to deal with the faster Ari. And a Cyclone comes through, the flush from Xiao Hao. Angel goes to a stasis. SOFM, maybe it's time to take chickens again as Weibo Gaming in a three-man group get Cannon Barrage. Forge runs forward. He's unleashed as well. And anyone's legend are probably laughing as much as Dagda is, or was. They're taking out every member that comes up against them. One Fong managing to get out, but this is a comedy show, and Weibo Gaming are the class act. Look at him go
Weibo
again.
Gaming at the class clown. That's what it really is. Because this game has just been something else. Split push SOFM will secure the second tower, and he will die to Forge, I imagine, in just a second to secure a few more laps, as anyone legend will look to finish out this game.
Well, with the bottom lane pushed in, maybe they can't. Angel's coming up, so SOFM once again shouting worth. This time maybe a better play, but the kick has been stolen. Sonic Wave from Forge, abscond, abduct the safeguard. He doesn't have a Spirit Rush this time, so as Forge continues to chase, SOFM is just hoping to get out of this one, and he does, to be fair. So Dagda, I think that was probably his best play of the game.
Yeah, not dying is honestly probably his best part of this game. Here, though, I mean, just anyone's legend running around with all the money that they have, being able to do what they want. Forge is massive on the Silas, and I honestly think Silas, great pick in the current meta. The healing being reduced, the durability helping him out, people dying in the mid lane helping him out. It's all going great for him.
On's going to die too. The Randuin's Omen first Brom is dead. Maybe we can talk about that one after the game, Dagda. There is a lot of builds on the Rift we haven't got a chance to talk about because this game keeps being hilarious. Jojo gives the Shy his first kill. Now, can the Azir do any more? As he takes the barrel, the ulti misses. GP about to press Q. SOFM runs on in, and ZDZ with the Ravenous Hydra. SOFM tries to go back in. Gets his second kill. Oh, Dagda just needs to be over fast. I just need a reset.
Look, it's done. Forge is pushing topside.
Oh
Still
my
has the
God,
Lee Sin
Ender.
kick. The towers will fall. This game is over. One more game and we're there, hysterics.
One more game and we're there. That was something else. Now, we're casters, right? You know, we are professionals in the field. When we look at that game, it takes everything not to continue calling it what it was. To move on and to be professional broadcasters right now. That's what we're going to try and do. On was rubbish, Dagda. Having said that, right out the window straight away. How can I contain myself? On was just something else in that game. SOFM, like...
Yeah. Speechless. I'm right there with you, buddy. I just don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I know what happened.
How do
don't
you
know
go
how
from
it
game
works.
one to that? I don't understand. Like, you can pull out draft points, you can pull out anything. How do you go from a game one that looks that clean, that SOFM looks so, like, poised in his mind, right? Thinking ahead, to that one where it's just caught out in river, okay? On walking into a brush next to the one that was watered. He knew 80 carry was in there. He saw Xiao Hao. It's just... Dude, there's no way that was the same team. There's no way that was the same team playing Dagda. I don't know how they subbed out, but oh boy.
Yeah.
Your turn. Your turn to talk. Cover me.
I don't know. I don't really have much to say. Honestly, I'm kind of just hoping that our production would just give us a longer break. Because
True.
there was nothing to say about this game. Like, everyone on Weibo just fell apart. The Azir pick, functional in lane, I'll say. made no sense once you got out of lane. SOFM running it down every opportunity that he had. Angel, actually, to be fair, Angel and Wanfeng, I think are the only two I can kind of look at and go, yeah, you tried. You actually did what your job was. Angel, I just would have liked to see maybe a little bit more roaming. On, I don't know what that bot lane play was. And every fight that we go into, like we already said, Anyone's Legend have a great bottom side of the map. But this draft, way well executed, how they performed individually, all of it was just a disaster.
It was. It really was. And this gave me flashbacks to the Anivia top for the Shy. This time around, Dagda maybe did a little bit more, as I was saying, but you pointed out something so good. It was the engage for Weibo Gaming. You said the engage was limited, like Ari Charm, maybe SOFM kick, the Shy with the flank. We never got a team fighting environment where, one, Weibo Gaming were even, and two, where they acted like they didn't have engage. Every single fight, Odd is stepping forward, and I mean, Anyone's Legend just engaged in their face. I mean, look at the tools they have. And how they can play. I don't know. I actually don't know. And you must be. You're doing really well because I'm a gold scrub, right? The limits of my game knowledge here are limited. And whenever I criticize, I always go back and take a step back and like, well, actually, what do I know? You know, what do I know here? But this time I'm very confident to say that I feel like I know enough to criticize this game in what we saw. Everyone does. And props to you, Dagda. You were staying so stable in this. In a game that, you know, had an Azir top and then SOFM decided to go walkabout. So, yeah, I think overall, and to bring you back so you don't have to answer that, I feel like, you know, Anyone's Legend did have a better performance. Like, Xiao Hao was a bit more switched on this time. Forge had a great game on the Silas too. And setting up for the skirmishes, a complete left turn from the comp we saw in game one.
No, this is the biggest issue that I have with Weibo is this inconsistency. And a large portion of that is coming from SOFM. Look, On had a bad game. It happens. I think that playing the bottom side was stupid, don't get me wrong. But in overall, On has been pretty solid. But when I see SOFM like this, I'm like, you know your team isn't with you. Like, you glance at the minimap for half a second and you know that your team is not with you. And then seeing him just run into the dragon over and over again or into Rift Herald fights, I'm just like, why? Like, what are you hoping to achieve here? Like, there was nothing that was ever going to come from that. So, yeah, it's just frustrating to watch because, again, it's kind of the middle of the pack teams that we have in the LPL just seem to be performing so much worse. And it's just moments like this where you're like, it's not even a case of, oh, they have changed their identity. They're not really sure how they want to play in the current meta. Like, they're just doing stupid things like this. And it's so frustrating to watch.
It is. And they're meant to be, you know, a playoff team. Anyone's Legend has the potential to be one. And let's be real, you know, game one was frustrating from their perspective, but it was more so Weibo Gaming taking control. Game number two, Anyone's Legend hand-gifted all these picks in the game. So right now in the series, maybe Anyone's Legend are the better team. I don't know. We're going to go to a break. We're going to reset. I am sure I will come back, Dagda. I'm sure you will too. But just in case one of us may solo cast, I'm ready for that. We'll see you after this.
跋涉，迷雾中找光线，谁甘愿在沉默中妥协？困住翅膀，
也要飞得更远。
尝过现实中的锤炼，嘲笑声也不过是雨点。勇者的入场券，拒绝最廉价的怨言。算多少次摔倒过，让独行总有一天会被看见。想升高全世界，拥有生而无畏的信念，粉碎极限，阳光之间穿透这片黑夜，才耀眼。悲叹血液，换来胆怯，心中永远燃着炽烈的火，不熄灭。
手和完美的缺点。聪明有多危险？不怕，只怕不够轰烈。在路上吃睡到过，独行总有一天会被看见。想宣告全世界，拥有生而无畏的信念。飞随极限，向光之间穿透这片黑夜，太耀眼。沸腾血液，何来胆怯？心中永远燃着炽烈的火，不熄灭。有多苦有多痛也不怨，流的泪受过的伤都会终结。被否定被拒绝多少遍，挡不住勇气疯狂蔓延。一颗心一双脚都疲惫，这条路不走到尾绝不停歇。每个你每个我很渺小，却有生而无畏的信念。战胜一切，向光之间穿透这片黑夜，才耀眼。展翅闪电，点亮世界，心中永远燃着炽烈的火，不熄灭。Feels like I'm walking on the same line. Wander these streets, just dreaming of the Hollywood sign. You keep on running through my mind. Have a good time, have a good time, have another sunny day in LA. Got a feeling that it won't go away. Yes, another sunny day in LA, shining just for you. These days I'm ready for a new life. Wanna believe in magic, look at Marilyn's eyes. You keep on running through my mind. Have a good time, have a good time, have a good time, have a good time, another sunny day in another sunny day. Got a feeling that it won't go away. Sunny day, yes, another sunny day in another sunny day, shining just for you, shining just for Another sunny day in LA. Another sunny day, yes, another sunny day in another sunny day. Got a feeling that it won't go away. Sunny day, yes, another sunny day in another sunny day, shining just for you, shining just for you, shining.
Evils, ancient and deadly, exist in every corner of the world. They have made themselves comfortable, taking what is not theirs, gorged on the suffering of others. I will face them all. crush them. Lord of the waters, grant me swiftness for this trial. Joy, unceasing and forever. That was fast. Should I have held back?
下一场比赛想赢下 WBG 的话，可能要针对一下他们上野吧，因为他们上野进攻性很强。我们队伍跟春季赛相比的话，配合比之前好了很多，然后需要加强一下带线方面吧。
Our team coordinates better. I would agree with that after the second game, Dagda, because we're now at the final one where Weber Gaming has shown us a contrast of colors. Would you not say?
Yeah, we definitely got to see all the spectrum that Weibo have to offer in this one, where they look clean in game one. We're like, oh, okay, maybe we're just having this quick 2-0 from Weibo and we've been open hyping anyone's legends. And then Weibo just decided, you know what? We're going to turn it off for a little bit. We're not going to follow through on anything that would be remotely good for this one.
Yeah, I didn't get MVP. I was going to say on, but maybe that's a little bit too cheeky. Honestly, at that game, like Forge deserves it, Betty deserves it. A lot of good players from anyone's legend, and we'll bring that up for you shortly. Let's go Forge. Okay, Dagda, no surprise here, has been a pretty consistent member for anyone's legend, and I think a part of the reason we were talking up this squad coming into the series was due to this man and his improved laning throughout the split.
Yeah, and anyone's legend has got a very set identity that they like to work through, and Forge's champion pool just works perfectly in this meta with the things like the Swain and the Silas and all these kind of things. So I'm super happy to see that Forge is finding his footing here, and you can see the Weibo are respecting him quite a lot here, with the Silas going to be banned away, GP banned from ZDZ again. Apparently the Shy just not feeling the Azir for game number 3.
No, apparently not, and maybe ZDZ not feeling the Ravenous Hydra build. Like, that was something interesting. And Dagda, I looked online, I think it was Dom who tweeted it out, the selling of the tier at 20 minutes, like that GP build was something else. And I know you are looking forward to it. We didn't get to talk about it much because of what happened in the game, but at the very least, we can kind of look back and analyze it at some other point. For now, we get a band away and we get a Viego first pick for SLFM. What a surprise.
Yeah, Senna or Callista going to be the pick here for Betty. I imagine it'll probably be the Senna. I just hope that they hold off for a little bit on deciding exactly what they want to go for with Chocho, because I still think Enchanters can work so well with the Senna. And I imagine Lee Sin as well for Xiao Hao, as we just see it over there, will be the lock-in just as well against the Viego in the early stages and gives you a good amount of control. Okay, not going to be the case.
So what does well against Fiora, Dagda? We know the Shy plays almost anything. An early topside blind gives a couple options for Wafer Gaming.
I know that Jax can do relatively well into her because Jax has a lot of agency with the stun as to when he wants to try and use it. So Fiora has to try and then predict, and it becomes quite a bit of a skill matchup. But Jax able to provide a good amount in team fights, so maybe they want to go towards something like that. We just have to see exactly what the game plan is. Something like a Kale, honestly, could potentially work here as well, where just the invulnerability and you get the ability to scale could be an answer, but you have the ability. ZDZ should be able to chase down a Kale in the laning phase, so you got to be very careful taking a pick like that into it. Looks like the Shy would just go back towards the Gnar and try and play at range against this Fiora, at least in the early stages.
And Dag, do you know why he's doing that? Because after the win in game number 1, he then set his record at 33-13 on Gnar. The Shy historically has a now 72% win rate on Gnar after 46 games. So it kind of makes sense that this guy wants to prioritize the champion that right now a lot of teams are also looking at in the first couple of rotations.
I love this from Forge though, going towards the Swain. You're looking at not a very high damage composition coming through from Weibo. So Swain going to have a ton of opportunity to just scale into the mid game, probably go for the Imperial Mandate build, provide that front line we were talking about for anyone's legend that Forge likes to offer in these types of scenarios, while still giving some more engage tools with the never move and those kind of things for anyone's legend. So I think just nice reactions here from anyone's legend to how the draft is going. But again, no AD carries locked in at all. So maybe we get the Callista ban here. Anyone's legend trying to eye up something like a Senna, or they could try and just leave all of the AD carries open and try and get something for themselves off this first rotation that they're happy with.
Because what's another good reaction to the Twisted Fate here, Dagda? Weber Gaming obviously want to pick apart one of the side lanes, depending on how the rest of the setup goes. And with all the bans towards bottom lane, I feel like it becomes very volatile.
I mean, Senna Tam Kench is just great. Like, Tam Kench gets to eat up the person that you go card. Senna is going to be able to provide a bunch of healing for the likes of Forge and Fiora. And with Grievous Wounds being nerfed by all the way down to 40%, you don't really get to take away a lot of that healing that this composition offers at the moment. So as you can see, Weibo responding with that Senna ban. But now I'm curious to see what the plan is here for Betty and Chocho. Looks like the Ezreal just going to be taken here. So again, playing into that mid-game spike on the 4-man units of Anyone's Legend, which I think is going to work out super well. You don't really get the opportunity as Angel to try and play aggressive bot side because Betty has so much mobility built into the kit.
And gives a bit of extra range alongside the Swain. Nautilus picked up instead. They want to counter pick for AD carry. Dagda, I can't remember the last time we saw ADC last pick in, I was going to say this meta, in really any meta on red side. Like, counter AD is something I don't think we ever talk about.
Yeah, I think the worry there was if you go towards the Ezreal, Kai'Sa for Huanfeng, you got great backline setup with the Twisted Fate and then the Kai'Sa as well. So I think Betty was like, look, I'm still happy to go back towards a counter pick here just because I'm worried about what might come out. And honestly, with the Misfortune here, you have a decent amount of setup here with Betty. You know that there's no real Braum counter for the Misfortune, which works out great as well. Like across the board, I mean, this 4-man unit from Anyone's Legend looks great, and ZDZ will scale into this matchup against the Shy, so I'm kind of giving the edge across to Anyone's Legend unless Angel can make a ton of these early plays with the Twisted Fate.
And to be fair, Angel has been great in the series. I think he's been probably the best player overall. Last game was trying to carry, but there was just something, no one really knows what, that brought them down, Dagda. And for Angel on this Twisted Fate, getting the maps moving, top bot, what do you want to see here? What makes the largest impact for Weibo Gaming with this Twisted Fate?
I think playing around the bot side is your best bet. And trying to get Huanfeng into a position where he's strong is going to be the thing that probably carries you the most. You can try and lock down ZDZ in the early stages, but I think the eventuality of this Fiora will come around regardless. Like, she doesn't need too much to be in menace in these side lanes. So I think definitely focusing on who's going to be in your main carry, which is Huanfeng, is your best opportunity. Otherwise, you do just run the risk, again, of level 6 being hit by the Misfortune. They play for early dragons. They play for Rift Heralds. They're constantly finding these moments with the team fights, and you never really get the ball rolling. So I definitely want to see Angel hitting 6 quick and almost immediately porting down to that bot side to try and shut down the bottom lane for Anyone's Legend.
Well, it's going to be a hard ask because at the very least, relying on one person when Anyone's Legend might have a smoother time, Dagda. Gives me a lot of hope for this team that is 3-3. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to perform a ritual on you, on me, on Dagda, on all of you. We are going to cleanse our souls from game number 2. We are going to forget that it happened. We are going to move on, and we are going to feel the spirit of a game 3 with everything reset. We're going to pretend that On is a world champion, is an absolute legend, played like he did in game 2, like he did in game 1, and we're going to reset nicely. Now, Dagda, with this smooth transition in, you talked about destroying the bottom lane of Anyone's Legend, not letting them get off the ground. I like that because Betty and Chocho had a great game in game number 2, and I feel like if Angel's the one to stop that, again, the strongest member of Weibo Gaming throughout the series, and his Twisted Fate is a really old school pick that back on Suning, he was known for as his most played champ.
And I think this is where we could see Weibo again try and play really smart around this mid jungle. We saw it in game 1 where SOFM had that really nice gank onto Forge, but I will say that you're going to struggle a little bit here as Angel. Forge, because he's going to be, I think he's running the minion dematerializer, I'll have to check in just a moment, can push this lane relatively effectively, and that can play an issue for Angel, and especially if you try and play up here. Oh, he's actually not running the minion dematerializer, but for Xiaohao, you have good ability to gank this lane if Angel's trying to hard push it, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Xiaohao and Forge making some plays early.
Well, Forge on the Swain, that has been a pick that's really decreased in popularity in the LPL. It was played so much in 12.10, but, you know, Forge is one of the few that will still look to pick it up. We're looking at topside trading. And we're looking at ZDZ. And The Shy just trying to find their tethering, trying to find their spacing. This is the top lane that has the most solo deaths in the Shy in the league. And ZDC's not close behind. We set that up at the start of the series, but we haven't seen so much action in both games stacked there. It's been a little bit quiet for my liking, and it's been, I guess, a false one for this series alone.
It looks like it'll be a bit of a slow start, at least in the early levels as well. Xiaohao opting in towards full clear on bot side, so may look to try and contest the scuttle with Forge having pushed in the mid lane. But I imagine he's actually just going to go into his Raptors, back down towards this bot side, and go for the definitive side of the map that he actually has control on. Whereas when you look at SOFM, he has push, well, kind of push on top side. So we'll look to try and take the scuttle there. So I don't imagine that we're going to have too much action in the early stages. It's more so going to be like Betty trying to punish this bottom side of the map, where he has control with Chocho, and ZDZ looking to just scale into the later portion of the game.
Get his free tier stacks with Comet as well. Betty already doing that. He was able to push the turret quite nicely there with one Fongan on, missing a couple of creeps, but it won't matter too much as Xiaohao gets spotted out onto the Scuttle Crab here as SOFM wants to take the trade with Angel moving fast, but Xiaohao over the wall. SOFM just keeps charging him down. On this Viego, he's not stopping. Sonic Wave going to be taken by Xiaohao, and the ward dropped to spot out where he is, but ZDZ pushed out in the wave, and SOFM now just going to threaten to give the Shy a bit of superiority.
Yeah, Xiaohao wants to hit 4 before he tries to go for the play up here, especially since the Shy just matched the level 4 of ZDZ, but not going to be able to get too much. Should be relatively okay. The Shy now, though, hitting Mega and having this push out will mean he gets a slow push, so nice job by SOFM to give control of the wave to the Shy in this instance.
He doesn't go for the all-in engage. For SOFM backing off, picks up a double longsword and starts heading towards the bottom lane. We talked about anyone's legend having control in this wave, but we also know that with the push out there, exposing Betty and Chocho, SOFM now going to be trying to find an angle as top side for anyone's legend for Xiaohao, not spotted out here with the brush gang.
Yeah. I'm looking at the bot side. I could see that Betty and Chocho had thought about going for Scuttle and River, but decided to back off. So now Xiaohao kind of aware that chances are you've got the SOFM clearing out SOFM clearing out the Scuttle, but isn't actually in a position to really go for that just yet. So going to be a bit of back and forth between the junglers, but again, there's no real inlets into lanes at the moment. They need to kind of just play this a little bit slower. I think anyone's legend, the big thing that they want to try and do is clear out this bot side for Xiaohao, maybe look for a potential gank off the lane bounce on bot side for Huanfeng, and then look to move in towards the Rift Tower, because this wave is actually pretty stacked here, and that's a nice ward there by Weibo to spot out Xiaohao and any sort of potential play he could make here.
They've had a couple of nice wards. It's spotted out the top gank. Now they're clearing path as SOFM is going to pop his head in. Smite is available for Xiaohao, though. That makes it a hard steal as he just starts attacking away at the Lee Sin. Smite comes through. SOFM picking up level 5, though, as Xiaohao gets his boys in. But here's Angel. A good dodge from SOFM as Chocho not getting the dredge line. The flash over from Forge. SOFM hits his own as the Never Move brings back on. But now that he's in the choke as the Alistar, he's in a great spot to set up for Huanfeng, who gets a 4-man Infernum with Gravitum coming through. No one's supporting him. They're leaving him to die. Angel's out of matter. SOFM out of options. And on out of health. It looked close, but anyone's legends stay true.
SOFM starting game 2 as he wanted to continue in game 3, apparently. The play from anyone's legend was already there. They had the bot movement first. Xiaohao wins out in the early skirmishes, especially when he's able to smite the Gromp to give him a ton of health back, give him a ton of extra... SOFM actually. Is he caught again?
Might be caught out the Demon Flare, Never Move dodge, but I think the Hand of Death is about to connect as Forge already burned the flash, but he moves into range just like that. Smites him down. SOFM now getting crossed.
I mean, SOFM's completely out of this game now. I mean, he's already been set behind, relatively speaking, off that initial play. Now you end up having a position where Forge is now getting kills as well. And this is just silly. Like, you know you have no smite. So actually, I think SOFM, to give him his due, may have actually gotten the Gromp there. But you still don't end up winning out. This is why you pick Lee Sin into the Viego, because Lee Sin wins the initial matchup. And this could have gone so much worse. Like, SOFM could have got caught by Forge there. Chocho here as well gets a really nice engage. Great shot by Betty to send Chocho over the wall so he's the instant stop. But the Q misses onto On, so On would have been dead in this situation. Wanfeng would have died as well. And with both those dead, that would have been an absolute disaster for Weibo. The fact that they're only 2 kills down is kind of lucky, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that the gold is even after the disaster that's happened in the jungle. SOFM still has a lead, but as you said, the game does feel a little bit moot from him now that Forge picked up the kill, now that his jungle clear has been slowed down. And with Weibo Gaming sacrificing a couple of kills in the early game, I really hope we're not revisiting what Game 2 was. As the Shy going to get slowed down, but ZZ's already used the Grand Challenge. So kill threat goes down significantly as the Shy nowhere near Mega Nara either. Cameraman keeps liking to look at the top lane because he knows the stats, he knows what's going on, but they don't have TP, and Dagda, Dragon's still up and sitting there.
And now people are dead.
Angel's caught out. Dredge line connects with the gold card. He flashes away. Angel in a bad position, but Chocho even worse, who flashes himself as Forge with the never move. Not connecting here. The Demon Flare at the ready is it's popped a little bit early, but he had to get out and you wouldn't connect on anyone else. Weibo Gaming now might have a second chance towards the Dragon, but it seems like they just want a response kill after the play.
I mean, Rift Herald is up and available, so maybe they're just looking at that. Xiaohao as well hasn't quite got control of his jungle enough to hit level 6, but will be able to hit it as he clears out these Raptors as they spawn on the top side. Betty as well hitting 6 on bot lane with no real push, so I don't know if Weibo can just go for Rift Herald. Even with with Chocho moving the direction that he is, he should be able to support Xiaohao, so I imagine you're going to have to take a step back here as Weibo, which gives the opportunities you can see for Betty to start roaming up towards this objective, whereas Wanfeng has gone bot lane. SOFM, as always, just looks like he's starting up the Rift Herald, which is not the right call right now.
Follow me, he says. SOFM will do it, and everyone will be forced to come as Angel does have the Destiny, but no summoners available, and a stopwatch that's not yet available either. So if he goes in, he has to find a way out as Forge is definitely the stronger member. And on the Herald, SOFM caught out with his pants down, dredge line down. Dagda,
I, for one, am shocked.
Oh
I
my
could not
God.
see that SOFM was going to die on that play. Oh my God. This is incredible.
Oh my God! Well, we've definitely come downhill from game 1.
Yeah, the sanity of me is not going so hot right now. I'm just gonna say it, hysterics. Betty getting back down to the bot side though. The thing is, you do get a good amount of turret plates here for Wanfeng. Like, I thought that would be the trade here, where SOFM just backs off. Like, look at the minimap as we come into this. Like, Wanfeng is in a perfect spot, red, white guns in the bot lane. He can take turret plates galore. But SOFM, like, how telegraphed do you need this to be? Xiaohu couldn't have done that ward hop any slower if he tried. And you have ultimate available for SOFM. Like, oh, I don't want to say it, but Jesus, yeah.
Well, hey, this year, maybe Europe's got a shot, Dagda. Maybe LCK's got another shot. I don't know. If it's Weibo we're sending, then a lot of people are going to be looking at this like, is this LPL? But, you know, at the moment, they're not sitting too pretty in the standings. They're 4-3. And anyone's Legend, they pick up the win here. They overtake them. Anyone's Legend feels like the team right now that deserves to be in the top 6 of the standings. They have been performing so well in the last couple of games, and as Xiaohao with the Rift Herald wants to continue with this improvement, I feel like we're going to go down a rabbit hole, Dagda. I'll save us because that's my job at this point.
All
To
right,
make sure
I'm gonna
we
bring
don't
it
fall
back.
the
I'm gonna
same
bring
week.
it back. Let's
You
look
can
at
do it, you
positives,
can do it.
right? From Weibo's perspective, you actually do have a gold lead because you've got biggest CS advantage on the bot side, big CS advantage on the top, turret plates galore being taken on both sides, and that's your winning matchups for Weibo. The problem that I'm seeing is that as anyone in the Legend starts to group up, like at this Dragon, that's where you can cause issues.
Ulti from the Shy, Grand Challenge used. For once, the Shy's not the one dying. Is a bit of a surprise. He continues to push up here, and Dagda, you know, Dragon coming up, and I know you were making a point before you were so rudely interrupted.
That's all good. I was just thinking that if you ever try to contest anyone's Legend at the moment, you're going to find a pretty bad time as Weibo. Wanfeng just isn't quite strong enough, even though he has hit his Mythic first. The Shy, you can see that top lane matchup is going to start turning around. TP from ZDZ back top. I don't know if you can dive this.
Yeah, has flash available as well. And ZDZ now with the Iron Spike whip, so it depends on the Shy's poke, but SOFM backs away yet again. ZDZ is going to be safe because the bottom side, there's the trade. SOFM makes the back to respond, but anyone's Legend Dagger, they've got the play. He's going to be super late to this, and they're not diving any further. They're just looking for more poke.
Forge is roaming as well, so this is still a numbers advantage for anyone's Legend. On trying to play bouncer here, and will dissuade anyone's Legend from going for the full tower, but still you can see that gold starting to even up now thanks to that help. And again, you just got to try and find ways for Angel to start making plays, but he has no help in mid lane because of SOFM kind of throwing things around the place and throwing his toys out of the pram. And if you try to make plays down towards the bot side, I don't know if you can really find those windows because of how much Forge has control over this mid lane with the push that he has.
And let's come back to what you just said about mid, because with Forge having the push in mid, I think importantly enough, as we look at the ward in the bottom lane, okay, backing on his ward, what happened? Is this how Betty burnt his flash? Yes, he did. Good reaction time there from the 80 carry of anyone's Legend. But Dagda, I want to bring it back to the point you just highlighted. Angel's ultis this game have been few and far between. I'm not even sure if we've seen one. But at the very least, you know, when Twisted Fate doesn't get an ultimate out, especially in the early stages of the lane, it feels so bad when your team just has a tool that isn't being used as well as it could be.
Oh, it's easy. Looking for the all-in.
Maybe I have shot myself in the foot. Here comes Destiny. Great timing. I'm just glad to cast a curse at this point. And as Ignite goes down, ZDZ still going to survive. Thank you for the safeguard from Xiaohao. He screams as bullet time in the bottom lane. Huanfeng has the Gale Force out, luckily with no summoner. But, you know, at least Destiny was used to force out one in the top side.
Yeah, I mean, it won't really amount to anything here. Still, you have that nice CS lead for the Shy, who has just been dominant in this matchup regardless of the game. Like, he has had these big CS leads, but trying to convert it has been the big issue for Weibo. Now, on the Gnar, maybe the Shy can have a better time like we saw in game 1, but it looks like potentially Xiaohao looking to try and turn that around. He is hovering around this top side, but was spotted on a ward, so just going to back away.
40 CS up in that top side, in fact. And further to it, the Shy now level 11, ZDZ getting challenged himself a little bit in this top side, and a Trinity Force has now been picked up by the Shy. As we look towards the bottom lane, there's the engage from Huanfeng and on, but the depth charge, flash from Chocho, is hoping for that ulti as Huanfeng flashes into melee range, but it's against the Misfortune with Eclipse. I mean, I feel like Weibo are all just falling apart with their comms right now, Dagda.
The engage not hitting onto Betty means you never get to win that. Betty was just perfectly happy to sit there, didn't even need the bullet time. It was just like, oh, I can actually just damage you throughout this and win regardless. So, yeah, weird engage from On, and Huanfeng ends up paying the price because you just instantly turn around with the depth charge.
Angel might do the same again. He has a stopwatch. Kick back from Xiaohao, smooth as anything. As Angel gets the gold card to buy time, but Forge still forward. The Demon Flare now ready and available. As SOFM has dragged himself in to save his mid laner, but still they're pretty strong as Xiaohao gets a bit of healing up, but should be going down here. SOFM with his first reset of the game. And Weibo Gaming feeling a little bit action intensive here as Forge has run out of mana, run out of hope. And Weibo Gaming finally set a play right, Dagda.
Well, let's see what ZDZ can do here, though. The Shy gonna hug the wall.
Against the wall, he's trying. Boomerang, throw the flash. Oh, the Shy! When everyone else looks questionable, he returns in good form as the solo bolo on the top side. SOFM now looking for the chain. Chocho's out of there. Weibo Gaming have woken up from their nap.
It's a disaster for anyone's Legend on every single play. Xiaohao tries to make this play in mid, but as we watch the replay, keep your eyes on the Sonic Wave as it goes through. And the Shy as well, being able to get that kill is spectacular, but watch here. So, great play by Xiaohao to get the kick, but the Q hits the minion that moves over to try and aggro onto Forge, so no Sonic Wave to follow the flash. SOFM is in a great spot here, and Angel as well, just being able to keep that distance with on the roam to be able to follow up. This could have been so different if that initial kill had gone across, but Angel consistently been able to find the CC to prevent any sort of quick follow-up as you talked about Forge running out of mana. And here, ZDZ just not being able to proc the ultimate. Like, tries to go for the all-in here, narrows into the wall, so doesn't actually get to get the riposte off, and then just needs one more of these vital procs, but isn't able to get it, and the flash away from the Shy just means it's completely over.
The flash away, the fade away. 1-0 in that top lane. ZDZ getting smashed a bit here, and it was always like that in the game as Dragon goes over to Weibo Gaming. On's angle really good as well, but doesn't take it, doesn't make it over the wall. Now the Shy's joined in with a Mega Nah. This game gets a little bit more interesting, Dagda. I'm feeling it a bit more now with a 3k gold lead. You know, Anyone's Legend, they were challenging the game early on, but Weibo Gaming never really lost out in the gold trade. And it does feel important to mention that after that breath of life, I think this series now has the potential to end in a much better light.
Yeah, we'll have to see how Weibo try to use the advantage that they have. You've Turk on top, potential for Angel to try and take the bot side, but the most important thing is see how Angel gets the move now. Because Weibo have tempo advantage, you get to choose how you want to try and take these fights. I wouldn't be surprised the Angel kind of Destiny on towards this topside play, but Forge does have TP and could also look to join.
But Angel's still far a bit away as he continues walking up. I mean, Forge himself, you mentioned the TP, Dagda, good call here. Starts walking up, Chocho with the dredge line missing away. The Destiny finally coming through on with an angle and separates Anyone's Legend as Chocho gets a knock up, but it's a bounce house for them instead as the ulti from Wanfong misses. Evfrost from Angel's good. A lot of crowd control, but Forge is hitting everyone here. A bit of disengage as the Shy is trying to do the heavy lifting right now, and Wanfong's finally doing some damage himself. Now onto ZDZ, the slow lands. Angel's here with the gold card, timing it out. The Shy is going to clean him up, and Weibo Gaming, it looks like they've risen.
Betty's positioning meant that he couldn't get the ultimate off into the right angle, so Weibo Gaming just able to continue to free hit, and the auto attacks from Wanfong doing so much more alongside the Shy in these fights. And now you get turrets number 2 in the top side, another turret gone in mid lane, and Weibo are extending this gold lead so quickly.
They really are. 7,000 just about at 19 minutes in the game. It started with SOFM being a little bit like Game 2, Dagda, but it's rounded out, picking apart Anyone's Legend.
Look at Betty here, though. Doesn't get access to set up with the ultimate here because of where Angel's positioned, then gets locked up in the CC. Even SOFM, when he changes over to the Nautilus, is on towards Betty, so the ultimate, the big ultimate that should be providing the majority of the damage in these fights, just whiffs completely, and from that point forward Anyone's Legend just don't have enough in the tank to carry forward. As we said, like, Forge can deal some damage but is more of a frontline bruiser with the build that he's gone, and when Anyone's Legend not having anything to actually carry the teamfight damage, lose out.
Well, it's a shame because their setup before has been pretty pristine, but a couple of mistakes now from Weibo Gaming just take charge. As you were saying, such a fast adaptation to that gold lead. As we approach 20 minutes as well, that gold lead turns into items, and 2.5 here on the Shy with the chain vest in hand too. Chempunk Chainsword has been pretty popular here in the LPL, especially on 80 carries. On's going to be reeled in a bit, but can't do too much. Headbutts Forge, and that's the trade. But Dagda also rapid fire cannon nice and early here for Angel, who is now a very large threat when Betty doesn't have cleanse. Like, here's Destiny again, and as he pops it, gold card at the ready. Good dodge from Chocho. And look at this. Bullet time finally lining through. On has to flash over. But Angel's repositioning might be perfect as the Shy is once again in position. A 2-man ulti. He's dealing with the team, but no one's supporting him for now. The Shy dies. And Anyone's Legend regain control as SOFM's ulti. What was that? Doesn't go towards anything, just to the side. And Weibo Gaming do lose more members. And Anyone's Legend show a fight is still possible.
I mean, Weibo engage on the wrong target at the wrong time, and Anyone's Legend punish. A minute now until Dragon means that Anyone's Legend would get to quickly correct their waves and maybe contest on towards this next Dragon in a minute's time. But watch here, like, Forge is the tank on Anyone's Legend squad right now. So engaging onto that is not the best option. And watch ZDZ at the bottom of this fight. Gets directly on towards Wanfong as you get that big ultimate coming through from the Misfortune. But while the Shy is trying to deal with everyone on Anyone's Legend, ZDZ is buying so much time on the backside, keeping Wanfong busy. So the extra members that exist for Anyone's Legend in this fight now get to move back, deal with the Shy, and win out on the fight. 30 seconds now until the Dragon. We need to see essentially the exact same again. If Betty can set up with a good ultimate, and if ZDZ will have as much of a good flank to threaten the backline.
But the problem is Chocho doesn't have his for another 20 or so seconds. So if Anyone's Legend I guess it will line up with the Dragon Dagger, but still something to consider. Xiao Hao, kick flash onto Wanfeng. He flashes immediately, though. The bullet time getting his max range, but the Lee Sin now caught out, and Wanfeng lives to see another day. With SOFM coming in and the Shy once again, ulting in, but this time he's got his boys. However, no, he doesn't. They're all leaving again. Weibo Gaming running for their lives as Anyone's Legend Forge is taking names on this Swain. I mean, a messy fight once more, Dagda, and I just don't know what to say anymore.
Yeah, the Riley Scepter doing work there for Forge to keep the Shy in check, keep SOFM in harm's way. And Anyone's Legend now turn over towards the Dragon. It's not only the fact that they're winning these fights, there's actually objective bounties for them as well. So this is pretty key now for Anyone's Legend to start getting more of that gold back in their favor and continue winning out in these fights. And this is what we're talking about. Anyone's Legend's team fight is actually stronger than Weibo's because Angel is kind of just working as a CC bot, but he's not getting on towards key people like Betty, even ZDZ as well, having that riposte to keep it interesting. But here, I mean, great play from Xiao Hao. Just unfortunate that the hook from Chocho not quite quick enough, and then you get the lockup that can come down. But Wanfeng is out of the fight here. So when you end up with this engage coming through from the Shy, who actually follows up? Like, Forge gets the ultimate off right before the engage comes through. So he ends up getting the Imperial Mandate procs off onto several members of Weibo, and Anyone's Legend are just have to chase them down then.
So you raised a good point, Dagda. The team fighting of Anyone's Legend seems to be so much better, and with the catch-up gold from the win in the fight on the Dragon, of course, now only 5,000 gold separates the difference. I do not read Chinese that well, however, I feel like it's saying that objective bounties are now disappearing, and I'll be right. Yeah. Because Anyone's Legend have got a couple of dragons. We know that the system calculates it by that as well, but they are within a chance in this game. And Dagda, is it just the picks of Weibo Gaming that need to improve? Like, should they be taking these all-out 5v5s? Is that the issue?
They need to be playing through side lanes. Like, the Shy is pretty big, but unfortunately at this stage, I think with the gold that's come across into ZDZ in a long extended lane, I think ZDZ just chases down the Shy and kills them. So they need Angel to try and abuse the fact that he has the Destiny over Forge's TP, but Weibo are starting up the Baron as ZDZ will have TP in just a moment.
Time for you to draw some circles, Dagda. Where is the Baron? For anyone who's new to the game, it's going to be on the top side as Angel has an angle. And really, no pun intended, is on the Baron. Xiao Hao, they want a 50-50. Destiny's going to be using the backside. On with the disengage. It's early, though, as he gets back in the pit. He steals it! On so early. SOFM dead. And their team fighting again. Oh, my God, Dagda. Anyone's Legend are absolute legends again.
I mean, great fight from Anyone's Legend, just calling the bluff of Weibo. Hey, we're going to be able to TP in. Even the steal coming through from Xiao Hao on the Baron. And again, great ultimate coming across from Betty to destroy anyone who's left in the pit. Now Weibo, 3 members dead. Maybe 4 does Angel force the flash.
All summoners bar SOFMs are down. Anyone's Legend have ZDZ in the side lane as well. Dagda, he's hit that point where he's got a bit of freedom, and with a close 2 item on the way, that Fiora also a scary member as Anyone's Legend gets so much gold in their back pocket. Practically even now as the game hits the 25-minute mark, and I don't know what to say. We get the fight again. Dagda, you're gonna look at a replay, and I need you to tell me what you think, because On goes out early, and I am a little bit tilted, but I don't know if it's just
look, positivity. We're here to spread positivity and love.
Well, then help me.
Yeah, so I am very happy that Weibo started this Baron up, because as an Anyone Legend fan, this is great for them. Great ults coming across, as you can see from Misfortune, getting everyone super low. Angel can't really offer anything in these fights, as we already pointed out, not able to do too much. And just the sheer amount of damage and engage and AoE that's coming off of Anyone's Legend absolutely destroys them in the pit. Gold back to even. A minute and a half until the next Dragon. Anyone's Legend setting up in the bot side jungle of Weibo just in time for that as well. And maybe even getting the Shy here. Shy just widen the Sonic Wave.
Yeah, the Shy walks up. I think it was more so for the Krugs rather than seeing Xiao Hao, but nevertheless not getting tagged here. With the Baron team that continues their pursuit, and over the wall, Chocho will find himself and On with a defensive engage, but he'll be slowed down, locked up. Unbreakable Will's there. Why On decided to go in there, I just don't know, Dagda. We're back to question marks, and Anyone's Legend now have a free shot of the base. It's a 5 versus 4.
I mean, I don't even know if you question mark at this stage. Like, I mean, I think save your hand muscles. They're probably more valuable as anyone's legend starts to move in the bottom side of the base. This is it. I mean, they could potentially just look for the end right here, but it looks like they're instead just going to take it nice and slow, move back in to collect that wave in mid, and see if they can crack open more turrets.
Dude, I don't know. I really don't know how. God. All right, well, now we got 30 seconds till Dragon. I have to keep going as the Shy is now into a Mega Knight. Anyone's Legend still pursuing this mid lane turret. On is now back and alive. He has the ability to go again as SOFM finds a pick onto Forge. But remember, he's tanking up on with a good engage, but that just sets up for Weibo Gaming to be picked, and he's gonna die again! He just respawned. He baits them in. That was tragic. That was rubbish, Dagda. That was just... Oh my god! Why? Why, Dagda?
Weibo must die so anyone's legend can fly. We need them in the top 6, Hysterics. We need to keep this ball rolling.
Anyone's Legend, they want top 6. They deserve to be here as they take down another Nexus turret. SOFM backs against the wall. Wonfong the same. I'll apologize to everyone who listened to me casting that, but that was a difficult series to watch.
I mean, anyone's Legend do end up taking the victory here. You can see Jojo very happy with that one. But look, I think playing towards their team fights works out pretty well. They did have a far superior team fight. And it felt like, look, even if we had Weibo giving them those fights in a lot of situations, I still think it would have ended up a bit inevitable. I think there was a moment in the early stages where maybe they could have tried to play through side lanes a little bit, but there was never really a massive threat to try and play sides because ZDZ had the counter matchup in the Fiora. So I think over time it would have just been the slow burn of Weibo falling down anyway, but I don't know. Like, you definitely could have made it tougher.
Yeah, he could have. I don't know, Dagda. This is hard, you know, because you and I went into today, right? And we're like, we're both sick. You know, I've got the flu, and I don't know if it's COVID or not. You know, you're not feeling great either. I feel like you probably feel worse than me. You're just soldiering through it. And then you look at that series, you look at those games, and you're like, dude, it's just so hard to not be rude. When and it's also like for fans out there thinking it's just like, oh, you're just, you know, annoyed at the teams. It's more so because we know the capacity of Weibo Gaming. Like, we know how good this team can be. Game 1 was so significant. And then we come out with Game 2 and 3, and it's just the complete opposite, Dagda. I don't know what happened because we got similar conditions in Game 3 as maybe 1, but does it not piece together? Like, does it...
I mean, look, there were so many times there where we were just questioning what people were doing, why they were in the position they were in. Like, I mean, you can see how back and forth the early game was for a large portion of this, where Rift Heralds would happen, SOFM would get caught out for no reason. You had decent team fights at the second Rift Herald, where Angel did a really good job of teleporting in, CC and Betty, allowing Wonfong to deal the damage. There was like a lot of opportunities where I went, oh, you know, Weibo are playing this out correctly. But so many times you're just like, why? What's the thought process? And look, I don't want to just sit here and complain about Weibo because, look, anyone's Legend, there was 1 or 2 mistakes coming through where they didn't set up correctly for the team fights. But overall, they were the better team on the day. They actually did play well. They played around a lot of their spikes. I like the fact that they were kind of seeing this similar style where it's like Forge coming through and things like the Silas on the Swain, where he gets to play more up in your face, buying space for Betty on the back line. I think this is much more what we want to see from anyone's Legend, even having ZDZ on things like the Fiora, where he'll eventually take over in the matchup in the top lane, that late game scaling insurance. That's kind of what Anyone's Legend were playing for here, and it worked out well for them. Like, this is classic Anyone's Legend.
I mean, that's why Anyone's Legend have been hyped up as a team, right? Like, the caliber of players has only gone up. I feel like ZDZ is someone who was kind of at the bottom of the barrel, right? Especially on Rogue Warriors. He was one of the worst top laners, has now become reputable. Xiaohao the same. Forge has just been on a bit of a tear recently, and it's nice to see when he was rookie sub on IG. Betty and Chocho, their laning phase, Dagda. I don't know if you and I were talking about it in the past, but Betty and Chocho were super big question marks in the 2v2. And they've now gotten a lot better. Like, they are a solid bottom lane, and that's why it feels like Anyone's Legend can have these reliant members, and they're doing so well because of it. And now 4-3, I mean, they're 7th in the league. They're up above Weibo Gaming, which is completely justified. And now, Anyone's Legend do look like a playoff team because they've got at least 4 wins to go. But 4 wins, when this team looks like this, doesn't seem too hard.
I mean, especially when they still have easier opponents left in the tank, right? You've still got TT, WE, OMG left to play. Now, they do have some seriously hard and a seriously difficult end to their split with RNG, JDG, EDG, Top Esports. So you kind of need to pick up like one more win before they get to that stage. But I mean, it is highly possible that this team does end up going into our playoff bout, which would be an absolutely incredible story for these guys. I mean, when you look across at Anyone's Legend, this is a roster that has struggled for year on year on year. Then kind of investing in a bunch of rookies coming into 2021, growing with them, finding space. I mean, bringing Forge into the roster, bringing Betty and Chocho across as well to work with ZDZ and Xiaohao. Like, you're actually getting to see the results of committing to a roster that you can build over the course of time.
Yeah, that's right. A roster that has, a mix of named players. I think the biggest thing that's always on my mind is like, wait, remember that this has Betty, this has, a Flash Wolves lady carry who came into the LPL on RNG and really didn't do well. He replaced Uzi, and everyone's like, oh yeah, Betty will be able to kind of walk in his shoes. Never did. And now he's got his own space on the roster. He's been someone I'm really, really hyped to watch. As Anyone's Legend, we're just waiting for the MVP from this game number 3. I refuse to talk about Weibo Gaming, Dagda. I'm done talking about Weibo Gaming. Like, seeing a roster perform this well in the first game and then fall like that is embarrassing. And, coming into the start of the split, I think I ranked them top 6. I think I put Weibo Gaming top 6. And people like Angel the Shy are performing really well. Hell, even Wanfong. But, God, it's just not acceptable. Xiaohao's MVP, by the way, on this jungle. The kicks were pretty nice, and it's good to see a man following after the footsteps of Haro, who was Rogue Warrior's previous jungler, is still hitting the same marks.
Yeah, I will say not the quickest of Lee Sin kicks, but certainly getting the ward hop quite a bit of struggle, but he still found really, really good picks. I mean, we're probably going to see that Rift Herald fight right now, where he gets onto SOFM. You look towards the pick that he got onto Wanfeng as well, attempted pick he got onto Wanfeng in the mid lane as well. So many of these were actually really crucial to setting things up. So nice job by Xiaohao, especially on that counter matchup, finding some good moments to open up this game for Anyone's Legend.
And, Xiaohao on Lee Sin, name something a little bit more iconic. The Steel Dagger, that was a big one. As he just walks into the pit at 64 HP or something like that.
That was actually sick, so I didn't realize. So he Sonic waves on, kicks on to the side of the pit, so then he can follow up the Sonic wave to ward hop in to get the steal. That was kind of nutty. On second view, that was actually a lot cleaner than I initially gave it credit for. So fair play to Xiaohao. That was actually nice.
I mean, again, well-deserved MVP. I was just going to look up MVPs that he picked up as well, because for Anyone's Legend, this team rising to the top. Wanfeng is currently 4th, I believe. So I'll get to you, Dagdo. I'll get to you. Forge.
I'm
Forge
okay.
the highest
You take
Anyone's
it.
Legend at the moment. Xiaohao actually equal 3rd. I think he's 4 now. So he should be up there with On. So top 5 here for MVPs. Congratulations. We're going to look at results, Dagda, because we've got to progress through the night. And we've got to see what happened tonight. First series, very quick. Last series, testing us quite a lot.
Yeah, I mean, LNG have to pick the win up over IG. IG looking very sloppy in that game. Not even looking like the IG that we've seen in the past. And honestly, then the same with Weibo. Start off well with game 1. We thought, all right, that's going to be a quick day for us with a quick 4-0. But Weibo really not looking so hot. And Anyone's Legend punishing well. And now, as you can see, moving up into 7th place in the, just nestled nicely in behind RNG. 1 game away from being up with the likes of LNG and EDG. Although I will say, bit of an easier schedule for anyone's Legend. The real test is still to come.
That's right. It will get harder. So, you know, this was only the beginning. Ultra Prime might be one of those, depending on how it goes on Saturday. TT Dagda, I'm going through WE. You're right, it does get hard later on, but at least for the next couple of matches, you can realistically see how anyone's Legend make playoffs. And then it's in the last 2 weeks where they've got RNG, they've got JDG, they've got EDG, they've got top esports. Those are the last 4 matches for them. So at least they're on their form now, on their game. We'll have to see how they go. As we have to talk about tomorrow, because tomorrow is a new day, and it's a new day with 12.12. Belveth will be enabled tomorrow, and I cannot wait to see if she gets let through the pick and ban phase.
Yeah, she is pretty damn strong at the moment. We'll have to see if teams are going to let that one happen. But yeah, I think that's going to be a crazy, nice day to see, especially just before our Dark Day on Thursday, where there is no League of Legends from the LPL.
No LPL.
So you kind of get you get a little bit of a teaser, a little bit of a taster with teams like FPX and V5 going to show you your way around on patch 12.12. But then we'll take a quick break.
And Dagda, I was about to announce this. Producer in my ear at the perfect timing. Rookie has been, or he can play. It's not been confirmed yet, but Rookie can play tomorrow. Dream has been moved to the LDL roster. So we're all assuming that tomorrow is the return of Rookie versus Rare Adam. It's been a long time coming. He's been over due to family reasons in Korea, but Rookie tomorrow, that's what we're looking forward to on 12.12. And I get to cast that as well. So I'm kind of excited to open things up.
I mean, if the boy Rookie's back, it should be an exciting time, especially just to see how he's adapted to the new patch. And I think Ox was saying 107 hours of League of Legends played in a week. The man has been pumping in the time when he's been gone. So excited to see what he's going to bring.
Yeah, 107 hours in a week is, I didn't even know that was possible, honestly, because 24 hours in a day, 48, 96, 144 hours in a week, Dagda.
It's 4.5 days. 4.5 days.
Oh my God. Well, we're assuming some form then, but at the very least, we have to wait till tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for staying tuned. We appreciate you sticking by to the very end after what we just experienced. Thank you to Dagda for sticking by. I hope you're feeling better, and I hope you get some rest, sir.
Same for you,
as for me, well, we'll see. It is bye for now, but not forever. See you tomorrow for 12.12 Belveth and potentially Rock.